A good day and welcome to the stream. I'm OSRiddle, your host for today, and I'll be back, or I am back, not I will be, that's a bit weird. I am back with the TCG Card Shop Simulator. Is that the full name? TCG Card Shop Simulator, yep. Okay. I was actually correct with the name. So we have our two stooges here. We have three stooges outside. I have done my best to get to level 45. I got the last worker hired. And I instantly fired whoever I didn't need anymore. Which is, like, what? 3 people? Yep, 3 people. It's sad, but they're gone. They weren't fast, they were just slow. These people are at least fast or very fast. So. And obviously these two, one of them is fast and the other one is very fast. I think this twat. This twat here is very fast at both the things he can do. So I set him out here because I don't think I have anyone else that's very fast. And it's not like we really need a very fast on a second counter, so This is the last slot of the store that I can get. Once I have it, I have nothing more to buy from the store size. There is still the size behind here, which happens from level 50 on out. I think it's 50 up to 65? Something like that. Anyway, let's start today and let's start opening packs. I'm currently opening epic packs from the base set. Why? Because that's the... That one is at 101, but I already had them when they were still 105. And I can only start working on the epic from Destiny from level 48 on out. But at this point, all I need to do is just prepare. Also, my things are not lined up properly. There we go, now it is. I am roughly 40 cards away from 1500. Now, I am unlocking Epic today. I'll be roughly getting 300 cards on... Yeah, I'd say roughly 300 from that set. There are 384 in there. I'm probably going to hit the 100. Everything else is going to be under 100. Most likely by that time. So I'm going to be pulling that one down to less than 100 as well. Probably everything is going to be lower than 80. And otherwise I'm going to make sure of that. And if I notice that I'm getting into trouble with money, I'm going to get a whole bunch of commons. Because those are cheaper to buy. That's like half the price of the rares. Somewhere along those lines. I do think that tomorrow I'll be doing another game, but that is just because I want to get a little bit of recording work done, and that game still can be recorded. This absolutely cannot be recorded right now. Games like this are hard to record regardless, at least for me. Because I can do like 4... Yeah, by default 4 days per recording, but later down the line it turns to 3. Because I spend more time outside of the in-game day. And besides that, it's not like I'm really active in the game. I'm just opening up packs and that's it. So for recordings, this personally wouldn't work. Glad to see that the StreamUps chatbot has decided to fuck itself over. Because I see that DrewBot doesn't have the moderator status. Could be because I had to log in and reset the token. But that wasn't for DrewBot, that was just for my account itself. Because I can use the bot to chat as myself and as the bot. Of course it was only a copy. I don't want to get copies, I want to get new ones. I want to get to that 1500 mark. Or 1500. Oops. Alright, so far so good. Honestly, I should just buy 4 tables and see what I can do. Make the back of the store accessible for people to actually sit down as well. Now, if I were to move you to here... Yeah, that is possible. Okay, move you back. Okay, I need another table first. Yeah, that's what I thought. First, I need to place this one. And then I can currently buy 4 more tables. No, I can't. Okay, end of the day, I'll start moving tables. Or beginning of next day, technically. First of all, I want to at least get through all these packs that I still have. That is the current priority. Next thing I need to buy for myself is rare. And then base rare, I mean. Okay, you're sitting on your own. You're sitting on your own. Alright, I quickly need to go BRB. Alright, I'm back. You're standing here. Sure. Yeah, I can do those two tomorrow. Those two packs. Or those two sets of packs. And after these two sets of packs, quickly look in the book, write down the difference, and then it's actually dealing with those tables. They're waiting outside. Okay, tables. Um... Darren only gets it away for one table instead of two. So once I open up that last bit, just buy two tables, which I will do already, because they're cheap. Nothing is needed. No. 1, just 2. Right, 970, so I got 2 out of that. That means we are at 99 epics. I'm first using whatever's on the shelf, because whatever is on the shelf is... Well, they're not full boxes, and that way I can just put full boxes on the shelf. I can safely buy 3 boxes, 2 of them will be going onto the shelf. And obviously 1 box is for me. I'm going to need 1 more box. Actually, no, 2. Then run fire on water. One special box, like Destiny, basic. Black dice. Two playmats, the last 2. And then 1 per. There we go. But that's one of the only times that I'll do that, because that is those are expensive. No, those are not expensive, you just don't get a lot of them. 3 boxes of that creature. And I think it's 1 of those. Yep. And then 1 of the same. There. That should be all. Oh, and then 1 of those. Okay, they're still technically not done putting everything into the... Well, he's walking to the outside, but that is good enough for me. Yeah, okay, the bot is dying. It's not doing the right thing at all. The last method shows up as a different color for me. And it still doesn't have its thing for me. No, it's not that it needs to be fixed, I just need to restart it. But I don't feel like doing that. Like, it's just visually for me different than normal. But it should still work the same way as always. This is why if I have to redo the login process with it, because I do need to do that. Yeah, when I redo the login process, I need to instantly restart it again. I should really put it into my system. Especially considering I needed a token from my Twitch account and not the bot account. Speaking of which, if it pulls from my account, it should soon enough require that for the bot as well. Like, literally a couple of days. They normally go quite hand in hand. I'm getting more news. Please. Alright, the box can now be sold or destroyed. Luckily level 46 isn't going to give me anything, so I can just keep on going through this process. 47 though, that's when a lot of things happen. 48 is even more important though, because that's the next set. I think 47 is another playmat at least. It's the shop size increase. The final one for the normal one. Whoops. I mean, is there anything in here that I can get then? No. Nothing unlocks at 47. This is 50. Is it another playmat? Yep, playmat. And figurine is 50 as well. Okay. So it's basically a playmat and the shop size that increases. At 47. And I am so up for that. Because with these extra tables, I should be earning more as well. Somewhere around this time my food is also going to be done. So once I start opening up the next pack, or the next set of packs, that's when I'll check. I did, by the way, wake up like maybe like 20 minutes before the stream, so I haven't eaten anything yet. And I do need some food in my system. Also, yesterday, about 1/3 of the story for the text adventure got written. Only 2/3 left to go, which will be today and tomorrow. And time for me to go BRB to get my food. I am back with food, so I'll be nomming, and then, you know, opening packs in the meantime. Okay, I'm back from eating. I have, however, noticed something painful. And that is the two people that got stuck here. Is there no way to turn off the snapping? For the time being. Ah. This gives them a little bit extra space here. Maybe this fixes it. Let's hope so. Now they can do whatever they want. I'm still going to work on these cards. Hopefully I can let them restock soon. Like, completely. Okay, they're still working on putting away the boxes. Good, the one that would give me 100 was new. For the first two, it has to be double, and I need 1 box of that. Fire and Earth for the base set. Destiny is just the boxes, it's 1 and 2. Fire and Wind. Red boxes for cards and white dice. Fuck it, considering that those are so cheap, yeah, I'll get those. Not going to ever get them, ever use them though. The black background with the 4 plus the 2 before it, or plus 2 before it. Star and Weird Creature. Okay, Weird Creature just needs 1 box for the time being. I don't know what to call this. Mega Knight. And the special one needs 2 boxes. And now that those store in, I can actually buy 2 boxes of those. 2 proper boxes for actually in the shelves. With most of those items, luckily it's just boxes that need to go into the shelf. However, it works. I wonder how far they are with the boxes now. They're still working on them. Also, all the space for cards that I have, it takes about 2 days to go through all of them. And that is generally what I do at this point. I buy packs for like 2 days. There was a time where I was like, yeah, no, I'm just going to open up everything in one day, but then I noticed, like, hey, no, that's going to get too expensive. Especially once I'm doing the epic or legendary sets. Like, that is just too... How would you say that? Too much. Also, they're all standing outside now. Hopefully nobody gets stuck anymore. I do hope that with the amount of cards that I have, I get to be another 95 even. Although I'm assuming I just get to under the 100 and that's it. 95 would mean that I need to get 8 or more. I'm assuming I literally got like 3 new so far. I'll check the number after this. If it says 974, then it's been 4. Wait, what? That means I've had 7 new ones. At least during the rare already. I mean, I'm down for it, so... I might want to count again, honestly. Just a safety count. Because it's been a couple of days now since I did the last counting. Because I feel like 7 is impossible. Surely something from the epic must still be in there. Like, that's what I'm feeling. But at the very same time, I'm like... I checked right after. I've ran the numbers for epic. However, considering everything that I can check is now at 100 or less, I don't mind doing a recount. Actually, yeah, no, I'll leave this for now. Leave these. I will set up Ghost. Yeah, Ghost is 13. Even that has changed. So, common is 3. 5. 7. 8. 10. 12. 15. 18. 20. 27. Whoops. 30. 32. 35. 37. 40. 43. 46. 49. 50. 53. 57. 61. 63. 65. Ooh. There are 2 more commons. I have always miscounted the commons with 2. So somewhere there are more wrong numbers. this button actually. Actually, now that the number is wrong, I'm not even sure if I've counted correctly this time, honestly. I might just keep it at the 63 and just go from here, because the numbers that I'm seeing right now, like, it is 978, so the main number is at least correct. If I set the comments to 63. I will make a note though and say like +2. Which clearly suggests that I need a complete recount of everything. Actually, yeah, let me do that. No, just show the plus. Don't make that an equals. Okay, so the next thing I'm still opening up these packs. I will check rare after this. Actually, I'm very, very tempted to check everything now. Because somewhere my numbers are wrong regardless. I mean, if the developer doesn't say anything about it, then, or, you know, no, I think we need a statement from the developer to know if it's legal or not. But even then, like, it is a single-player game. The developer kind of doesn't have a say in what the community does, so to say. If it was completely multiplayer, yeah, no, then it will be illegal. Unless both sides have and use the mod. If it's a... like if you can have two shops that are competing with each other, let's say it that way. True. I kind of want to start using that mod because I mean, now that I know about it, I kind of do because I feel like the pack opening is in such a way slow. But at the very same time, I don't like modding games. Like, for no reason. Like, I can play without the mod, so... eh. The only games that I'm big on when it gets to modding is like things like Skyrim. Fair. I'm personally just not the biggest fan of modding completely random games. Like, Skyrim is fine. I think I used a couple of mods on Cyberpunk to make it run better, but that's it. Obviously, Oblivion and the Fallout games. I mod those to high hell. But something like this is like... I kind of feel like mods don't fit. At least not in my playstyle. What I do use is some external programs to make things go smoother for me. Thanks to a friend of mine, I've got a little macro that moves my mouse whenever I'm setting prices. It just sets the prices for me almost automatically. And right now, I'm just using an auto-clicker. Just to get through this as far and... It stops things like this where you need to click. It's like, I don't want to do that. I already find it annoying enough that they give you a notification for like, oh, this card is worth more. It's like, I don't care. So I'm just using an auto-clicker doing things like this. That is how I open up my packs, at least. Just an auto-clicker. I'm still using the same amount of time as I would otherwise. I'm just not destroying my mouse by clicking. Okay, destroying is maybe a big word, but I'm not wearing it down. Yeah, fair. I don't even know how many I've opened so far. I think I'm opening up about 100 per day at this point. Okay, then I'm standing outside. I'm going to be honest, I have not seen anyone else play this yet. I started playing it because of a friend, and that friend of mine is not, you know. That friend is not doing anything specific. Yes, the Steam achievements don't have a bar. That is kind of the thing that annoys me. I know I need to open up 10,000 card packs, and that's it. I'm still working on this one. I've done the... Let's look at it from here, I suppose. I opened up 1,000 packs. If there's one thing that I want is to either have them give us a bar in here, which a lot of other games do, that show us exactly like how far we are in it, or be able to check the statistics in game, which also still wasn't there. That's the one with the black background. 1 for the one after and 2 for the one before. One for the one after, 2 for the one before. I need that one. Picks are doing fine. Those are doing fine. So 1 star and 2 for the one before that. And I think that was the other one. Yep. I do, however, know exactly how many cards I have. Not as in how many cards I have all combined, but rather how many variants I have. I do need to recount it because my numbers aren't completely correct, but my base numbers are correct. The ones that tell me how many I have. It's just the numbers of how many I'm missing is not entirely correct per category, from what I've noticed. Because when I recounted common, I'd say 10 minutes ago, I suddenly noticed I had 2 more commons to get rather than the 63. I still needed 65 apparently. Let me put those back. Let me open up the store. I'm going to open up all of these. I'm going to edit the number and then... Huh. That is weird. I currently have 13 ghosts all combined. One of them is a foil and the other 12 are non-foil. Which is basically all I needed for that achievement. I just need to make sure to not sell it. Yeah, to me, what I care about the most is just getting to the 2,500 specific variants that are in the game. Or 2,500 cards generally. Yeah, I'm doing that after I've got the achievements for having the 2,500 cards. I am making sure to not sell before that point. Because whatever you sell doesn't count anymore to that number, which is stupid. I don't sell any cards currently. Nice. I will only start selling cards once I have the achievement. My shop makes enough money that I don't really have to work. I don't want to accidentally sell a card that I don't have double. Because it lets you grab it rather easily. So I just... yeah, I'm avoiding doing that. Yeah, I'm on tournament settings as well. Cost 700 per day, but they earn a fuck ton. Most of my shop is actually tables at this point. Just play tables. The entire back room is play tables. And the front room is, I'd say, half to 2/3 play tables. Wow. Next level, I can put the last 2 play tables in. The last 2 in the main area. Nice. Once I reach the end of my day, I can see what my things are. I will open up these 2 hands of packs, and then I'm going to be recounting. I think Destiny cards are the only ones that I'm not going to recount, because those seem to be accurate. I mean, I can, but it's just 180 more. Fair. I barely touch my mouse. Only to look up and down. When I'm standing where I'm standing right now. And there we go. That was not new. Fair. Once I have all the achievements, I'm going to never touch the game again until new achievements come out. And that's the only time I'm coming back. And I check for new achievements every first day of the month. In any of the games I've 100%ed. Which is about 150 of them. Alright, I'm at 980. So that means I got at least 2 rares out of that still. So it's 3. 5. 7. 8. 10. 12, 15, 18, 20, 25, 28. If they would give us numbers, well, that's technically all I want to see is like just give us the numbers. I could instantly put them in the. Actually, no, I wouldn't even need to put them anywhere. I could just Because like I base the packs that I open on how much I'm missing from which set and from which rarity. This is why I was doing rare, because I had over 100 of them, which is the highest number, apart from epic and legendary from Destiny. But those I can't get just yet. I mean, epic I can, I'm just not going to until I'm level 48. Because that's when I unlock the big boxes, which is the ones that I buy. I will never buy the small boxes. I was at 28. 30. 33. It also avoids you having to buy the license for the small boxes. 35. 38. 41. 44. 47. 48. 51. 55. 59. 61. 60. I'm back at 63. When I counted earlier, I got to 65 and I'm getting to 63 again. I feel like my numbers are correct. Next up, I'll be opening Destiny rares. Because I have exactly 100 of those that I still need. Which is the, well, highest number currently. I guess I'll buy 4 boxes? No, 2 for the time being. Fair. I need 3 boxes of Destiny. Two go in there. And this one goes to me. Hopefully I can push this down to less than 90. However, that would require at least 10. I might soon enough get to open up legendaries, because legendary is 85 for me. It does require me to push everything else below 85 though. Which Destiny commons are already there. They're at 80. Regular commons are at 63. Base rares are 93. Destiny rares 100. Base epic 99. And obviously from the Destiny, epic is 384 and legendary 276. Because I just can't open those yet. Also, the way that I know how many epic and legendary cards there are, to the precise number, I have actually checked how many pages of what there are. And just did that per times 12, and I got to the exact card amount. And this is basically what I've done. I just have the base amount here, because I need that for calculations. It's basically C3, so the base, minus this, 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 and this. And that will always get me the exact amount that I have. I'm doing the exact same here. And then this is just these two plus the ghost. This is literally just a personal statistic. They do. Because when I had to go to the... What was the first one? 500? This one was at 496. And I had 4 ghosts. And there are 24 common pages, so times 12 to 288. This is also how I based my calculations. And this is just these 4 all combined. It is, just with a lot of patience and a lot of pack opening. I'm however not going to get them all. Once I reach the 2500, I am not going to touch any packs anymore to open. At that point, none of that matters to me. Unless I still need to get to the open up 10k packs achievement. But I feel that I will have that before I have the amounts. Honestly, if someone were to find a loophole, I wouldn't make use of it. For me, it's definitely not worth it. Once I've got the 2.5k. Once I've got the card amount that I need, I am not gonna get anything more. That is just not my priority at that point. At that point, it's literally the same as me playing Supermarket Simulator, which is basically wait in the store the entire day. And only in here that at the end of the day, still interact with the cashiers. But a Supermarket Sim, it is genuinely like, hey, I just stand there, and then at the start of the day, I think there I do it at the end. No, I do it at the start of the day. is like doing the restocking. Like buying everything that they need. That's it. Honestly, I would try doing that, but at the very same time, I then can't do this little trick that I'm doing with the numbers. Because I only update the book. I need to be in Destiny this time. I only update the book after all the cards that I have have gone through. Nobody got stuck here. You're still sitting there. Are you leaving or are you just walking there so you can actually go into the store after? You are actually still going into the store. That means I can... Mine. If he would have just walked away from the store, I would have put it to the next day. Fair. I got addicted to this game kind of out of nowhere. Same. I am currently... Well, this session is already 2 hours. According to Steam, I am roughly 65 hours in. Where's the game? Here's the game. Okay, they're going to start working on this. Oh, hey, that's a new. I'm not going to put it into the thing just yet. I'm literally waiting at the... I'm going to be waiting until like all the cards are done. I'm not relaxing at all. I'm just opening packs with an auto-clicker. I literally have a an idle game open on my iPad while doing this. And somehow the idle game needs more hand-holding from me than this. The only thing that this game requires is me to sometimes look up and down. press R every once in a while, and then just press the tilde button on my keyboard for the... what is it called again? For the auto clicker, and that's it. Fair. No, I technically never relax to anything. I don't like relaxing. I like being busy with something. Even if it's very grindy. But like, I'm never truly relaxing. This is also why I can't ever just watch anything. This is why I don't watch movies, nor watch any videos on YouTube without playing a game. I need to be active in some way. I can't just watch. This is also why I'm so little in other people's streams. Because I need to do something on the side. Or rather, that's why I'm lurking. Oh god. That's why I'm lurking more than that I'm actually active. That is standing here. A what? No. Never tried that, mostly because that means I'm still not actually active. I need to do something physical rather than just sit there and talk. Okay, it's blue and black dice. I don't have the room for that. Besides, currently the thing for my nunchuck is broken, so... Okay, it's first blue, plus the 2 after. And the last one. That's all correct. Bat, pig, and... It's bat, pig, this thing, and that's it? Yeah, that is it. I'll do another check once they're done. For now, though, opening up 2 entire sets. I do have tables for card selling outside, by the way. If I so desire to, I can actually sell cards. Just not going to yet. Okay, they're done. We're looking at everything that is filled on the shelves. Also, buying one more of those stars. But that is just because there are so little in that box. You require 2 for the refill? Oh boy. And back to opening I go. Alright, I has returned. Not to greatly bring away my plate and such. Hey, that one can net me some money, and that was a new one, so. Sometimes I do actually want to try get rid of that full art ghost foil card. Because if I can already sell it, I at least get the achievement. And it's just one card. But at the very same time, if I'm going to do that, I much rather wait until I can sell... what is it again? I can sell everything. Because then I can also go for the 30k achievement. I can already feel though that today is the day that I'll be reaching the 1,500. I'm going to get at least 2 achievements today. Actually, no, I'm going to get 3. 1,500 cards. Store upgraded with 20... look up to the max store size. So 20 store expansions. And being able to buy epic cards. For Destiny. Those are at least all the achievements I can do today. Because for the epic I need to go to level 48, so I can do that. The store expansion is 47. And the 1,500 cards happened somewhere before. It has happened somewhere in like the incoming 2 hours, incoming 2 to 3 hours that I still have. I do need to still upload today, so I might actually do that once I've gone through the last bit of this specific set. Okay, that's 2 more. Yeah, I'll quickly do the upload. Otherwise that happens too late and I don't know what and how. For today at 6 PM. That's what day, the 21st. And then just copy the playlist. Okay, it's not time yet. Schedule content repost is valid. Thanks, Twitter. It always does that. I always need to click a couple of times before it's like, oh, it is valid. So that means their system is just fucked. And it's scheduled. All that needs to happen now is just the upload's being done, so I can close the page and actually see my my counter again for the cards. Because that is currently behind the upload thing. Kind of as always. Normally the upload thing takes up an entire part of my screen. But considering I'm streaming, I need to put it over something that I don't instantly need to use, which in this case is the counter. And I would just wait for them all to do their job. Yeah, the upload is already almost done. It just needs to check afterwards, and that's it. Okay, they're done. Okay. Okay, it starts from there. No, those actually not the ones that I'm opening. Fire and air. Sorry, fire and wind. Both the blue ones. I think that one as well. And I think this one twice. No, that one is once. Those two is one. And that one is two. One star. Two of that other creature. I think this one. And then a Toons thing. You're good, you're good. You're good. You require one. I don't fear anyone. The only thing I fear is fear itself. Alright, stock looks good. Let's open up the store. I can't wait till it's November. I can wait until December though. I like November, I hate December. I dislike any festivities, so that instantly destroys the entirety of December for me. October, so fucking Halloween. Once again, festivities. So not for me. November is a perfect month in between. It is my birthday. Technically that is festivities, but I don't do anything with it. And it's just me getting extra money. Oh hey, the upload is done. Once I'm done with this set of packs, I just need to verbally alt-tab and close the upload page. And now I actually get to see my spreadsheet again. I hate the 1st of April specifically. And I will absolutely not leave the house, nor do anything online or live on that day. I do my uploads and that's it. Most of the time I don't even play games on the 1st of April. That 50 bucks one better be new. Of course it isn't. Our new hand touches the beacon. Hear me and obey. I am so happy to almost be done with these cards already. Because then I can fill in the numbers, and considering I've had a couple of new ones, I can just start working on base epic. Although I can also just be a cunt. So soon enough, I'm unlocking epic cards in 2 levels. I could just buy the small set. And just make sure to never have any extra boxes for it. Or make sure to just have 1 extra small box for it. But at the very same time, that is going to be so expensive. Because I'm buying the ability to sell them twice then. Technically 3 times. Because of the boxes. Because what you can do is just buy the boxes, open those up, and put those in the things. There we go. I got 7 cards out of that. So that pushed it down to 93. Meaning, next up is Epic. Put all of those in here. Okay, I need 1 more box. You're just sitting there. Anyone else? They're playing a game. Anyone that's playing a game can just keep sitting there. You can ball away. Actually. 180, that is correct. Is that a new one? Nope. Of course it isn't. You're standing here to buy cards. Those two are waddling. What are they doing? One of them is buying things. And he's waddling to me. Oh, I never actually paid for anything. Whoops. So while all the workers do their thing, I'm just going to open up, I think, 2 entire hands. Then buy all the boxes required, open up another 2, open up the store, and then we'll go from there. Of course that card wasn't new. I do wonder about the fast opening mod, not gonna lie. Box and then water for... Okay, box for the first 2. Only water in this. Two boxes of Destiny Basic. one-time simple sleeves. And air sleeves, wind sleeves I mean. One-time cleaner. That's a new. Considering to still bring things in. And now we continue opening. I might look into that mod though, not gonna lie. Actually, technically I can. I've got an iPad next to me. Looking into it doesn't mean using or getting. Just want to clarify that it only means that I'm going to look at it for a moment. Like, I want to see what the difference is. Ah, okay. That is a page on the Nexus. Oh, that is actually really fast. Yeah, not going to do that. The only thing it actually does is upping the animation speed. That's it. It doesn't make it instant or anything. Like, it still forces you to see it all. Hey, that's a new. I also saw the ghost that is called. So I've already collected 3. Oh, that wasn't even a new ghost. Fuck you! I fucking hate this game. Oh well, I can sell the ghost eventually. I mean, I can sell all the cards eventually, so. And ghost cards are definitely one of the first I'm going to sell. But that's just because of their high value, regardless of which card it is. I must be at the 1485 already. I'll check my book right after this. Please don't be new. Oh, of course not. Why would it be? There we go. That should be all good. Still busy with boxes. And that should be the last one. Okay. Earth and then this one twice, I think. Yep. Red dice, blue box. Two before the black background one and the last two ones. Star once and the tunes once. At the end of the in-game day, I'm actually going to run a small calculation, which will basically say 1,000 minus, 1,000 split by 8. No, I can't really do that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not actually going to do any calculation. I don't know how to calculate how much I should leave at the end of everything. Because I can't do that to Epic and Legendary. So it's going to pull the other numbers way too high. I should however be level 47 at the start of the next day. And otherwise, I can always at the start of the next day open up packs to get myself to 47. Like at the start of the next day, I'll just open up common packs and just see how far I can get. That is almost all packs that are there. Just done. They're still sitting. The other person has left, so that means we are good to go. I just opened up basic packs, right? Yep. Let's see, next it will be the rares. I can take 3 for myself, 2 have to go back into the system. I need 1 more box for myself. There we go. Just the water pack. Or sleeves. Those are all good, those are all good. Black background playmat. And that thing once. And while they're working, I'm going to open up these. After this pack, we can officially open up the store because I can instantly grab these last 8. There we go. Throw this box away, and let's actually open up the packs that we have now. Starting with down here. Once all the packs that are in my hands are done though, I'll quickly switch what I'm doing in game. Because I can buy the last slot then. There we go, you belong there. I just added placemats, and I will open up the shop further from this menu. That is the achievement for having all shop expansions, all base shop expansions for shop lot A. There's still shop lot B, but that requires level 50 to level 65. And that one also doesn't have any achievements. This also allows me to put the last 2 tables in. This is peak profit until I can finally sell the cards. And selling the cards doesn't even do anything to peak profit. And now we're going back to opening up packs. The first next thing I need to do is at the next level. Which I'm not even sure I can get there in the next hour. I don't assume it all was new. Oh, never mind, it was. According to the list on my right screen, I need 11 more cards before I can get to the 1500. I'm probably not going to get them with just these rare cards. I think I need to do one more set after this, which will be Rare Destiny. But I think once I'm doing the Rare Destiny, that's when I can expect the 1500. I can't wait to open up the back room further though. Get more tables in, earn more from that. I'm probably just going to move tables from in here to there. I'm going to actually look something up. Because the mod did say something about you being able to up the money amount, like how it shows like what value, or from whenever value it shows like that special thing. Which I think in here is like a tenner. Which is nothing to me. Truth be told, I'm going to set it so high that the game won't show me anything like that. Okay, there is one mod that I can now see that actually looks very interesting. Where you can hold as many packs as you want. It wasn't what I was looking for, but so it's still funny to see. Let me go into fast opening again, because I know that the mod actually gave a valuable piece of information. It was in its post, I think. Okay, delay to state, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, no, this is the one I need. I might need to install a mod to get this thing to be able to, you know, to do that, but I'm not sure. Also, for some reason I'm locked out of the Nexus. Even though I genuinely use the Nexus like a million times. Yeah, I'm not actually going to do that. I'll just have to live with it showing me the expensive cards. Even though it's dumb as hell. Yes, I do not endorse the game forcing things in my face. that don't matter to me. Especially when they've already shown that they can make toggles inside the system. Like, it can literally do a delay to wait on new ones. Why? Like, you can turn that toggle off, or you can turn that delay off. So why can't you do it for the expensive cards? Unless... Is it in documents? Do I just type in TCG in my documents? Nothing! Okay then. App data. App data is going to take a while. But I might be able to find it in my app data folder. Okay. Fire for that one. Special box for both. Yellow box and the first. Poster. Star and Hog. Star to be twice, and the tune thing has to be happening. Also twice. That was useless. That better be new. But of course it isn't. Because why would it be? At least that one is new. Card is worth more than 10 bucks. And you're like, oh yeah, no, let's make sure that the player knows. Like, I can see that on the bottom right. Thank you very much for wasting my time by playing a sound effect and wasting my time by it taking longer before it actually goes away. Yes, I genuinely want that thing to be gone. At the end of this in-game day, I'm going to get something to drink. Or at the start of the next day, it might be better. Also, I have at max 1 more hour left. That is if I want to still write today, which I don't really. Yeah, I'm going to push the writing for today back to tomorrow. Going to be completely honest, I'm also tiny bit tired. Welcome. Still not a new card. Wow, 14 bucks. That is so necessary for the store. It is so important to have that thrown in my face. There we go. Those are all filled up. Alright, you're waddling to me. You walk away. You walk away. And everyone in here is also done. Now at 994, so I got 5 out of that. Another 6 and we're done. Well, done is it's the wrong word. Ghosts, 13 of them, that's correct. Destiny. Yep. We're very close. I do wonder now, though, is the bot actually going to behave? Because I quickly restarted the bot program. I know that the last message it gave it, like the last message it gives in general, so... The first one is twice, the second one is none. Earth. Twice. One time red, 2 times black. Placemats, black background and 2 afterwards. It's the boar and the one afterwards. Two, 1, 2, 2. And that thing once. Once everything has been placed down, we're going to buy 2 boxes of Rare Destiny. And place those behind me. What I'm opening right now, and then there's 2 boxes, will be everything that I'm opening. Hopefully with that I can get to 1500 or 1500. I keep doing it. I can open up all of these. Because I think they're 2 different packs, or 2 different, one is base, the other one is Destiny. I can do them both regardless. Probably at the end of the next day, that's when I have gone through all the packs that I have right now. At least a new one. Also, I did say that at the end of the last day I would actually get something to drink, which I didn't do. Which, oh well. That's at the end of this day then. I will first calculate the difference. Alright, those are the last of base rares. Okay, that's 2. So where is now at 86? Ghost? Still the same amount. So time to work on the rare Destiny cards. Get to as many packs in this and the next in-game day as possible. I didn't even think in half an hour that I could be level 48. Honestly. Now I might still be around a little bit longer. I want to at least get to level 48 and unlock Epic and at least open up some Epic packs. These are the last ones for this in-game day. At least before 9 PM, like at 9 PM itself, when customers are still doing things. Like in the time that I'm waiting, sure. No, these are the lost packs for this in-game day. We have surpassed the 50% mark of level 47 to 48. Actually, no, we haven't. I mean, at this point we have. Why are you both still sitting? There we go. So next day, I'm going to very quickly BRB. I'm going to get myself something new to drink. And after that, it will be restocking, opening up more packs, while the next day is running. Alright, I'm back. Let's start doing this. Thank you very much. It is the rare. Earth and Wind. Blue dice. First blue twice, plus the green, plus the one after the second blue. And that's all. Boar and Bat, 2 stars. And then the last 2, both 1. And I need to quickly check the stars. But yeah, that's all correct. Okay. Shelf has no item on it. Well, it's also the fact that my hands are full. Uh, 47, so that means I have not gotten anything yet. By the end of the next day, or the start of the day after, I should be level 48. No doubt about it. That guide is worth 1,000. Yep, new. Nice. Actually, I need to open up the store. I think I'm going to buy 2 boxes of, I'd say, well, at the state that this is going, I'd say rares per day, that I'm still not the right level. Unless I'm so close to the level that I much rather just use what I have. And that's just more a case of just using whatever's on the shelf rather than what's in my case. Honestly, I might open up some more comments after this. Only once I'm done with everything that's on the shelf here. Hello there, welcome. Is that a new one? Yes, no, maybe. I don't know, it shows me the ones that earn me money. So the useless ones. I'm getting very unlucky with the new ones. I don't know. The game tells the prices and everything else. After these couple of packs, I'm quickly going to check what the difference is. I only got one. I don't have any cards IRL. I am not a card game person. Still just the one. I feel like I'm gonna get the 1500 achievement from getting the epic cards for the Destiny expansion. I don't think I'm going to get it earlier than that. Okay, that's a secondary new one. Have a good one. I did quite a while back. Well, quite a while. I'd say roughly a month ago. And I'm planning on returning to that somewhere in the incoming month. Hopefully. Yeah, I went up with 2, that's it. Get myself 2 of those, those are both for me. Fingers crossed that during the next day I can actually get myself 2 more new ones. And that way still get the 1500 before I unlock the epic Destiny cards. That one's good, that one's good. That was all customers. While they're working on the boxes and restocking, I'm going to just keep on opening. Yeah, I'm assuming at the end of the next in-game day, that's when I have my level. So this stream is going to be roughly 6 hours if I also want to spend some time opening the Epic Destiny cards. Oh, they're already done. Nice. Boxes, second one is the only one that has to be double. Don't grab the rare cards, but grab everything else once. The water card sleeves. Red box and the thing before the... that one. Black background and then the second to last twice. Star twice, this thing once. And then the tunes thing. That should be all. Okay, they're working on the last boxes now from what I can see. Oh no, the Toons box still isn't in. So now we open up the store. Now we continue opening. Yeah, I'm assuming that in the middle of the next day, that's gonna level up. Well, that's a new one. Maybe I can get to the 1500 during this. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to be buying any card packs the next day. Before the next day. I might get like a box of commons. Like one. Like Destiny commons. Just to at least be opening something, but considering in the middle of that day we're going to switch over. Oh, hey, I got the achievement actually. I've only just now realized. I was not looking at all. But I've gone down with quite an amount already. Which is good for me. Yeah, no, middle of the next day I'll be getting the next level. I'm getting one box for myself and that's it. One box of commons, which I'll actually buy right after this. How many levels did I then actually get today? Because that means that the experience suddenly starts going up like crazy. $148, $161. So I've done 13 days so far. And I was at 45 and I'm now... But really? Only 2 levels over the entirety of the stream and it's going to be 3. That's it. Oh yeah, definitely in the middle of the next level, of the next day, I mean. I was like, good grief, how many How many am I getting? Actually, I'm gonna get myself a box of epic base. That is still the highest amount right now. Well, that is at this point the highest amount. Now, obviously, I will do the entire box. Even if I get the level beforehand. Nobody's sitting alone. You're sitting alone. I did say I'll be doing one box. Okay, those stores still playing. Okay, no, they just got done. I'm learning the numbers ASAP. Another new one. Nice. That's a difference of 8. Oh, that actually makes it... that makes sure that I can do legendaries. With it being just 83. Because legendary from the base set is 85. Epic is the highest, with Rare coming afterwards. And a legendary after that. However, we'll be doing Epic Destiny after this, because those become available in the middle of this day. And I want to get as many packs from this already done before that happens. If I'm not done with the packs and the game basically is like, hey, you're not the right level yet, I am going to grab specifically epic packs from the stock in the shop. That's the only moment I allow myself to do that. And then the moment I level up, and the moment my hands are empty, I'll get the new packs and I'll get everything ready. Wow, we actually got a new one in this. We got 2 new ones. Three new ones. And that is just in this hand of cards. Okay, fire for the special, both air, sorry, both ground. Or earth. That special box. Those are 8 rares. So now I can just buy 2 boxes of that. Basic sleeves and red dice. The green one once. The star only once, and that's it. I'll check the difference between both by the end. When I've done them both, honestly. Actually, no, I'm going to instantly do this because the other one can be done separately from the epic cards. This one can't. Like epic normals and epic destinies are okay. I can combine any pack from epic and any pack from base, but I can't combine 2 base and 2 epics or 2 destinies. Let's open these as quickly as possible and then, well, let's start. I better be real quick because there's only like 2k experience left. And still 3 hands of cards. Obviously, whatever we're selling to the customers comes first. Me opening packs of that type always comes later. Just over 1,000 experience away. Like 1,200 right now. Ish. And this is how quick that experience goes. No, obviously the amount of experience that, you know, I get from opening packs also happens. Less than 1,000. Last 8 packs. We are roughly 500 experience away. $1,003, so that means I got 4. I'm opening up 4 legendary packs. And now we have it. I got 1 legendary out of that. The first 3 are solely for customers. And then we order 3 of these for myself. Okay, I need 1 more box for myself. I mean, technically I don't, but... Because I think there's only 2 hands more in it, I am going to actually get myself 1 more box. Yoink! And these are all new. Also welcome. But I already have a copy. That was very fast. Second back instead something from the first back in it. Okay, that's rather quick. Oh well. I get to do a lot of calculation after this. Fingers crossed that with the entire batch, I knock at least 100 out of the park. Maybe 150, but 100 would already be good. I'm doing 2 more in-game days. At that point, I'm going to go for it today. But I should be done with at least all the packs done as well. They're all playing. I mean, 2 just got done, and nobody's sitting here. Now I have to wait for the last to be done playing. I'm actually going to run calculations multiple times, due to the amount of cards that are new. I'll be doing the exact same thing for Legendary. Okay, neither of the other 2 bought something. At the end of this day, I'll do a calculation once the other 2 are done playing and decide on to buy something or not. Okay, now this one decided to buy anything, so time for the next day. 605. That means we actually got more than 100. Yeah, 126. So far, that's weird. Oh, it's because I'm not doing the right calculation. I did 479 and not 497. So 605 minus 497. 108. Yeah, now the amounts are correct. This is an empty box. This is a story of an empty box. I don't want to put it anywhere else. Oh, I hate to have to actually put this one back. Because it's just a 1. Okay. Fire for the Destiny cards. Destiny cards are all okay. Sleeves for fire and basic special. Black and white dice and yellow box. Grab the bird in the first one and the one after the black background. Which is this one. Star. Okay. There we go. And between these, 2 of both. And we'll see how correct that is. Opening up card packs and just making sure that you sell everything you can sell. Opening up card packs, if you get some very high value cards, that can give you quite some experience. Beep, boop, commander.
So what's Riddle up to these days?
Well, just like Caspian or Justin, I got myself the a TCG card game simulator or a shop simulator.
Right.
And I've just been no-lifing that for the past couple of days.
Fair enough, fair enough.
And I'm slowly getting to level 50.
Right.
Which is around the halfway mark for all levels.
Yeah. Have you been, I mean, I know you don't really pay attention to, like, you know, online drama stuff, but this one's spicy as shit. Have you heard about Ubisoft lately?
No, what has Ubisoft done?
Gone bankrupt.
What?
Well, at least they're not officially yet, but they're very, very, very steadily heading in that direction. They're not. So gaming has been a nightmare lately. Basically, Ubisoft released that new Star Wars game, which I pretty much predicted would be the typical Ubisoft formula. And, you know, let's be honest, everyone saw that one coming. Awful quality, you know, very big open world with fuck all to do except for collect shit, climb tower there. You know, the Ubisoft guarantee.
The Ubisoft guarantee, yes.
Add to that some shit tier fucking game design, awful writing, and obviously, for good measure, some dumbass CEO just making dumbass statements like, well, you know, don't buy our games. Okay, don't mind if we don't. I think the exact thing they said, that we should be getting more comfortable not owning our game. And he said that off of the back of, you know, them shutting down the crew servers for whatever reason. It's like basically turning off the games that we bought. And their response was, well, you should get more comfortable not actually owning your games. Well then, okay, I guess you should be comfortable with not actually buying your games. If we don't own them, well, we're not going to buy them. Easy as that.
I mean, here's the thing. I get Ubisoft Plus whenever I want to play any of their games. I don't buy the game anymore, because I, in that time, finish up that entire game.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's only like $15. It compares to the, what, 100 that you pay for a full version?
Mm-hmm.
Like...
all things considered, you know, that stupid Game Pass thing is a relatively good deal.
I mean, you get the base game plus all DLCs. Like, you literally get the most expensive version of the game for $15 a month.
The problem is, though, that and Ubisoft is slowly starting to realize this, that is not, for them, not actually as profitable as you might think.
Yeah, of course it is. Well, people that forget to turn off their subscription.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping for.
Yeah.
People in today's society, where money is a lot more valuable than before, you know, people don't forget this shit anymore.
I used to forget it, but at this point, I'm very tight on it.
Yeah, no, and you know, in general, people are more tight with their money nowadays. So yeah, the likelihood of them forgetting it is, well, it's still there, obviously, but you know, a lot less likely. But anyway, so they released, you know, yet another shit tier Ubisoft game. They made some stupid comments here and there, obviously the not owning your games thing, and then, you know, when people criticized their stupid game, they got really defensive and angry. Not as bad as some other studio I know, but still pretty bad.
EA.
I was actually looking at Sony this time around.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
not sure if you heard about what Concord did. I didn't even know Concord was a thing until it flopped.
Oh yeah, no. Did you know that that Ragnarok actually made it? The God of War Ragnarok also made it to Steam with the entire. Oh, you need a PSN account.
Yeah. Sony is not. That's been really taking L's lately. But regardless, so the one thing right now that's basically keeping Ubisoft stock from. I mean, they've already lost more than 60% of their stock. I mean, this is a massive, colossal slap in the face, which no one seems to mind. In fact, the community as a whole kind of is cheering this on because it's really good to see one of the big studios finally get some comeuppance. Because, previously, they could fuck up as many times as they want because they were just too big to fail. Apparently not anymore.
No, but
Now, the next thing, keeping them afloat, is the upcoming release of Assassin's Creed Shadows. So they're pretty much fucked. Because that game so far has not been received well at all.
Shall I tell you one thing about that?
Well,
just like the last one, I'm going to be using Ubisoft Plus.
Yeah, but I think most people that actually are interested in the game do.
The
thing is that it has potential, but they've Ubisofted the fuck up because they're going for the whole dual protagonist thing again.
Yeah,
which I don't mind. It's just that one of the protagonists doesn't really seem to fit the bill all too much. And then they've actually caused such a fucking nightmare of a fight with Japan, funnily enough. Because they're not too interested in their history basically being lied about, because what they're telling Western audiences is that this one character, who is based on a real person, I haven't made him up completely, so that's why I'm still somewhat interested. But they've blown his role in history way out of proportion, as if he's like the next coming of Jesus Christ. He's an actual samurai, very important dude. That's what they're telling us. And in Japan, they're like, no, we're doing it a lot more realistically. He wasn't that important. They're basically, lying about their history behind their back. So Japan is not particularly happy. We're not too happy because we can see right through that bullshit. And it also happens to be that this character, funnily enough, is one of the most well-documented, well-represented characters in media and gaming as a whole. So when Ubisoft came out to say, we just want to shine a spotlight on a lesser-known character, it's like, fuck right off. No, you don't. You just want to get some representation points again. But whatever. The counterpoint is that the other character, the actual Japanese ninja chick, does look really cool. Has a lot of things going for her. Hopefully the story revolves more around her, because the big other dude doesn't even have, like, straight up does not even have the ability to climb in a fucking Assassin's Creed game.
Oh.
So that's saying, like, okay, that one's going to be more action focused, which no one liked, by the way. But that also maybe, because we don't really know, no one's played the game yet, but maybe that means that he's not going to be like the main character, like you're primarily playing as the actual ninja, and sometimes as him. But whatever. So this game, which is basically what Ubisoft's survival is based on, is rocky as shit. So it's not looking too good for all Ubisoft at the moment.
You know what is sad about it?
Well,
to me, EA is so much worse.
Yeah.
And they're still alive.
It sucks, isn't it? Because
like,
I don't actually want Ubisoft to fail, but I want a company to fail. It just sucks it happens to be them.
Yeah, because here's the thing. No matter how dull the Ubisoft games get, I can still somewhat enjoy them. Mm-hmm. Now, Valhalla, if that was a separate game, a standalone game, if that was not Assassin's Creed, I would have probably been able to enjoy it. But they had to slap Assassin's Creed onto it.
The thing is, if they like straight up make that a Viking game and got rid of all like the Assassin's Creed story quirks that didn't really seem to fit the universe at all, to be honest, would have been a decent game.
Yeah, at that point I would be like, okay, because then I see it as a separate thing. But now I see it as an installment from Assassin's Creed, and then you notice that things are just not lining up properly.
Yeah. I mean, the best thing about Valhalla is that it made me realize that Odyssey really wasn't as bad as I sometimes made it out to be. Unless you're playing as male Alexios. Fuck that voice actor. Holy shit. I get tired of hearing that man speak 5 seconds into the game.
Fair.
Also, Cassandra's kind of hot, but whatever. And anyway, the other gaming related issue, a game no one, I straight up mean no one gives a fuck about, Concord. Maybe you've heard of it. It's kind of
I've heard
it's on the wave.
I've heard that Sony was so adamant on that game that they pulled the plug like 2 weeks in.
Yeah, the thing is that Sony didn't even come up with the game. They bought the studio that was making the game because they saw like mega potential in the game and financed the fuck out of it. Like, I mean, this was all Sony. And there's now been reports of people that were working for Sony and for that company at the time that they were hyping this up internally to be like that would become an IP as big as Star Wars. Like, this was going to become the future of Sony. That's straight up. Those were quotes from the higher ups. That's how ridiculous this shit is. So that means the game has to be good, right? Now the thing is, I've seen this game, never played it, never intended to. Because it's basically a fucking Overwatch clone. It's a hero shooter, and not even a good one. It looks awful as hell. From what I've been told, the gameplay is alright, sure. But I mean, if you look at the character designs, they are god fucking awful. The story is just bland as hell. Basically, just an even worse and cringier version of the fucking Avengers, which I'm not sure how you can pull that off. How that's even physically possible, but they managed it. And then, when people started,
sick.
The thing is that they hyped this up, and Sony basically believes this is the next biggest game ever. And it releases, and I shit you fucking not, 600 people on Steam are playing it. Oof. It's like, wow. That is bad. That is very, very bad.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Sony also must have forced people to make a to have a PlayStation account, so it's banned in over 100 countries.
Yeah, the thing is though that everyone saw this one coming, because everyone that knew anything about this game knew it was gonna be a pile of trash. Because look at the fucking game. It's, for one, it's an Overwatch clone in a very saturated market. Like, there are hero shooters everywhere these days.
I mean,
and none of them are even that good.
I mean, here's the thing. Let's all appreciate TF2.
TF2 is still the best fucking hero shooter out there. They're not even like technically a real hero shooter. But they're basically the same. It's the same gameplay, more or less.
Yeah, no, it's all based on that.
TF2 has not like upgraded their gaplay in the years it's been out, and it still feels just as modern as all those other games. I don't know how they pulled that off.
I mean, it still holds up, even with all the bots that are in the game.
Yeah. The thing is, the big kicker here, which everyone is just laughing about, is, for one, what the people have said internally about what was handling things. And this is a problem in a lot of game studios nowadays, where they're calling it toxic positivity. Now, this is not a term I've been hearing a lot, but it's becoming increasingly popular. Basically, it's saying that you're not allowed to say anything negative about the game while you're making the game. Now, I don't think I need to explain to you why that's a bad idea.
You need to be able to voice your concerns so that they can be fixed and patched out.
If it's shit, it's shit. The thing is that they're hiring a whole bunch of diversity people, the rainbow folk, and they're not allowed to be pissed off, because otherwise, I mean, this is common in a lot of businesses lately. They're just gonna go home and cry and not come to work. So it's just ingrained in work culture at all to not be negative whatsoever. Now, this is a bad idea when it comes to making any sort of product. Doesn't matter what it is. If it's a car, if it's the game, if it's a fucking airplane.
If it's shit, work on it, fix it, make it better, improve it.
Yeah, because I don't think I've ever made something or come up with something that's flawless. Like, it's always there are always areas to improve, and you fucking need that, dumbass. Never say no to criticism. As much as it sucks, like, even like straight up negative, like where they're bringing you criticism and even being an asshole about it, even that is valuable. Like, it fucking sucks. You're basically getting bullied, but at least there's a goddamn point to it. Doesn't mean you shouldn't slap them in the face afterwards, but at least take what they say. It's some sort of grain of salt, but whatever.
Take what they say and at least try and communicate with your team about it.
Reflect on it a little bit. But
Yeah,
obviously, this is where the problem originated. People, because let's be honest, people online can be absolute fucking assholes. Everyone knows it. And gamers are not usually very well known for voicing their criticisms in a healthy manner. Or like adults, let's put it that way. They never fucking do that. They always just start screaming in forums and making YouTube videos and then start screaming in the comments of the YouTube videos. That's what they do.
Yep.
And for the last few years, I found myself most of the time not really agreeing with any of those negative opinions. Like, sure, I can see that, a game might not be that great, but I'm not going to be boarding the hate train for it. I think I've just gotten so used to games sucking ass so much, I don't even get upset over it anymore. I just kind of expect it at this point. But regardless, this is where the problem probably started. This ingrained in the work culture. And now it's making games like this happen, because at some point someone should have pulled the plug on this and went back to the drawing board. Like, hey, this is never gonna work. Instead, Sony kept doubling down. Now, they must have at least made about $1 million worth of sales from this game. Wanna guess
after how much they put in?
Yeah, do you want to guess how much they put in?
Probably like 50 million?
400 million.
Jesus.
Yeah. Apparently, the game was at a relatively okay state when they were roughly around the $200 million mark. Sony took a look at the game, saw it was an utter piece of shit, and doubled the fuck down, because they were already way in too deep at that point.
Yikes.
So the $400 million on a game that was played by 600 people on Steam on the day of release, Riddle. This could not have been. Honestly, like, I could go into Mad Games Tycoon and make the worst games possible and still probably get more players. Fuck me, dude.
Have you, by the way, tried playing a game on Legendary difficulty?
No.
Give it a shot. You will get the worst game of the year award that way.
Guaranteed.
I've done it that way.
Fair enough. But
I tried to get somewhere, but
So anyway, so Sony has been absolutely shat on, because now, you just know after this, heads are rolling over there. Someone's getting fucked over this. And the thing is that they're probably going to fire like the head guy at the studio that they bought, by the way. And to an extent, it is probably primarily his fault. He made the shit fucking game. But the CEOs and the executives at Sony are just going to be ignored. But we really should shine a fucking spotlight on those dumbasses.
Sony should fuck off on the market completely.
Jesus Christ. I mean, they're so out of fucking touch. They thought that this was going to be the next Star Wars. God forbid what they have in store for the rest of the games they are making right now. Because this was straight up their biggest game ever. All that, like, really good games, like amazing games, like some of the latest fucking God of War games, were less expensive to make than this piece of shit, and this flopped so hard they didn't even make like 1% of their money back. It is absolutely laughable. Now the thing is, Sony's too big really to fail at this point, because they basically dominate half the console market. They're not gonna fail, but I really hope they do, because that's another issue I realized some time ago. Yeah, there was a really annoying pattern when it came down to any of Rockstar's releases. Basically saying that the PC release came about half a year later. Whoops. They do that every single goddamn time. And I was like, wait a minute, that's right. Half a year to like a year at least. Uh-oh. Wait a minute, I play on PC. And this is when, because they've got, especially GTA is very, very popular on the consoles as opposed to the fucking PCs, because they are more cheat friendly, so to say. Like, they are much more easy to control the cheaters on. That is one benefit to the PC. We can hack the fuck out of anything if we try hard enough. And Rockstar doesn't like that very much, because one of the first things we do is give ourselves fuck tons ass of money, which they don't like because shark cards are a thing. So obviously they're going to try to milk out the consoles before we can even get the game, Now they've also they did this with GTA and even with Red Dead, got a deal with Microsoft and Sony, is to keep it exclusive to the consoles, because at the same time they'll release a new console. Now we're not gonna get the PlayStation 6. We are gonna get the PlayStation 5 Pro, which I shit you not is $900.
Yeah, no, I've seen so many things being said about like, oh, it's going to blow the PC. It's going to be better than PC, dude. There's not even
4070 in there. Shut the fuck up, guys.
Oh, it will be doing way better than the 4090. No, it won't. And any of the shit you're saying, like, oh, it can do 4K. No, it can't.
Yeah, the only thing is confirmed is that it does 60 FPS. I was like, wow, whoop-de-doo, I've been doing way beyond that for the fucking last 10 years. But sure.
Is 60 FPS at 1080p if I'm correct?
Yeah.
But the console can't do 4K. It might look 4K, but that's just upscaling.
Yeah, and you don't even get a goddamn disc player or even the fucking stand that it comes on. Like they can price this thing at $900, but not include the fucking stand or at least the disc player.
Look at how Sony has been falling when it gets to games. They have to make the money somehow.
Not even to mention the fact, and this is something that most console players even agree on, is that this generation of consoles is just fucking awful. Like the consoles themselves, yeah, sure, they're alright, but it's the games. There are no new gen games. They're still like basically on PS4 gen, because most of the PlayStation 5 titles are PS4 games, for fuck's sake, and all the other ones that get added, for the PS5 get backported to the PS4 too. So what the fuck was the whole point? And now you're coming out with a new one, which they're already marketing, by the way, as the premier console to play GTA 6 on. Like, they're marketing this thing specifically for GTA 6. That's how hype they're expecting this thing to go. And hell, some executives have even said that, well, it'll be sucky basically for the PC folk, but maybe this will convince them to go buy a console. There's no fucking PC player in the world with like a $3,000 PC setup that'll even consider buying a fucking $900 console for one video game.
Let me mute myself on the stream to very quickly say one thing about PlayStation and about their executives.
Nice. I've been a bit too many. Quite far, actually.
Okay, there we go.
But yeah, no, I totally get that. That was a very well represented and maturely set point there, Riddle.
I've been using those specific words to vocalize things more often now.
But yeah, no, the thing is that GTA 6, it's gonna suck being a PC gamer for at least a year. Because it's gonna, there's no way around it. We're gonna get spoiled. End of story. The thing is that if they were pricing this thing at like a normal console level, my fucking dumbass would have even considered it maybe, and then probably sold it, at some point when I'm done playing the game, when it comes out on PC or whatever. But I did want to experience, because it's fucking GTA 6, man. Fucking hell.
I'm going to wait for it, most definitely.
But yeah, I'm going to have to wait for it, because I'm not shelling out $900 for some bullshit console.
I'm not going to do that for a console regardless, and at the very same time, I can wait for a year.
Yeah.
And I'm not someone who they can easily get with that stupid little thing that they do. It's like, them trying, like people trying to tell you the story before you can even play it. Like, I don't get affected by that because I will have forgotten by the time it comes out.
Yeah, fair.
Because that's how much I care about a game that isn't released on PC or isn't released yet on PC.
Yeah, but if I'm lucky, I know my dad is really looking forward to GTA 6, and he'll probably get one for his, whatever console he'll end up using. So I could maybe sneak off and go play it there. And yeah, obviously the thing is that we're all gonna wait for GTA Online anyway. That's what we're really here for. Let's be honest. Like the story itself, sure. I'm gonna fucking enjoy the shit out of it because I enjoyed the single player for GTA 5. a lot even. Hell, I was one of the last guys I know to actually go play GTA Online, because for the most part I didn't give a shit. I was a single player only type of dude, and GTA Online kind of really sucked when it just dropped.
Oh yeah, no, same. It's only when it started to come to PC that I actually played on the Xbox again and actually got into my that actually went into live.
GTA Online really only took off when the heist really came in.
Yep.
Everything prior to that was kind of lame.
Now heists were a thing before it came to PC, but I didn't even try the heist on the Xbox. Yeah.
But usually it doesn't take too long for GTA Online to release and the PC market to come up. So if I go to my dad's play through the single player story, I will at least have experienced that, and then I can more happily wait a goddamn year. Because it's gonna happen, because they could easily just release it at the PC at the same time, because I don't really think there's much of a fucking issue here. Other than the stupid exclusivity thing. And considering how much shit
other than Rockstar,
anyway.
Other than Rockstar being absolutely fucking dumbasses.
Yeah, the thing is that community-wise, they're fucking over a big part of the community, sure, but they don't give a shit. They're earning so much money off of this deal, which is the bottom line for most executives, sadly enough. There's not like, oh, we want to give this game to as many people as possible because we want to provide happiness to the world. Now fuck that, they want to make dollar bills.
Okay, so here's the reason why I want Project Murder to go to Steam only, or practically Steam only. I don't trust Epic Games. I won't ever. And I'm not going to go to PlayStation or Microsoft for the sheer reason that releasing on their consoles costs a fuck ton more money than releasing on Steam. And I don't have that money.
Yeah, we don't.
So
we haven't built that up yet.
Besides that, I'm not willing to port it to either of those two. Not in the current state.
Who the hell is going to play a visual novel on a goddamn console anyway?
Yeah, fair. But at the very same time, it's like, I don't want to deal with their bullshit. I don't want to deal with their pricing. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, once we get to the point in 500 years when we actually start making good games, could consider it, because it's more. In the end, it's more money for us. More net profit anyway. But as far as the early levels go, especially when we're doing visual novels, it's not even worth considering. I know even our first little 3D games are not even worth considering. They have to be straight up good.
Yeah, if you're going to the console market, you're going to need to have something big.
Yeah.
Which is another reason why I don't want a console, or why I'm not going to why I'm not going to get a console or buy a game straight, because they're only big games and I don't usually play those.
Yeah, fair.
Like this game that I'm playing right now is very small.
Yeah.
It's in such a way so basic. What you're doing most of the time is just opening up packs. You're selling them as well, but you need to open them as well for cards, because those cards can be very lucrative.
Yeah. So speaking of which, another big game that's getting to be around the corner, the new Dragon Age game, is getting a lot of flack online because people have been playing this now. Some of the YouTubers and whatever, they got themselves a little preview media event, and they got to actually get some hands-on time with the game. And this is where I'm really starting to dislike the community, because prior to this was nothing but a fucking meme or a joke, or at least something that games companies used to label us with in order to ignore the actual criticisms that we were bringing. But people are flaming this fucking game left, right, and center, because oh wait, hold on, let me give you the positives first. Actually, so the gameplay is more action-based, but very fluent, very fun. The writing seems to be on par with what we're used to. The companions seem very interesting. Your home base seems really good. Graphics look amazing. All in all, pretty much every single important key for thing of this game seems to be pretty good. Character customizer is a lot better than what we're used to. They still have 2 different voice types for male and female that you can choose from, so not nice variety there. And, you know, all in all, every single big aspect of this game, people are positive about. So what the fuck is the issue then? What could we possibly find that we should start raving and ranting over? Well, they fucking found it.
Microtransactions.
No, not even that.
I mean, it's EA, so it would be. I kind of expect.
They're going to be in there. Let's be honest. But whatever. What the community has circled around and singled out and starting, you know, to throw up their fucking flaming pitchforks, is the fact that in the character customizer you have the option. Well, for one, there are pronouns, which people don't like, and I don't see a fucking issue with. And also, you can add like a well, what's the term for it? Like the sort of scar you end up getting for like if you do the gender transition surgery. You can add the scar, and people are fucking livid. They're saying that this game is fucking woke. They're fucking it's going to be a rainbow gay fest. I'm like, really? Are you guys fucking taking the piss?
Why is that an issue?
I don't like. I only really find it an issue if the game is like all about that, or it's like it's shoehorning it in. This is just a character customization option, guys. Calm the fuck down.
A character customization option you can fucking ignore.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Like people threw a fucking fit when they saw pronouns in Starfield. It's like, I get that, you know, lately, in the last, you know, 7 or so years, games have been incredibly fucking preachy about their messages and whatever, which people are starting to get really tired of. But this is such a non-issue here, guys. Seriously, I don't even really care for any of these things, and I'm not bothered one bit by it. Like, unless it's like forcing me to be a transgender person, okay, then I might have an issue with it.
Yeah, okay,
it's a fucking optional thing, guys.
Yeah,
calm the fuck down.
As long as it's optional, like that's what I agree with. If it's forced on you, then I say, yeah, no, fuck you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't give a shit about this, and now people are slandering this game again, which, by all intents and purposes, actually looks to be a decent fucking sequel to the franchise that I like. And now I just don't get it. Like, I think I don't know, it might be fucking old age or something, but I just don't feel as connected to the community as I did like years ago when I was on board. But when I wasn't just getting hyped or, you know, hate hype or whatever with them, but I genuinely agree with most of the points that were being made. And funny enough, the games media, you know, studios would often slap back at the community saying, well, you're just a bunch of fucking bigots and goddamn homophobes. Which, when we were like, no, that's not at all what we're saying. We're complaining about something else entirely. But now we're just straight up complaining about this stuff, are we? We're just straight up being homophobes now, or you know, transphobes or whatever. Yeah. It's like, what the fuck? Seriously, guys? I mean, one complaint that was made as well, which, funny enough, actually goes entirely contradictory to this point, is that all the companions, all of them, are now technically bisexual. You can romance them as any character, which I find to be a good thing, because I found that the romance options in Inquisition were kind of restricted because everyone was fucking gay. They were literally all goddamn gay. Now they're all bisexual, and they're like, there's not enough gay people in here. I'm like, really, guys? You're just finding any excuse to be angry now, are you? That's what's going on here.
I mean, I like them all being bisexual, because that means you as a player literally have all the choice you could want.
Yeah. You could romance all 3 of the chicks instead of like the whole 1, or I guess 2 in Inquisition, out of which 1 is the only attractive one.
Like people bitch about it, sure, but it's like they've made it more open for people to do whatever they want. That is a good thing.
They're giving you more fucking options. What the fuck are we
restricting a player is the most dumbest thing you can do.
Yeah.
Like the game that I'm playing, it has, when you open up packs, there's a show next card and an auto next card.
Mm-hmm.
I have show next card off and I have auto next card on, just so that cards automatically do things. When a new card shows up, it will just go past it.
Mm-hmm.
We have that option. But when a card of like a certain value shows up, we have to click through it. This game, it shows that they're able to give us the option, by show new cards being able to be talkable. Why is the prize thing not talkable?
Yeah.
Like, that is something that I'm like, they've shown us that they can give us control, so like, we basically don't get enough control with this game. So, me hearing about what Dragon Age is doing, giving the player all control that they could possibly want, yeah, to me that's a good thing.
Yeah. Same.
Because it means that I can enjoy the game the way that I would like it.
Yeah.
Instead of being restricted.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe not even enjoying the game. This is why I dislike MMOs over regular RPGs.
Yeah.
Skyrim, you can be a thief with a greatsword.
Yeah.
In an MMO, you can't do that because you're always linked to your to like what type of character you are.
Yeah. And now in most MMOs, you know, as far as the story goes, they're very, very linear. Like, you don't even get to have any freedom there. So I think that's one of the reasons as to why Old Republic is my favorite MMO, because it at least gives you enough variety within the characters and the stories.
Yep.
And now you do have the ability to switch some weapons around nowadays. But regardless, there are some actual criticisms that you can levy against Dragon Age Veilguard. Because for one, the combat seems to just be completely action-oriented nowadays. You know, where it started to be very tactical in Origins, became kind of a mix in Dragon Age 2, became, you know, mostly combat, but at like a slow pace in Inquisition. It's now just like an action game. It's like, okay, that's a big deviation away from what we used to. So and the art style and game design seems to look, or at least have a lot of hints at the game's previous, you know, big, massive multiplayer live service game design. Because there's still a lot of like skeleton of that laying around. Because, you know, the game was kind of shuffled around a bit.
Yeah, okay, but that I can still understand.
Yeah, because that you know, the art style kind of leans itself more toward that style of game, which is, you know, something we're just gonna have to deal with now. Now the thing is that in Dragon Age games, I'm not there for the fucking combat anyway. I don't think I've ever really enjoyed combat in my Dragon Age games. Like, I've endured it to get to the story, because that was always really good. Now
in most games, I enjoy it.
Yeah, in this game, the combat at least is a big variation against what we used to. I don't necessarily think that's too much of a bad thing, because I don't really care about the combat anyway. And this game, the combat does look a lot flashier, a lot cooler, and your character actually looks like they fucking know what they're doing for once, because in the Inquisition they fucking flail around like a dumbass for the entire game. And they're reducing the amount of companions you can take on a mission from 3 to 2. People are pissed off about that. I don't really care. I straight up don't really care.
I mean, it gives you less... Like, it makes sure that you have to choose more precisely who you would like to stick with you.
Yeah, and they've even, like, in the developer video thing, explained that for every mission, every big mission anyway, there's a few different options that you get depending on who you take with you, and you know, depending on which enemy you're dealing with, or which faction you're going up against, or where you're at in the story. It would make more sense to bring other guys as opposed to the one or two companions that you always take with you in every goddamn scenario, like you do in Inquisition. I always just pick the same dude every single time.
Yep.
So this would kind of throw that around. So I actually see this kind of, okay, as a good thing. And how, well, if it's just, oh yeah, the one thing that's taken away is that you can't control your companions anymore, which I never did anyway, so...
I did a little bit if my character was actually, you know, dead, and I was able to heal him, but that's it.
So the thing is that, all in all, like, online, people are basically shouting and screaming as if this will basically be the worst Dragon Age ever. Meanwhile, I'm actually somewhat optimistic about this, all things considered, funnily enough. If I look through the hate and actually study what I've seen from the game myself, it doesn't
as
look
you
that
should.
bad. And this is funny enough because, you know, people are kind of slamming Inquisition still for being, you know, pretty mediocre, and it's one of my favorite games ever. Like, I recognize its flaws, sure, like, it's not great at all, but it's also my favorite game of all time. One of my favorite games of all time, anyway.
So I've played Inquisition, of course, as the only Dragon Age game.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed it. It wasn't like my favorite game of all time, but that's because you know, I more or less didn't know what I was doing. But I think part of that is also the fact that I've never played Origins or the second one.
Yeah.
And
like some of the badass moments and some of the recurring characters, you have a stronger connection to if you play through the previous ones.
Yeah, and the only reason why I haven't done that is like I tried to think Origins, but I wasn't able to enjoy it at all.
No, I mean, to be fair, I never finished Origins, and I never finished Dragon Age 2 either. It's just that, you know,
I owned them, but that's about it.
Yeah. I never finished them myself, because Dragon Age 2, it's just straight not that great of a game. Origins is really good, it's just that I could not bring myself to finish it for some reason, I don't know why. It kind of just loses traction halfway through, and it just never picks up again, at least not for me.
Close enough to the start, you do like a ritual, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you go to a city, if I'm correct.
Yeah, yeah.
I got to that city, and that's about all that I've ever done.
Yeah, it's just that one of those games that's just, you know, too old to really enjoy now. It shows its age.
I would like to, but then they would need to re-release it or something.
Yeah, do like a proper remaster.
Yeah, kind of like they did with Mass Effect, which I'm going to actually play again.
I mean, Mass Effect, you know, that's a game that's still in development, which, you know, it has been touted as saying will include Shepard. I'm pretty sure that's been confirmed, by the way, like completely confirmed. So it's just basically going to be straight up Mass Effect 4. And if this game, if Vilgard releases well, I've got decent hopes for Mass Effect, and I'm getting really excited for that. Because I don't think Vilgard's going to be as bad as people make it out to be. In fact, you know, I'm pretty sure it's going to be relatively good. So that says that, you know, Mass Effect 4 could be a winner.
So here's the thing. I'm actually going to play through Mass Effect again, like entirely. Simply because of the fact that, you know, new drive. I can actually do it.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of, by the way, it's something completely unrelated, but I want to murder a member of my family.
Oh boy.
So, like, someone could not have hurt me physically and emotionally more than this person has. So, my dad is slowly becoming a gamer, right? He's been going down the rabbit hole for a while. In fact, he's even come to the conclusion that most of us have lately, that the smaller games seem to be better than the bigger games. It's like, yeah, we
mostly
all come to the same conclusion, yeah.
Mostly true. There are still some big games that I'd say hold up relatively well, but only relatively.
And there are small games that suck, but, you know, there are real hidden gems in there. Now, for the longest time, because I know he's all about, you know, tycoon-ish management games and whatever, and I slowly started to go into like the open world games, I was like, hey, you should take a look at Satisfactory. I think you would, being a big nerd like that and being all about fucking like logistic numbers and shit, like you'll really fuck with this game, trust me. Now, he's never given it a shot until recently. He played for 61 minutes. This is prior to the 1.0 launch, like a week prior. I even told him to wait, but he was getting excited. He couldn't wait. Said that he didn't understand anything what was going on. Saw a bunch of animals, got his ass beat because he didn't have any sort of weapon to defend himself with, which kind of goes to show that he was not paying attention whatsoever.
Listen to what Ada says.
He's not paying attention whatsoever. Was completely confused, thought it would be a lot more fun than it is, and went back to playing his new favorite game, which he said was very similar to Satisfactory. And in fact, he was pretty sure that Satisfactory took some things away from this game. You know what that game is?
Well,
Lego Fortnite. And I pretty much exploded on the spot. I was like, what? You're straight up playing fucking Fortnite and you say that's better than... You don't know what you're talking about. Shut the fuck up. You're not my father anymore. Also because Lego Fortnite came after Satisfactory, but shut the fuck up. And it's also not even that good.
Didn't they add Lego to it way later down the line?
Yeah, it's like a very recent addition.
What the fuck is that old geezer talking about then?
My heart like shattered into a million pieces. I was like, we cannot be family anymore. You cannot.
I want to murder him now.
Well, you cannot. You said this to me. I can't believe that. How awful of a person you are. Anyway, I basically told him, like, I asked him about it. Okay, what was your experience? Like, I really interrogated this asshole, and I basically told him, like, hey, man, you're a fucking dumbass. You didn't know anything about fucking anything. Let me goddamn show you how to play this game. So, in about a week, when I get my next week off, I'm gonna go over and give him satisfactory lessons. Hopefully to convert the error of his thinking. Because if he genuinely thinks Lego Fortnite is a better, like, building / survival game as Satisfactory is, he is just fucking retarded.
Isn't he already? By just his
he
statement earlier?
might be a lost cause. Because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about most of the time, apparently. Like, this is the same dude that played the entirety of Mass Effect, did end up skipping Mass Effect 1 because it just felt too awkward to play. It's like, yeah, fair point. Can't even blame you for that one, really. But then played through Mass Effect 2 and 3. Really enjoyed his time, mind you, so there is some hope for this fucker. Then he comes to, like, the fucking Get mission in Mass Effect 3. Yeah, that whole campaign.
Ooh.
Comes to the end of the last mission, where you basically know where Legion wants to upload himself into the Reaper to kind of free the Get and whatever. Doesn't pay attention, puts his fucking controller down, just clicks a random button, and goes to eat a snack or whatever. And then they get to the point that Legion is doing the transfer, and Tally's basically begging Shepard to not fucking do this, and you get this prompt to make a dialogue option. Where you can, if you score enough, points or whatever, you can go with the special, like, light to dark dialogue that basically tells the Get or the Quarians to stand the fuck down. Didn't listen, didn't read, clicked a random button, Tally killed herself, and then he wiped out the fucking Quarians and sided with the Get, which he didn't intend on doing. He's like, oh, whoopsie. Haven't you learned anything about Mass Effect? Fucking don't stop paying attention in the dialogue. That's the whole game. Stop paying attention when you're walking around. God damn it, you fucking moron. And he's like, damn it, fuck. Tally was my fucking favorite. God damn it, like he was genuinely destroyed over this. I was like, you fucking moron. Goddamn Wally.
Oh
my god.
How dumb can he be?
I went over his save file just to take a quick look at what I was dealing with, and the sheer amount of shit he missed is just it's laughable. Like, pretty much every single expansion just walked right past. Most of the side quests walked right past. His fucking like catalyst like building points were minimal. Like, you did nothing. You did fucking nothing. You did not play Mass Effect. Shut the fuck up. Do it again. Fucking asshole.
So what I'm basically going to be doing is going through the highest difficulty, or at least try to.
Nice.
Yeah, that is my plan when I've got the new drive.
Yeah, fair. Which should be soon, hopefully.
Yep. I should get money in the 24th, so I can instantly fork over 110. Which will be the first of 6 payments.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there is one story I just absolutely have to share with you. It's completely unrelated to any of this.
Can I ask a small question first?
Go ahead.
So when do you think you could also, like, would I need to wait 3 months before I take over that throttle, or will it also come when you do the stick thing?
When I bring the stick over, it'll probably come. What I will wait on is purchasing the rudders, because I just can't financially hold that at the moment.
Oh yeah, no, like, I'm not going to tell you to do that right now.
Yeah, we'll if we can include that in like the monthly payment price, and whenever I have to buy it, it's not like I'll just buy it and you don't have to like pay extra or whatever, because you technically already paid for it, or at least your percentage of it. I did consider not taking the stick and the throttle over, because without rudders there wasn't much of a point to them. But considering that we're going to be doing multi-crew shit for the most part anyway, it's like, yeah, you can probably get started without the rudders. It's only when we actually want to teach Riddle how to maybe fly a helicopter, which might not even go well. I actually was thinking, it's like we could reasonably maybe even get Riddle to get some Viper training going, because you've got a full replica of the Trottle and stick of the Viper just right in front of you. Like a complete replica of both of them.
Yeah, so what I'm planning on doing is actually, with of course the new Trottle, like, do the, not Ace Combats, but the other game in VR as well.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. You're gonna feel a massive difference in the stick though. Like, I had this previously, because I've used your old stick a while. And when I jumped to the new ones, like, oh wow, this feels different. Instantly got used to it. But then when I, at some point, went back to you to fuck around with the control scheme of your stick, how fucking light it was, like really threw me off guard. Like, wow, I could not for the life of me fly with your stick anymore. So you upgrading from that to this thing is going to be a massive jump in quality.
Oh, yes.
And initially, you might even not like it. Because I think that was my initial reaction. It was so different. It's like, oh wow, I have to really get used to this for a while. Holy shit. My brain kind of misfired a couple of times. Like, wow, this feels wrong. But now I've got this the other way around. And I even had that with my rudder pedals when I wanted to go out and, because I was so used to taxiing with my stick. Now taxiing with my rudder pedals felt alien to me. It took a good moment for me to actually get used to it. Like, I was driving around like an asshole the first time. And then I upgraded to my holy shit throttle with rudder pedals, and that wasn't that much of a jump. Sure, it's a lot better, but because I was already kind of getting used to the idea of having rudders anyway.
Yeah, fair.
I don't think I've ever used my old rudders, which are probably going to be the same ones that I'll buy for you. I never used that one with the helicopters. I'm not even sure at all if it's really going to be any good. It's worth a shot anyway.
It's always worth a shot.
Yeah. And there's plenty of other games you can use those things with, in general.
Oh, yes.
Now, the thing is that for Ace Combat, yeah, you can definitely use it. It's just, I think this level of stick might not lend itself easily to the more arcadey flight game because of the sheer speed. You sometimes have to whip this stick around. With the X52, you can whip around easily. That thing's light as a feather. This thing, however, you're gonna have to strain your arm muscles a little bit. This thing is heavy. It's gonna, at some point, it's gonna tire you out a little bit. It's like, wow, fucking hell, I'm done. Hell, even pressing the fucking trigger takes some effort.
Damn.
Now, not that much effort. In fact, the A10 stick, or at least the Viper stick, they're technically the same. Is a lot smoother than the F18 stick that I've got. That actually takes some fucking finger muscles to actually fucking properly use. But yeah, no, it takes some effort. The stick anyway. The throttle itself, the only thing you're really going to have to deal with is the button layout, which I don't think should be that difficult because of how ergonomic it is. Everything kind of just makes sense where it is. In fact, I think throttle-wise, you could probably just use that for any flying game easily, because it's just good. It's just really good.
You know, I want to at least use the new throttle. Like, that is,
yeah.
That thing is such an improvement.
Yeah, that thing is fucking amazing. Like, I genuinely feel bad for not giving it away but selling it, but I just know I won't use it because of the planes I fly.
Yeah, you really need to separate throttles.
Yeah. The funny thing is though that if we do decide to go fly the Viper, that means I will be flying the goddamn Viper 2 the entire goddamn time, which makes this whole thing redundant. But no, I diversified my flights a lot, so I will always going to have more benefit off of this one.
Yeah, fair.
Even though most of the time nowadays I don't even do the startup anymore, so I don't really need to split throttles. It just feels wrong. I don't know. Sometimes in flight you do need to split it. Like, you can count how many times this happens, and then like 5 times per month or whatever. You actually have to do a maneuver like that. But I never want to be in a situation where I need to do it and I can't.
Yeah, well, Ace Combat and Project Wingman, they don't have a system like that at all.
Yeah, no, not one bit. In DCS, yeah, definitely usable. Very efficient if you can pull it off, if you know how to pull it off and when you need to do it and when you need to stop, because otherwise you get in trouble. very like expert level move, so that's why I don't use it too much, because it's very scarcely I even know how to or when to pull it off without fucking myself in the ass. I guess that's why the Viper is so nice, because you can't do it because you only have one engine. You can't fuck yourself over too, but whatever.
By the way, I got through the entire campaign of the other game. Project
Nice.
Wingman.
Nice. Did you have Brett screaming at you most of the time?
No, she wasn't really screaming.
Nah, most of the time I think she's relatively chill. It's just like in some scripted Easter egg moments when you do something that triggers it.
Yeah, I haven't done those then because she's always been telling me like very casual about about me shooting my rockets and such.
You clearly did not lock up the civilian plane. Oh god, that's
no.
That's
I have with those 4 rockets that go into different planes. I have actually hit one at some point, but didn't kill it.
Ah.
It was one of the big. It was one of the big ones, so luckily it didn't kill it.
No, I mean good. But, oh well. I've also done a little bit of research on the stick that you'll be getting, because obviously you're getting a well, somewhat broken version of it. Yeah, it is missing a whole hat switch, which I believe, at least in the Apache, it comes pre-bound. I think every button that you need to have is already on there, which is nice. And the hat switch in question was only really used to tell the AI copilot what to do. So in our case, useless. We won't see any side effects of not having that thing. And in the Viper, if we ever go down that route, I believe that is controlling the countermeasures like the flares and shit. Which, I mean, yeah, useful in like one mission, which we'll never get to because we'll likely give up way before we actually get into any actual combat missions.
I mean, they're useful in Ace Combat and the other game.
Yeah, I think in DCS they're very, very useful too, to be fair with you, but most of the time...
Most of the time you want to just evade, you want to actually...
Yeah, if you need to use them, you've already fucked up.
The only reason why I spammed them in Project Wingman is because you get them every 4 or 5 seconds anyway.
Yeah, they literally fucking reload, and in DCS they only have 30 of them, so make them count.
I think in Ace Combat I think only like a 5.
Yeah, so this is a switch that we could do without.
Yeah.
Now, if God forbid ever Riddle wants to try the A10 again, okay, then you need it. That it is more important there, but at least in the Viper, yeah, you can live without it for a while.
Why is it important for the A10?
Because I think in the A10 that switch is used to select different screens or whatever. So you kind of really need it.
I like the A10.
The A10 is nice, but then you need this throttle that I'm using right now. You can go fuck yourself with that.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not going to do the dual thing. I'm just going to have it auto start.
Yeah. The A10 is a really good jet. The thing is that the A10's most important buttons are on the goddamn throttle. Like the stick is important, yeah, sure, but the very important ones are on the throttle, which is not the one that you're getting. So the button layout doesn't make too much sense for the A10. Like it makes perfect sense for the Viper, but it's literally because that thing was designed for the fucking Viper.
Fair.
Just like this one was designed for the A10, so the button layout makes a lot of sense. Which really helped me learn the fucking A10 because of the fuck ton amount of buttons it needs. Like, try binding this to your fucking X52. I've got one hat switch for my trim, one hat switch for my fucking sensors, one hat switch for my screens, one hat switch for my countermeasures, one hat switch for selecting my screens, another hat switch for fucking comms. I've got a triple way switch for my fucking speed brake. I've got a triple way switch for my fucking flare polarity. I've got a double fucking whatever the fuck you call it switch for whatever the fuck. It's a very, very important. Oh yeah, it's what if you select a point as your target, hold down that switch, and everything like your camera, all your weapons, they look at that point. Very useful, very important. And there's a difference in, by the way, if you hold hold the switch down in any position. This goes for all of them, by the way, minus the trim one. There's a difference between holding the button and pressing the button. So basically they all have a built-in modifier. It's a fucking nightmare. This is a goddamn nightmare learning the buttons in this goddamn thing. Which is why when I first tried to fly it in my X52, I basically threw the X52 out the goddamn window.
Right to me.
Yeah, I gave that thing right to the window and I bought myself a $400 fucking flight stick with throttle. That finally taught me how to fly the A10 because this is like the one module which I have to say, no, you really need this specific setup. I think for any other module you can get around with not having it, but the A10, because of the sheer fucking amount of everything you need. That thing, like, they're not kidding when they're saying that this thing is literally a flying computer because the sheer amount of systems you've got to deal with.
Fair.
Which is funny because it's also at the same time one of the simplest jets to fly if you just want to go out and shoot the gun. It's not that difficult actually. It's if you want to do all the cool boy shit, okay, yeah, then yeah, prepare for a nightmare. The thing is though that if you do figure that out and you know how to use the system, you know the button layouts and how to operate the camera, how to to link up targets to your helmet, how to designate a target and then get your missiles onto that target or your laser guided bombs and whatever. If you figure that out, you become a goddamn god of death. It's insane how efficient you are. You can, like, in any other module, it is a bit more of an issue. But you're flying around, like, you see a target that's not, like, on your routes or not has a waypoint attached to it. Because that's most of how my missions always go. Like, I put my targets around the waypoint because every other jet has some difficulties locking up to a target without a waypoint conveniently nearby. The A10, fuck it. You just look, you use your helmet, look at the target, hold down a button, put a target point down, hold down another button, slew all your sensors to the target point, use a button, switch to your fucking Maverick screen. Boom.
It's just fuck.
Now the thing is that if you know all these steps like instinctively, you can do this in less than 5 seconds. You see a target, it dies. But to get to that point, yeah, it's a nightmare.
Training.
It's a goddamn nightmare, Riddle.
You know what we call that?
Yeah, trial and error.
Training montage.
Yes. Now this will be the longest training montage of training montages. Because even like experienced DCS players or flight sim enthusiasts will fly the A10 and think to themselves, this shit's difficult. It's ridiculous. Like something like the Viper is fucking easy in comparison. Unless you have to land the damn thing. Because you have to do the whole, handstand backwards wheelie thing down the runway. Funnily enough though, a lot easier to pull off with this stick. Because of, it's difficult to explain because of how heavy it is. For one, you don't really need many or any curve at all in most of your axes. You need a little bit, but unlike the X52, which you basically have to crank up to 11 when it comes to the curve slider, this thing is a lot heavier, a lot more relaxed to use, so it's a lot easier to make little tiny adjustments with it. Whereas the X52, you kind of tend to overcorrect every goddamn time because a gust of wind will basically flip the whole switch upside down.
Yep.
This thing won't do that. In fact, it's very, very controllable once you get used to it anyway. Which also means that if you're landing and you do it properly, you have to just like a couple of seconds before you hit the runway, you have to flare up, pull your nose up. So it means you have to pull the stick back, kill the throttle and extend the speed brake, which you do with one hand, which is nice. And then you basically keep the stick where it is. You have to pull it back slightly to get the nose up and just leave it there. Just fucking leave it there. That's all you have to do. You don't need to like manage the angle of the nose or whatever. Just fucking leave the stick up a little bit and the jet will likely keep itself up. Whereas at the X52, because it's so fucking like everything but gentle, you really have to kind of try to keep the fucking nose up because you've got barely any feeling of where the goddamn stick is. If it's up, is it down, is it left, is it right, where the fuck is it?
You know what I liked about that thing?
Well,
when we were trimming the grass.
You literally fucking murdered some ants when you did this. I'm pretty sure I still have the fucking screenshot too.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was fucking hilarious.
But we did survive.
Somehow, yes.
I think we did land eventually.
Oh yeah, you fucking landed that thing, yeah. There we go, just for good measure, I'll send you the screen sheet. Just look at the fucking clearance. Jesus Christ. You're at such an angle, which is just hilarious that the ass of the jet is lower to the ground than the fucking wheels are. Oh my god.
Let me show it on stream.
That was such a good fucking... Like, I got a different angle of that as well, actually. Straight up, the ass of the jet is lower than the wheels are. Fucking hell. But, recovered, went back, and landed the fucking thing.
Like well, not a professional, because it wasn't professional at all.
No, any landing you can walk away from is a good landing. And any landing that you can walk away from and the jet can probably still take off again is a great landing. So, for all things considered, great landing, Riddle. The jet was in one piece. Like, if this was a real life situation, the crew chief or the boss would absolutely fucking murder you. like the jet survived. Riddle did not. Boss absolutely tore him a new asshole. And his fucking Wizzo probably never wants to fly with him again.
But
which was me, by the way.
Yep.
And I did, in fact, never fly with him again.
But it was still a grade A landing.
Yeah, you landed. So
I landed and I recovered and I recovered from such an angle.
Yeah. Funnily enough,
I fucked up so hard I managed to recover.
Yeah. Now, one good thing is I'm not entirely writing the Eagle off as something I'm pretty sure with your stick controller setup Riddle can easily fly, because you've experienced the Eagle a little bit now. Flying it, yeah, okay, that takes some skill, but I think the stick will really help. But its systems in particular are ridiculously simple.
Fair.
Like compared to fucking A10, for Christ's sake. Like, it's not a night and day difference. And this is, I think, the one jet that, you don't really need to learn how to air-to-air refuel in anyway, so we don't even need to bother with that. Which will be something of issue when we fly, if we get Riddle to fly the Viper. Unless by then they've done the whole automatic tanking thing, which would be a goddamn godsend. Hell, even I think I would just use that every single goddamn time. It's, I can refuel this, most modules easily, but fucking hell, it's a goddamn hassle. And I want to fucking relax sometimes too.
Yeah, fair.
I know DCS is not the kind of game most people play to relax, but I'm one of those idiots and I want to relax. God damn it.
Yeah, I mean, do what makes you relax. Like for me, DCS won't make me relax at all.
No, I don't think we will ever get to that point, but
here's the thing. I'm not really someone that enjoys relaxing anyway. I like doing something. I like being a little bit active. Which is why I like the talkie box in Fast Mode, for instance, because it feels like I'm doing something and I'm asking the ghost questions.
Yeah, that is
asking if it's single.
Pick it up anyway, yeah.
But this is also why I dislike sitting in the ghost room and waiting.
Yeah.
Like I can't watch a movie.
This is the biggest reason as to why I always go around, fuck around with the find the cursed object and screw over my friends in Fast Mode.
Yeah, fair.
I always fucking do that. Like I love the fact that they somehow decided that using cursed objects would make the game easier, so they give you less XP. It's like
it's because some cursed objects they can, like the mirror, for instance, that you experienced, it will tell you where the ghost room is.
Yeah, the thing is that I don't think they took account that you're playing with me. We're cranking the difficulty all the way up. Because I am not using this to help anyone.
We know.
Like, God forbid I ever find a voodoo doll, because I'll pocket that goddamn thing and not tell anyone.
In most situations, actually, where like at least in like the first house, I know where all the cursed objects are by default.
Yeah.
Like I've memorized the music box. I think the monkey ball is one of the only ones that I don't know.
think the monkey thing is the only one I've never found yet.
I don't even know what it does, that's more the issue.
Yeah.
But I know where the cards are in the first house. I know where the mirror is, courtesy of you also finding it.
Yeah, that helped.
I know where the music box is. I should know where the... I'm calling this the talkie plate at this point with the Ouija board.
The talkie plate. Jesus fucking Christ, Riddle.
Yeah, if I don't quickly enough recall what the name of the actual thing is, I just call it that.
Yeah, fair. Alright, anyway, so unrelated story. Have to tell Riddle because it's fucking hilarious. So you know, like I've said this before, you know, but while I do my whole driving thing, I tend to listen to stupid fucking stories to keep my mind occupied because otherwise I'm gonna get bored. Now I think I've with a few channels I've actually used for the past 2 years or so, I've listened to every single fucking spooky or weird story there is. Like of most of the videos, I'm pretty sure I've watched them all at this point. So I had to kind of diversify my lineup. Now, I wasn't looking for anything in particular, but I ended up with strange, funny, or badass moments in history, which sounds, right up my alley. It's like, okay, I can use this. That's fine. Let's see what we have on offer. And oh boy, funnily enough, most of them actually tend to involve the U.S. military, which I never expected to be the source of funny. But here we are. Now, the one thing you need to know about the U.S. military is that they don't give a flying shitting fuck about most things ever. As long as you don't fuck with their boats, they're not going to be too strict, which kind of, it's a whole military thing, so kind of weird, but whatever. They tend to bend the rules in their favor at any given opportunity they want. Now, at some point, big discovery was made. We found a way, or at least they found a way, to make uranium explode in this particularly amazing fashion. They discovered the fucking atomic bomb. Now America then went on to make a habit out of blowing these things up in the desert so frequently that we now have a DCS map flying around with the craters. There are dozens of the fucking things. And they blew them up so fucking much that people in Las Vegas, like the rich elite guys, would go up on the high fucking skyscraper buildings, sit on a balcony, and watch atomic bombs being blown up in the distance. Just imagine, just sitting there watching goddamn nukes go off. I could only fucking dream of this.
Isn't that also like that area that they're looking at? Wouldn't that also be the place where those other guys are in New Vegas?
No. It's not in Vegas, sadly enough.
Aww.
Yeah. But, so they're watching this happen, and America's doing this so fucking often. At some point, the general public just kind of gets annoyed. It's like, oh, goddamn, another nuke going off. Fucking hell, guys. Can you stop just blowing things up all willy-nilly? And the American military's like, we cannot not. It's for science. It wasn't for science, mostly. It's just, for fun, for the kick of it. So, because, people were being very cautious of the fact that you're blowing up fucking nukes on the same fucking spot for like a couple of years now. Is someone just gonna walk in there and just be instantly zombified? And then they had to prove that this was untrue in the most US military fucking way possible, where they just get 5 fucking guys to stand in the desert while they airburst a nuke right above them. And they had the whole camera crew filming this fucking thing. Now, when I first heard this, I was imagining like 5 guys in goddamn hazmat suits. No, just military uniforms, sunglasses on, ready to go, smiling and waving. Now, the next thing I expected to hear is that these guys got fucking smashed into paste. Nope, they're fine. They're completely fine. America nuked 5 guys, and no one was hurt whatsoever. And I just went, huh? How the fuck does that work? And the entire that's pretty much how the entire world reacted. It's like, huh? What the fuck kind of nuke was that? That, my friend, was a nuclear missile. A nuclear missile that jets would fire at bombers to nuke bombers. Holy shit, guys. A little bit overkill, don't you think? But whatever. They proved their point. The nukes are safe. They're gonna continue testing. The general public is not really too happy with this anyway because, well, big boom, very annoying.
Between brackets testing.
Yeah. So they've also do this. No, they're not just doing that in the desert. They're also doing this on the ocean where they're blowing up a bunch of coral reefs and blowing up ships to make more coral reefs, which does tend to contaminate a bunch of water bodies. So they're like, okay, we shouldn't do that anymore. So okay, we can't blow them up in the air because they get pissed. We can't blow them up on the ground because they get pissed. We can't blow them up in the water, so they get pissed. Goddamn, what is a girl to do in this situation? Well, we just blow them up on the ground. You are a genius.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting you to actually go to when you said all of that. Like, I'd either even higher into the sky or in the ground.
Yes. So they're digging big ass massive fucking tunnel, and they're burying a goddamn nuke at the bottom of it, and then they're filling the tunnel back up, and then they're watching a big boom go up. So they're watching this, and the first test was delayed a couple of times. So when they first actually got around to blowing it up, it was at night, which wasn't ideal. Turns out to be the most badass idea ever, because they basically, turned the Earth into a tube and put a explosive at the end of it, a nuke, by the way, and then they put a bunch of bullshit over the top of it, which wouldn't really hold down the nuke for heck when it did go boom. So the entire explosion basically just had to go out one whole funnel. Now at night, the guys around this funnel, they were not immediately next to it. They were like a couple of fucking miles behind, to the side. They described this as basically like a goddamn pillar of blue fucking neon light going miles up into the sky when this blew up, and basically just turned like into the best fucking fireworks show ever. However, sadly, the data could not really be used because there wasn't enough sensory equipment down, so they have to do this shit again. Now, the thing is that when the general public got wind of this giant fucking fireworks display, they sent a bunch of questions towards the military. It's like, hey guys, we saw a big fucking firework thing, light fucking pillar, at around about the place you guys used to use for your nuclear tests. You don't happen to be testing nukes, are you? And American military's like, no, what, us testing nukes? Nah, no, it wasn't us. Must have been fucking aliens. Like, straight up said, must have been aliens. Hilarious.
It must have been the wind.
Must have been the fucking wind. Yes. Yeah, it's just the fucking northern lights a bit weird, dude. Don't calm down. It's fine. So, okay, next test, they put a bunch more, they put another nuke down the hole, and then they realized, okay, so we can't really, we have to confine this explosion somehow. So we're sinking a bunch of concrete on there, putting a bunch of dirt on top of that, and doing a bunch of fucking, welds, and then they put this giant fucking, like, I'm talking gigantic, I think like fucking 2,000 ton, like, lid on top of the tube, which then they weld into place. Like, this thing is like heavier than like fucking like 60 fucking trucks combined. This is just a giant fucking slab steel slab bigger than some houses. They're putting that on top of that thing, and they're thinking to themselves, okay, this absolutely has to hold down this explosive. There's no fucking way we're gonna get another giant, blue pillar of light bullshit thing happening. And they put a bunch of sensory equipment down at the bottom to kind of measure the explosion and the radius. Maybe they kind of they were looking into making this like an earthquake generator, by the way. That's why they wanted to see the effect, because they want to blow this thing up like below an enemy country and just destroy the whole country. Good job, America. That's very scientific of you.
Yes. But
whatever. So they put this. They basically put the lid on, and then just for shits and figgles, they put a like ridiculously like high-tech slow motion camera pointing at that lid just in case it would get some airtime. They wanted to see. They knew that they were about to unleash shenanigans upon the desert, so they wanted to capture this shit. This is the American equivalent of a YouTuber doing something dumb and filming it for the fuck of it. It's like, we're about to do some dumb fucking things. Guys, get the camera. Mom has to see this. My mates will love this. Now, what they didn't realize, or may not have overlooked, is that you know, when a nuke goes off, right? Big, massive explosion, biggest explosion we could possibly come up with, in a very confined space where the only exit is up. Okay, well, we've welded that shut. That's not going anywhere. There's concrete up there. Yeah, but concrete, by the way, instantly vaporizes when hit with a nuke. That's something that we discovered during this test. We did it. They didn't anticipate concrete just basically not existing instantly. Basically, turning that concrete into a whole bunch of gas, which liquefied everything up until that lid. Now, the pressure that was mounting, because there's still a nuke going off. There's a bunch of gas, you know, building up in this tube, and they basically just turned the Earth, the planet, into a gun and put a fucking giant lid on top of that thing. So, explosion goes off, lid disappears. Everyone's like, "Whoa!" Hey, and you wouldn't fucking believe me if I told you, big blue pair of light. God damn it, here we are again. So, where the fuck did all the concrete go? It's gone. Where the hell did all the earth go? That's gone. Where the fuck did that giant lid go? That's gone. Did everything just get vaporized? No. Spoiler alert. That thing is in space. Like straight up. They eventually went back to the fucking like slow motion camera, which took 1,000 frames per second. So they wanted to see, you know, how long did it take, you know, that lid to appear in like 2 frames at least. Yeah, what was the travel time there? In 1,000 frames, that lid only appeared in 1. 1 frame out of 1,000. That's how fucking fast that thing was launched. So the only fucking measurement they could take was the bare minimum. How long that lid would go from ground to that frame. And that's it. That's the only measurement they took. They could not complete the measurement. So that the very minimum speed this thing must have gone to go that little distance. Mind you, the likelihood that this was a lot higher, considering they did not have the second frame to actually fucking calculate this. The very minimum speed this thing must have gone was over 100,000 miles per hour.
Yikes.
And no one ever found this thing. Like, this thing is genuinely in space. They shot that fucking thing into space.
Well, that's America's space program.
A 2,000 fucking kilogram lid, a giant tub of fucking solid steel, bigger than some houses, just shot into space in a matter of seconds. By the way, this thing wasn't going up there for a while. No, this thing went from ground to space in 2 seconds. Gone. This thing is probably still fucking going out there somewhere. And this is going to be, at some point, it's like a couple of million years in the future, this thing will be the most unexpected, most catastrophic meteor some planet out there will ever experience. Some civilization out there somewhere is about to get fucking deleted by a goddamn slab of steel that we shot out of the earth with a nuke. The funny thing is that after that, no one gave a shit. It's like, oh well, that thing's gone. Anyway, let's move on. Honestly, no one's even bothered to kind of calculate what kind of trajectory must this thing have taken. No one knows. And by now, it's too late to fucking even come up with a solution there. No one fucking knows where this thing is, where it might be in the future. The only thing we know is it's not here and it's in goddamn space somewhere. And well, good luck. Wherever it's going to end up in the receiving end of it, good luck. So that's the story of how the U.S. space program basically got the jump start. You know what? Next time we want to launch something into space, just use a fucking nuke. It's just, oh my god! I wish I could have seen this fucking thing just take off. The thing is, even if you were right fucking next to it, I don't think you physically could have fucking seen it go. Like it was just snap your fingers, it's gone. That's so fucking fast.
Wanna see a magic trick? Now there's a lid here, and now it's gone.
Now it's gone. This thing went from in the ground to massive to gone in like 2 seconds, and it's the most amazing fucking thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, no, this is typical. The Oscars does it gone in 61 minutes. This lid gone in 2 seconds.
Yeah. Oh man, it was just it's the most American thing I think I've ever heard. It's like, oh for fuck's sake, good guys. It's brilliant. It's absolutely fucking brilliant. Oh man. Like I could barely fucking believe it when I heard this until the guy even showed documentation about the incident. That is, that was classified for a while because people were upset about the light. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be too pleased when they would heard that we basically shot a meteor up into space. Worried about, maybe that thing will come down. Trust me, that thing's not coming down. That thing's going and going and going forever. That thing will outlast us all.
Yep.
Oh, but fuck me, dude. People wonder why America is so in debt. They don't give a shit about financing. They just do whatever the fuck they want. Oh, I love it.
This time around, it was even a good test.
Yeah. Now there was this other military-related story that I heard. It was basically about the unluckiest crew of a particular ship. I don't think I've ever told you the story of the Willie D. Basically, a destroyer that happened to, experience the most shenanigans I think of any ship ever. Just in general. So World War II, America's cranking out giant fucking navy, and they're expanding massively. So most of the guys on these ships are not going to have any experience whatsoever. They've never been in the goddamn navy, except for like the one guy in charge. But most of it, the crew is just complete rookies. Have fucking no idea what they're doing. You'd imagine that a small destroyer like that, without any experience whatsoever, would get the ball rolling slowly to get some easy missions, to kind of get a taste, get some experience. Not these guys. They get the short straw and they have to go on this like holy shit super secretive mission where they don't even know what they're doing. They get told to go somewhere and join up with a bunch of other ships. You have complete radio silence, not a fucking word, and just follow them wherever the fuck they go. Hell, most of those other ships have no idea what was going on. Hell, most of the guys on the flagship, Battleship Iowa, had no fucking idea what was even going on. You see, what was actually going on is that they were transporting the fucking president of the United States across the world to go talk to the other leaders of the world. And he had this entire defense cabinet with him. So basically all the guys in charge of the whole fucking war are on one ship. So yes, this is really secretive, guys. Don't fucking say a goddamn word. You are not to breathe a word of this to anyone. So they were finally told when they were on their way there. And the crew is like very pumped. It's like, oh goddamn, we're fucking protecting the president. That's badass. We have to prove ourselves somehow. You know how they do that?
Well,
by dropping a depth charge into the water accidentally and watching it go off. Boom. Giant explosion. None of the fleet knows what's going on. They just hear a fucking random explosion and they think they're under attack. They freak the fuck. It is panic city on every goddamn ship. Like brown trouser moment all around. Everyone's going to the battle station. Everyone's freaking out because, mind you, it's radio silence. It's not like the crew can just go ahead and tell them like, hey, this was us, guys. No need for concern. So they basically just have to pretend to be, evading whatever kind of hidden torpedo mode is out there, which they know isn't there. At some point, they use like the signal lights to blink a message at the other ships. And it's like saying, hey guys, if you heard a little bit of an explosion some time ago, no need for alarm. That was us. Calm down. Okay, love you. Bye. And they just pretend nothing ever happened, and knowing full well that when they get to the destination they're going to get absolutely fucked. They wouldn't, because of something more dumb they did later. At some point, the president's on the ship, he's having a good time, and the Iowa, because they're pretty much in the safe zone still, starts launching weather balloons, so the AA gunners can use them as target practice to kind of show off for the president and shit. And it's a spectacle. The president really loves it. He's like, wow, this is badass. We are badass. We are so cool, man. I love this shit. And then a couple of these weather balloons, they start drifting over to the unfortunate morons on the Willie D. And these guys come to think, you know what? You know fucking what? we should shoot at these weather balloons too, because we have to redeem ourselves for our little huck up earlier. So they shoot at the balloons and they're hitting their targets. They're doing really good, all things considered. So they're feeding up to it, and then whoever the fuck was in charge decides, you know what, my crew they need a little bit of a confidence boost. This is really helping. We should do some torpedo practices as well, where we just pretend to aim at a target, see if it would hit. So he tells the head torpedo guy to take the primer out of the 2 torpedoes. And so they don't actually fucking launch, by the way. They're not actually going to fucking launch a torpedo at the goddamn flagship, because that would be fucking retarded.
Oh.
Takes the primer out of those torpedoes, and then the captain's like, and launch torpedo 1. And the guy and the torpedo guy goes, okay, all right, launch it. And then the fucking whichever private ended up being in control of the goddamn thing, launches the fake torpedo. Nothing happens. And they complete the calculations and say, okay, this would have been a hit on the Iowa. Good shit. All right, launch torpedo 2. See what happens. They launch it again, and they come to the conclusion that the second torpedo also would have been a hit. And at this point, the crew is very pumped. They're starting to really kind of get into the habit of being an effective crew and shit. And then the captain makes the call to launch torpedo 3, and the head torpedo guy goes, what? And then, the private, without even hesitating, launches torpedo 3. And this is when the moment everyone finds out that the head torpedo guy never took the primer out of the 3rd torpedo, because the captain never specified that. So they just launched a live torpedo at the fucking president of the United States. I think you can kind of imagine the fucking chaos on that ship. Like, they are freaking the fuck out. How do we do this? Captain, we have to let them know. And he's like, no, I am not breaking radio silence again. This is fucking, do the flashy light thing. And then the signaler, he flashes the lights, and he is freaking the fuck. This is like some fucking college kid. First deployment, barely out of his goddamn diapers, and now he has to basically save the president's life because he might kill him accidentally. He flashes the lights and fucks it up, so the Iowa gets the message saying that there's the torpedo moving away from you, and I was like, what the fuck? Are we? Where? And he signals. He literally signals back. What? It's like, what? Explain. And then he does it again. He does his flashy light thing, and the next message they get is, we are reversing at full speed. And I was like, what? Where the fuck is where is the submarine? Where do you see the threat? And it's at this point that the captain basically realizes that, okay, we are about to murder the president. He gets on the radio, it's like, guys, fucking move! There's a torpedo coming straight towards you. They freak the fuck out. They do some evasive maneuvers, and funnily enough, in the most gangster goddamn moment of his life, this president hears about there's a torpedo coming his way, and he's like, because he's in a wheelchair, by the way, wheel me out onto the deck. I want to see this fucking thing. At this point, he doesn't even know that they're about to evade this thing. He thinks, no, if I'm going out, I want to fucking see it. He wheels out, and he sees that the torpedo ends up missing the fucking ship by a couple of yards. Basically spitting distance, by the way, as far as torpedoes are concerned. So, of course, the next thing that happens is, they round up a bunch of Marines, send them to the ship, and arrest the entire fucking crew. Because you did just try to assassinate the president, you fucking moron. Now, in a stroke of luck, the president decides in the end to pardon all of them, because they're just dumbasses. They're not evil. They didn't try to kill me. They're just fucking retarded. So, okay, we're sending you guys to Alaska, where there are no threats whatsoever. You can't physically fuck this up. And, just go over there for a while, be someone else's problem, until we deem you qualified enough to go join the rest of the fight. So they basically get exiled to Alaska, where they just get to fucking sail around in the circle for a while. Now, they spend some time there. They do, funny enough, end up actually coming into a threat a couple of times with some Japanese patrol boats, in which they do prove themselves a little bit. Like, they chase them away, they use their radar to identify potential submarines, and they get hunted down. They actually do a relatively good job. So, at some point, it is decided that, alright guys, you've finished clown college, you're graduates now. You can go off and go to the Pacific Ocean to go actually deal with the Japanese over there. You can go join the fight again. And the crew, they see this as a massive win. They've been waiting for this moment, and they want to throw a party. Now, the thing is that if you get a bunch of guys that are very rowdy and very excited, and you give them a party, the one thing that party is going to include is a fuck ton of alcohol, and one thing that doesn't mix well are alcohol and weapons. Because at some point, one drunk moron decides, you know what, we need some fireworks up in this bitch, walks up to one of the main cannons of the ship and just decides to fucking shoot it. Now, that wouldn't have been too much of an issue had he not aimed it at land.
Ooh.
And this shell would curve all the way up into the air, all the way towards, you know, the shoreline, where it would fucking land, and I shit you not, it would land in the front yard of the entire fucking naval commander. You know, his personal house, where he happens to be holding his own party with all the fucking high ranks you could fucking come up with. They're all there when suddenly the fucking front yard blows up. You can imagine he was not really too happy about this incident. Now, they would lock the fuck out again, because they're just about to be sent away. There'll be a whole bunch of fucking paperwork if he were to court-martial them or keep them here again. They're about to be sent off where they won't be his fucking problem anymore. So he sweeps it under the rug, and they get sent off. Like, they go out scot-free. They nearly assassinated the president, and now they nearly murdered this guy and his entire staff without any consequences whatsoever. Those lucky motherfuckers. They get sent out fucking off to the Pacific again, where they join the war effort, and again, they have a lot to make up for because they're the most ridiculous, dumb fucking crew ever. And they start doing really well. They start, you know, fucking taking the fight to the Japanese, you know, sinking some ships, just shooting down some airplanes. Hell, they even took down a bunch of kamikazes.
Nice.
Now, when eventually a kamikaze would, you know, not go for the flagship, instead they see this destroyer and think to themselves, yes, both must die. Because kamikazes usually just go for the biggest target they can find, because one, better chance to hit something, and two, it's likely going to be a more important target anyway. And if you're giving your life to something, you're going to go for the big thing. You're never gonna go for the small fucking destroyer. Well, this fucking guy went anyway. This motherfucker was on a mission. This Japanese dude saw this destroyer, was like, no, you are a fucking menace to society. I will do everyone a fucking favor if I sink you, trust me. So he goes, flies towards the ship, and they fucking shoot this fucker down. Easy. And yet, he still manages to sink them. So he shoots them down, crashes into the water. The thing is that airplanes, they're kind of light. So it takes a while for them to actually sink properly. So this thing was kind of drifting below the water level a little bit.
And they straight up decided to go
straight
towards
over
it.
Yeah, they sailed straight over.
How dumb are they?
It blew the fuck up, and it basically ripped the ship in two, and it sank over the span, I think, 2 hours. Finally putting this goddamn thing out of its misery. And again, they lock the fuck out because not a single guy was killed. They all get away. These guys are the luckiest motherfuckers that I've ever heard about. These motherfuckers really deserve to fucking die at this point. Jesus Christ. But no, they luck out yet again. And they get spread out, you know, over a bunch of other ships at some point throughout the war. And I'm pretty sure that from the original crew, they all ended up surviving the goddamn war anyway. Jesus fucking Christ.
Well then.
They are the most retarded guys I think I've ever heard about. Because, I mean, you're shooting a goddamn torpedo at I mean, I really wish, by the way, that I could have seen that happen. I really want to go if I can time travel to any moment in history, I want to be there on that ship when they realize they just shot a fucking torpedo at the president. I want to know the fucking sheer amount of chaos that was erupting on that ship, because I'm pretty sure everyone shut their fucking pants at the same time. Oh my god. Absolute pandemonium.
That random private really was a dumbass for actually doing it.
I mean, the thing is that I can kind of still forgive the torpedo incident because that was kind of like a miscommunication. They never were supposed to fire that third torpedo. They kind of got carried away. That drunk moron that decided to be a good idea to fire a goddamn cannon. Jesus Christ! Like I get drunk relatively frequently, and even I could tell you that was not a good idea. I don't think anyone ever would consider that to be a good idea, except for that guy. Well, yeah, I think he regretted that one.
Yeah. That is very safe to say.
Yeah. Nah, it's just retarded, honestly. But I love shit like this. And I believe the last story, which is a bit shorter, I could go into every detail. There's just no point to it. I'll only cover the funny shit. Basically, the Marine that could not be killed, like no matter how much anyone would try, motherfucker just would not die. You know, okay, so a little bit of background info here. This is a 14-year-old kid that managed to find his way into the military during World War II at 14 fucking years of age. Now, how that fucking happened and who dropped the ball there, you know, will be anyone's guess. The historians wrote it off as the fact that this kid was known to be pretty big for his age, pretty bulky. He grew up poor, so he was basically working for a living. You know, since the fucking day he could walk, and happened to be naturally, you know, gifted with, being a pretty big kid. So when he passed around and wanted to enlist and said that he was 17, everyone kind of believed that. So he gets in, and at some point during one of the first battles he partakes in, he sees they're doing this trench combat thing towards the Japanese and some other trench, and they push the Japanese away from that trench, and they run over to go ahead and take it. Now this guy walks into this trench and sees a bunch of grenades laying there, and he's thinking a mile a minute here. Like he's thinking, are those live? Are they not live? Do I have enough time to, yell grenade and throw this fucking thing away, or are they about to fucking explode? Did someone leave them here by accident, or did they leave them here on purpose? He decides, you know what? I'm not fucking taking any chances here. He dives onto that pack of grenades, and of course they go boom. And I don't think I have to tell you what a human body looks like when they've been blown up by a grenade. It did not look good. In fact, the guys he was with decided that he was fucking dead.
I mean, here's the thing. You've heard the story of me laying on a grenade in Arma.
Yes, but that's Arma. And you definitely died.
Yes, but I kept the rest of my team safe by laying on the grenade.
Yes, well, that's what he did too. So the group he was with, they move up to the next trench. They kind of just abandon him here, and the second group that comes over happens to have a medic with them, which, lucky for him. Medic sees him. It's like, wait a minute, that dumbass is alive. Realizes that he still has a goddamn grenade in his hand, one that never went off. Ended up being a dud. He grabs the grenade, throws that away. Realizes that there are two Japanese guys. That he throws that grenade into a fucking crater. And it happens that two Japanese guys are in that crater. They freak the fuck out and come running to that trench. But the medic's like, holy shit, what the fuck? Grabs his pistol, guns both of them down like a goddamn badass, and then starts dealing with the Private John puzzle. You have to kind of put him back together. He gets Private John, carted out of there. He teaches him up as best he can. At some point, because they're still in the middle of a battle, explosions go off. They lose their footing. Private John falls out the stretcher, hits his head on a goddamn rock. Boom, he's out. He wasn't out. He was still in massive pain, but no, he just to add insult to injury. Boom, head injury. Let's go. Didn't have one of those yet. That one's for the bingo card. They wheel him off, and he goes through like this really lengthy, awful, fucking immense, painful torture recovery shit. And at some point, he walks out of the hospital when he's been discharged, and he realizes that he's kind of popular at the moment because he's about to receive the fucking Medal of Honor at 17 years old, which is the youngest guy ever. So suddenly he's going out to parties. He's going on war bond tours. He's getting the goddamn fucking Medal of Honor from the fucking president. Which, mind you, funny thing, during this ceremony, this was not that long after being discharged from the hospital. By the way, he discharged himself because he wasn't going to wait. He wanted to get back into the action. meaning that he wasn't recovered yet. His arm was still completely fucked, just like most of his body, but he could at least still walk. He goes to the ceremony, and during the ceremony, you know, it's his turn. The president, you know, he approaches him, he gives him a firm handshake, and then because he's very, you know, kind and bro-y and wants to show compassion, he firmly grabs his shoulder, which just so happens to still be completely fucked. So this guy is standing there, basically holding tears back, absolutely dying on the inside, not trying to show any sort of emotion. Meanwhile, the president's basically murdering this poor guy, not aware whatsoever. He's like, "Well, son, you should be really proud in this moment." And he's like, it's basically fucking dying. Gets the medal, walks off stage, and basically fucking collapses. Like, he's done. Goes back to the hospital with a fucking Medal of Honor around his neck. Now, the one cool thing about this is that he never went to fucking high school. He skipped high school to go to war. So he had to go back to high school after all this. He's completely like, he's not even like that crippled anymore. By this point, he's recovered nicely. He has, you know, his war benefits is, you know, the extra money that you get if you get, you know, medically discharged. He's got this Medal of Honor shit going on. He's raking in the cash left and right. He got a Medal of Honor, and you're going back to high school. Motherfucker became the most popular kid ever in the history of that school. Obviously, I don't think anyone ever could be cooler than this kid. I mean, what the fuck? He's pulling all the bitches, getting all the, you know, all the glory, you know. And honestly, you know what? Deserved, you know, whatever. And he doesn't actually go back to the military like he wanted to anyway. He's all about this, you know, pimping lifestyle that he's got now. Until at some point he decides, you know what? I've nearly fucking died. I'm about you know, 30 years old now. I'm starting my family. All this, you know, living civilian life things, kind of boring. I want to go back into the military, and I want to beat the rest of my fears, because I've survived fucking hellish nightmares. The one thing that really terrifies me now are heights for some reason. So he decides to go into the army to be goddamn paratrooper. Well, that'll deal with that issue. That's not gonna make it worse whatsoever. So he actually, you know, they get him in. He becomes a paratrooper. He does, you know, a bunch of training jumps, bunch of, you know, mission jumps. You know, it's cool shit. And at some point, they do yet another jump. And well, he's the last guy to jump out. So he watches all of his buddies go. He jumps out, and he's kind of just, you know, falling and waiting for the parachutes to basically unfold and lurch him back. So to like a steady speed. But that doesn't happen, so he kind of looks up and he realizes that his parachute is made out of tissue paper and don't work for heck. So he's like, oh well, that sucks. Cuts that thing off, opens up his reserve chute, and well, same fucking thing. Tissue paper fucking parachute don't work for heck. He's like, oh, I think I've got... Looks at the parachute, looks at the ground. The ground is very quickly coming very rapidly towards him, and he realizes very quickly that I'm about to get absolutely pancaked. And to be fair, yeah, that situation fucking sucked.
Yep.
There's nothing you can really do, so he just decided, you know what, I'm gonna land leg first and do a combat roll, and we'll see where that gets me. Where logic would dictate that, well, you land on your legs, you break both your legs, then you land on your face and you break your entire face. That's what I expect would happen. Instead, motherfucker lands on his legs, does his stupid combat roll thingy, and just walks it off. Like when I say he came off without a scratch, he came off without a scratch. Which just makes everyone in the history of the entire Earth go, what? How the fuck did... what? Now, no one ever really found out what kind of divine intervention was going on there. Like, if he just got lucky with like a strong gust of wind and landed, you know, on the softest spot on the earth or something. Because everyone kind of knows that, no, it definitely wasn't the fucking combat roll that saved him. That had nothing to fucking do with it. Motherfucker should have pancaked onto the ground and just exploded into a goddamn cloud of red mist. That's what should have happened. Didn't happen, he just walked away. How in the goddamn fucking... really Wonka bullshit? Okay, whatever. So he walks off, and funny enough, he actually gets over his fear heights. You'd actually think that this would make it even worse, but no, that actually got rid of it. Because what's the worst that can happen? My parachute won't open? I'll just fucking land on my legs and roll. Yeah, apparently that fucking works. They should have told all those other guys that got fucking pancaked. They should have fucking rolled, dumbass. Oh well. So he does this little military thing, but he realizes that, you know, when the Vietnam War breaks out, they're not gonna send him the war because, you know, you're a Medal of Honor recipient, you're kind of a big deal. We can't afford to lose you in the war because that would look bad on the papers. He's like, well, that's the whole fucking point as to why I'm here. So fuck you guys, I'm going home. Goes home, you know, has a falling out with his wife, you know, gets a new wife, and at this point, you know, he when he did, you know, his high school thing and you know, college after that, he was a business major, so you know he's pretty good, you know, when it comes to operating his own businesses, and I think he did like a I don't want to like, not a slaughterhouse, but like the store that sells all the slaughter shit. There's a name for that, but I forgot. What the fuck is the English name for slaughterij? Oh well. Meat shop, basically.
Yeah.
So he has
Meat
a bunch
storage,
of those.
whatever.
Yeah, he has a bunch of those, and you know, at this point, like he's doing really well when it comes to money. He's got like a 15-bedroom mansion, all the cars he could want, which actually I have to mention a previous incident, but I'll keep that one for when we're done. And yeah, so he's doing really good. And at some point, he gets a call from the fucking police, and they tell him like, "Hey man, listen, there's an issue with the with your meat. Some people got sick, and there's some complaints. So we need you to come down to the station." Now you have to realize that when the cops call you about the sanctity of your meat, that means that every other agency has already reported you. This is a big deal now. This is like some career-ending shit. So he goes, "Ah, fuck me. I'm about to lose all my goddamn shit, aren't I?" So he goes to the police station, basically expecting his life to end. When the police, you know, the officer pulls him into a room and says, "Listen, mate, your food's fine, your company's fine. That was all bullshit. We just had to get you to come in without really telling you what this is about because we don't know who might be listening in." And he's like, "What the fuck?" Basically, your wife is going to murder you. He goes, "What?" "She's hired a hitman. They want to murder you for your money." God damn it, that bitch.
The new wife or the old one?
The new one.
Okay.
So he's like, "Well, that son of a bitch, that daughter of a bitch, I guess." It's like, so how did you guys discover this? "Well, she went to one of your employees that works at one of your stores and wanted to conspire with him to kill you, and he was a good boy and told us instead. So now he's in on the plan of busting her." He's like, "Okay, that's fucked up, but okay, good boy. What do we do?" "Well, you see, we're just gonna kind of play along with it." And he's like, "What? Why don't you just go like and arrest her?" I was like, "Well, we can't prove this yet, so we don't really have any grounds to arrest her, because when this ends up in the court of law, we need some evidence. So we need to catch her in the act." It's like, you need to catch her in the act of killing me. You know how that sounds? You know, I'm getting some mixed feelings up in this bitch. And they're like, "Yeah, don't worry. She's hired a hitman, not realizing that hitman is an undercover cop. So trust me, we've got this situation locked down." Now the problem is that well, you know what? We'll wait on that. So they do this plan, and the whole plan is that, you know, because there are two people actively trying to kill him, his wife and the boyfriend of his former stepdaughter. Really weird pairing, but whatever. They both want to murder this guy. Now they brought the store clerk with them because they think he's on board, and the hitman that they don't know is an undercover cop. Well, the store clerk knows, but you know, whatever. And they all, the boyfriend invites the marine to go out and drink with him, where they basically, you know, fill his drink with a bunch of fucking sleep poison, where they, you know, they carry him into his car as if he's like blacked out drunk, you know, drive him to wherever the fuck, where they, you know, put a bullet in him. So he's like, "Okay, well, guess we're doing this from undercover shit. Let's go." Marine shows up to this, you know, drinking thing, and you know, he sees this beer that, you know, that boyfriend's already put down for him. He knows that thing's fucked. You know, he takes it, pretends to take a swig because he knows it's fucking poison. He's like, "You know what? I need to go to the toilet. Can you wait here? And I'll be right back." And takes the beer to the toilet, as you do. Completely normal. He spills that out. He's already put another beer in the toilet prior to this, so he takes that one out and just pretends that's the same beer. comes back out, finishes the beer, and just kind of pretends to be all sleepy and drowsy, and eventually, you know, she pretends to fall asleep right onto the table. And then the boyfriend's like, yes, the plan is all coming together. Let's get him in the car, gang. So he and the store clerk, they get him into the car. The wife's not there yet. She's waiting for them at the killing zone. So they get him into the car, and then the hitman shows up. It's like, okay, did you get him? And he's like, yeah, we got him. Alright, so they put what's his face in the back of the car. They put the store clerk in the back of the car. The boyfriend guy's driving, and then the hitman's right next to him riding shotgun. Now at some point, the hitman, the undercover cop actually, he wants to light a cigarette, and the funniest goddamn thing happens when the boyfriend's like, hey dude, knock that out. You know, he doesn't like smoking in his car. Because they're driving, the rich guy's car, by the way. And the rich guy, pretending to be, unconscious over there, just kind of giggles a little bit. Because you fucking asshole, you are actively murdering me right now, but you're worried about me getting pissed off about smoking in my car? Really? You're literally about to kill me. What the fuck kind of logic is that?
Well, I think that boyfriend is expecting to keep the car.
Yeah, the thing is that then he should say that I don't want you to smoke in my car. Not he wouldn't like you to smoke in his car. Like the guy that
fair.
Wouldn't like. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. The rich guy starts laughing, and then the undercover cop kind of hits his body a little bit, like poof. Well, this guy surely won't mind. It also kind of has like a hint, like stop fucking moving, you dumbass. So they drive over to what's her face, get out the car, and well, shenanigans occur because they're keeping the rich guy in the car for a little bit because the undercover cop doesn't really just want to put him out onto the firing line. He wants to make sure that she came here with a weapon intending to kill him. That's all the evidence he needs. So he goes out, meets her. None of them fuckers put the handbrake on. So watch his face is in the car, rolling to God knows where. And you wouldn't fucking believe me if I told you what happens to be right next to them, a goddamn lake. Motherfucker is laying in the car, just straight into a lake. And the undercover cop turns around and goes, "Oh, I think I just lost my job." This is the worst. In an attempt to keep this guy from getting killed, he may have just killed the guy.
Well, not really him, because he wasn't behind the steering wheel.
It got to the point that the store clerk ran into the fucking water to save him. The boyfriend's like running into the water to save the car. The girl runs into the water to pull those dumbasses back out, and the cop's just standing there dick in hand thinking, what the fuck kind of cluster show is this? Do these guys even know what they're doing? And at some point, they open the car, because what's his face is fucking awake, by the way. He gets out the car easily. None of them, well, I guess the cop knew, but they all thought that he was fucking going to drown in there, which was the point. He was supposed to die, but not this way. So she pulls him out the car, realizes he's awake, freaks the fuck out, grabs the gun, tries to shoot him. It jams because, well, it was just underwater. And still, the cop is there just in absolute shock, in disbelief of what the kind of clown show he is seeing. Not even intervening anymore. Motherfucker, this rich guy could have died twice already. He could have fucking drowned, and he just could have gotten shot. And he just got away with both of them. He just walks out, looks at the hitman. The hitman looks at him and he just calls for backup. And then like fucking 6 other cop cars show up because they were all fucking watching.
What the fuck?
And this rich guy is like, you guys are the worst fucking undercover team I think I have ever seen in my life. This is just, what the fuck, guys? Seriously? Are you all trying to kill me here or what? Anyway, so they did end up getting enough evidence to convict both the boyfriend and the ex-wife. I don't know what the fuck the guy was smoking, but when it came to the court date, the rich guy ended up actually trying to defend his ex-wife now. Because he didn't want the mother of his kids to go away forever, so she ended up getting 10 years probation for attempt to murder him. I don't know if this guy has like the patience of a saint or if he's just completely done with everything. I'm one of the two, probably both. But yeah, so this guy survived getting blown up by multiple grenades that were basically hucked into his chest, survived falling out of a fucking airplane without a parachute, survived basically 2 assassination attempts back to back, and then died, you know how? Falling off the fucking stairs. That's how he eventually met this goddamn fate. He survived all that bullshit and then tripped on this goddamn stairwell.
Yikes.
At the age of 89. Way beyond anything anyone would have actually expected this guy to live. So I'd say you've lived a good life. I don't think I'll even make it to 98. But goddamn, the guy that just wouldn't fucking die, no matter how many times fate tried to murder him.
Round of applause to that guy. Holy fuck.
I'm just fucking mesmerized by that whole fucking undercover operation. That was just the worst fucking undercover operation on the history of undercover operations. Just that one hitman slash cop dude really should have done something. And then all the cops that were watching really ought to have done something.
Yup.
Before he drove into a lake and before she pulled out a fucking gun. Because I'm pretty sure, I think one of the cops actually testified later in his report saying, well, when we saw her running into the lake, you know, we all assumed that she was going to save him. Which...
No! She hired someone to kill him. Why would she then save him?
Exactly. That's the conclusion most of us came to as well. I was like, excuse me, you know why she was there, right? Oh, for fuck's sake, guys. Oh well. Anyway, that's all the stories I had for you today. I'll watch a couple more and I'll get back to you later. Because these end up being just as fucking ridiculous and entertaining as all the other ones I've had so far. So, in fact, I think these are like even like a cut above. These are fucking ridiculous. I love them. Oh man, what a fucking clusterfuck.
That is such a clusterfuck indeed.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Somehow I don't understand how he managed to fuck up that hard.
It's honestly you're so incompetent it actually becomes impressive for some reason. Like you really have to be like a special level of stupid to pull that off.
Yeah, like he could almost become part of the special forces.
Probably was.
Leading very heavily into the special.
Yeah. Yeah, quite a bit. Oh well. I've not played as much Satisfactory as I should have, actually.
Fair. I've made a railway towards the iron facility though.
Nice. Yeah, I've still not gone to like to the next space elevator tier. I've kind of just not played for a while. I got to the point where I could basically make everything up to like motors, and at some point I just kind of fived out. Don't know why. I mean I know why. It's fucking work kicking my dick in again, and you just get home too tired. You want to play something a little bit more relaxing because I'm on the verge of like the point that okay, I need to either completely remake most of my factory or make a whole new factory, like to go to the next tier, which is not something you really tend to want to do when you're fucking tired of shit.
Yeah, fair.
Like all the little things, like yeah, that's not too much, but a big undertaking like that, okay, yeah, you need some more steam in you.
Yes.
And funny enough, I've now actually been, as like a comfort food, I've been playing Old Republic again. Goddamn.
Yeah, I noticed that on Steam.
Can never. I mean, it's just a good game.
Yeah.
I've now been playing through most of the expansion updates on like. I mean, I was already up to date with them for a good bit, but not the last few ones. And I've gone back to see replay some of the other class stories that I mean, I've already played them all because I got the whole legendary thing. But I figured, you know what? It's been a while since I did some of them, and I realized that at least in the Sith Warrior, Agent, and the Bounty Hunter, there's a lot more choice and consequence than I was originally led to believe. There are a lot more I mean, the Sith Warrior in particular, kind of like massively changed depending if you go light or dark. Like up to the point that some entire quests are completely different, which I don't think any other story really does, but, except for maybe like the Agent. Bounty Hunter has a bunch of different endings, like way more than I really logically thought there would be.
I need to really get my accounts back in order and actually go through all the things, but then like without carrying, and then like do recordings on all of them again.
Yeah. I've come up with a little bit of a tier list as well for them now. You know, some of these stories, like for the most part, they're very subjective up to what your personal tastes are, because I realized that my list is not that much. It's very different, like from much more, most of the tier lists I see online, people's opinions I see. Though I think there are two big things I think I've always had in common with every single fucking list. Whereas out of the 8 stories, the worst one by far is the Consular, the Jedi Consular. Everyone agrees that one sucked dick. It's just boring as shit. I've placed the Smuggler second to last on 7th place. Didn't really care for that one too much. It was definitely leaks and bounced better than the other one, than the Consular. So I wouldn't say this is a bad story. It's just, you know, it felt like, you know, your main antagonist, the guy that you're chasing throughout the entire story. It feels like he should be the main character. He should be the guy you are, because you're kind of just chasing the guy that does all the cool smuggler shit. You should be the one doing all the cool smuggler shit. That should be you. Kind of feels like a missed opportunity there.
Truth. I think I did the Smuggler.
Yeah, I think that was fucking Ryan.
I would need. Wait, look. Let me grab YouTube, because I can see all that in my playlist, of course.
Yeah.
I know I did the Bounty Hunter, which obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Playlists. Please show 50 playlists in one go. That makes it much easier to search. Because this is in the time that I was still doing Dutch gameplay.
Yeah.
Conception 2, that is all from after.
Let's see, 6th place. I think I would put. I think I'd put the Jedi Knight on 6th place. It is a placement with a little bit of a caveat, where I wouldn't say that it might not be like deserving of a 6th place, but I think there's just going to be a quality gap in between 7 and 8, and then 7 and 6, where yes, it's in 6th place because there are just 8 places, but it's nowhere near as bad as the other 2 are.
Which one?
The Jedi Knight.
Okay. I was apparently working through the Imperial Agent.
Nice, and that's a top one. Funnily enough, I would probably put the Bounty Hunter on P5. Kind of a middle of the road story. Actually, no, I think now Jedi Knight is definitely like bar middle of the road. That's just a not bad, not good story where it's just a classic hero's journey. You know, the hero goes out to fight the bad guys. It's just not. It doesn't really bring anything new and spicy to the table. And at some point it does, because it has your Jedi kind of convert to the dark side and become a follower of like the big evil guy. But that's like over in like 2 cutscenes, and it never really comes up again. It's like, you really should have. That really could have been a really great plot twist, where from that moment on, you could be like a much darker Jedi and like some story connotations. But nope, they have that happen and they whisk it away like before you can even blink. So kind of ruin that opportunity. So yeah, middle of the road type of game. Nothing really too spicy there. Bounty Hunter goes P5, so it's above average. It definitely has some really good moments. I think the initial Great Hunt is probably the weakest part of it. At least that's how I personally saw it. I guess if you're more of like an actual merc, the credit hunting merc guy, that might be more like the more favorite part. For me, it really came when when you got the choice to become a fucking Mandalorian and kind of commit to that warrior code of honor, which had a bunch of story connotations to it that actually made dealing with the enemies, which are sometimes just straight up good guys, while your character as well is a morally upright type of person, made the conflict a lot deeper and a lot more gray and a lot more interesting. Whereas if you're just kind of a merc just shooting for the credits, the story kind of just doesn't really change and doesn't really get much depth.
Fair.
So one route, very interesting, very deep. Another route, kind of bland, which, yeah, it goes hand in hand with, what a bounty hunter is kind of supposed to be. So, don't really blame them too hard. I wish it did a little bit more to it. Trooper would probably come next in fourth place, so a little bit above bounty hunter, to the point that most of the light or dark choices that you make in the trooper story, it actually really makes sense, and sometimes it's difficult to choose between them because it mostly instead of pure evil versus the good thing, it's usually what's best for the mission versus what's best for the people, and sometimes these are very tough choices, and the story can kind of play out differently. And it gets some bonus points because in some of the expansions, some cutscenes change depending on your class, and your character does get treated differently depending on what you are. And I always find it cool to just be like a regular military guy, dealing with the most insane threats on the planet, like some ridiculously overpowered Sith guy, and you're just shooting him with a blaster. It's like, fuck you. So that's pretty cool. Same goes for the hunter, by the way. It's really cool just being like a regular Joe with a blaster, to be honest. And you get some really cool dialogues for basically just being a gun for hire during the expansions too. Like they call you out on that constantly. And I've just realized this now, with my last playthrough of the hunter, is you get shit on constantly if you happen to play as an alien race too, which I did for my last hunter. Because the Empire hates aliens. They can make an exception for you if you happen to be like a fucking Sith, like high-ranking bastard up there. But if you're a goddamn merc and you're an alien, they fucking detest you and they let it know. So it's even more satisfying to slap them in the face, basically.
Fair.
A bunch of unique dialogue there. So combine that with the fact that you can be the more morally good Mando doing bad things, and you get a pretty interesting story. Same goes for the trooper. And then the big three are the only ones still remaining, and they happen to all be Imperial because in general the Imperial classes get better stories than the Republic guys. Just bar none. Top 1. First place goes to the Sith Warrior. If everyone and their mother would probably say the Agent, I'm gonna go with the Warrior. Because of the sheer amount of fucking differences you can have depending on your choices. Like it's pretty much a full-on RPG. And to be fair, the male voice actor for the Warrior probably is the best voice actor in the entire game. Sounds fucking amazing. Love it. Makes you feel like a badass.
Yeah, fair.
Sith Inquisitor probably comes in second. Which funny enough, if I had made this list a couple of years ago, I probably would have put the Sith Inquisitor down at the bottom with the Consular, because I fucking hated it. Because the opening part of the Sith Inquisitor story, the first act anyway, kind of sucks. It's not the greatest, because you're kind of just chasing ghosts and absorbing their power, which kind of gets really repetitive. It's only at the end of Act 1 when your master betrays you and you have to go fucking murderize her and realize that now you're without a master and you have to fucking rise to ranks and build your Sith power base and become a fucking menace, that the story really starts kicking into gear. Because at the end of the story, you become a fucking member of the leading body of the Empire, literally Dark Council member. You're the highest fucking rank you could possibly be. And for the rest of the game, during the expansions and the updates, you're treated like a goddamn god every time you pull up, which is just the most insane cool thing. As far as power trips go.
Fair.
And this is another one that the voice actress for the male guy, or voice actor for the male guy, sounds fucking awful. Whereas the female one, which is how I would recommend you play it through as, is fucking phenomenal. In fact, secretly, I'm not allowed to admit this because my Sith Warrior would be angry with me. But my female Sith Inquisitor is probably my favorite character so far. It just feels amazing.
I am going to see if I still have my list because let's see.
And then Agent, third place. Agent's just fucking good. I think it's the first story that really comes in with a bunch of fucking plot twists and really just feels like a goddamn sci-fi, mystery thriller. It's badass as hell. And also, you're just a dude with a blaster shooting, fucking Sith Lords, which is always going to be satisfying. And it does have a bunch of fucking really cool story connotations and choice and consequence things. Like at the end of the story, you can just completely betray the Empire. And the DLCs will actually, fucking pick up on that. I think the first one, like the Hut Cartel thing, they will actually contact you as if you're literally a fucking fugitive. Like they won't call you for help. They're like, "Hey, asshole, we're coming for you unless you help us with this bullshit thing." So they'll actually call out the fact that you fucking betrayed them. Okay, let's look at this list.
Yeah, that's the list from all those years ago.
Yeah. All right, let's see. You've already done Drew. Obviously, Ryan has been done, and then Kiara was the one that you.
Yeah, that was the Imperial Agent.
Yeah, the one that you quit on.
Which the character should still exist. I literally can go back into it. I just need to watch the old videos, and I can instantly dive back into it.
Yeah. Let's see. Made her an alien. That's good. Especially a chest. That's good for that one. Sandra, Quinn, Trooper, Woman, Light Side. Yeah, fair. I'd say for Sandra, maybe not necessarily light. Just go a little bit middle of the road, neutral. And kind of, get some dark side options in there as well. Don't just go down one route entirely. Because that's the one thing I've noticed with when you did Drew is that you just picked the first option every single fucking time, and you missed out on a lot of cool things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anymore at all what I did back in the day.
Yeah,
it's been so long ago. I would need for Kiara, I can still watch it back, but for Drew, I wouldn't be able to. That's I've sent you the playlist as well.
Yeah, that's way too long.
And that was I think 20 to 30 minutes per episode. They now will be, of course, an hour per episode because that's just how I record.
Yeah.
Use some dark. I am putting it in my notes.
Yeah. Julia, Viper Voice, Sith Inquisitor, Woman, Cyborg. I would say change that to at least a alien race and maybe change the fucking name because I'm pretty sure Viper won't be allowed. And it also doesn't make sense for an alien.
No, I'll be using Julia Royce. The Viper thing is just in the notes.
Yeah, cool.
But it's a cyborg alien or just alien?
There are no cyborg aliens. Cyborgs are just humans with cyborgs.
Okay.
Now, I'm not sure which alien species you'd have unlocked because they might be different because, I did buy a couple. So I can unlock them in every class. But every class unlocks with a few. One you shouldn't do are the red guys, like the Sith, the Sith pureblood guys. They've got jewelry in their faces. They're very easy to tell apart because they're technically an alien species, but they're kind of like Sith royalty, so you don't get any of the cool things. Not Reddit. Honestly, I'd say Twi'lek are dumb, Katar are dumb, Fish people are dumb, Retataki are dumb. You've already done a Chiz, which are the coolest, sadly. Miri Allen, probably. They don't actually show you a name when you select your species, so when the time comes, just let me know and I'll tell you. They're green. That's all I can say.
They're green, okay. I'll put in brackets the word green.
Yeah.
I'm using those notes as well. When I start making a character, I do actually do it.
Yeah.
With notes and such. And let Hunter know at start.
Yeah.
That's also then instantly in my notes. Then I know that I can't start that without first messaging you.
Yeah. And for as far as light or dark side options go, the Sith Inquisitor doesn't really have too many big changes. I do feel that the evil options tend to just be kind of really be mustache twirling fucking evil for the fuck of being evil, and the light side options tend to have a little bit more nuance and complexity, because you know Sith usually aren't very light side at all. That's kind of what they're against. So I'd say definitely want to have her a little. It's still going to be, you know, Julia, so you want her to have a little bit of bite. So whenever she's dealing with, I'd say, like an enemy of the Empire, probably have her be a little bit dark. But if she's like doing stuff
Light,
for the people of the Empire, or you know, for friends of hers, she's more nice.
So I'd say light unless fighting enemies.
Yeah, basically enemies. And I'd say she could be more lenient towards like the Republic or the Jedi, even if they don't like treat her like a fucking piece of shit, because they will. That, you know, that gives you an excuse to fucking go nuclear on them. But sometimes they're just genuinely cool towards you, so I'd say you'd be cool too, or she'd be cool too.
Yeah, but at that point they're not enemies. They're more like they're just doing their job at that point.
Yeah. The one thing that this is what I did for my Sith. Every time she would come into contact with the Hutt cartel, though, go fucking fuck those guys, fuck the Hutts, fuck the cartel. They're fucking assholes, because you start out as a slave, and in my headcanon anyway, they were probably the fucking Hutt cartel that sold you into slavery in the first place.
Most likely.
It fits the MO, so definitely have a special place in your hatred in your heart for them.
I've put in my notes, fuck the cartel.
Yeah, and you don't deal with them often, so that does make the situation easy. I think for the most part you deal with them obviously in the Rise of the Hutt cartel. So when you go to the whole Makeb arc, fucking go nuclear with them, slaughter the fucking slugs.
I will say I will only go through the main story of the character, not the post story that was the DLC thing that I've gone through with Drew, for instance.
Right. Okay.
Like, that is just easier to make videos, because then Drew can do that story. Because otherwise I have 8 different characters doing the exact same story.
Yeah, fair.
And it's like fun, but like there is already someone at the helm of that. Yeah.
It is worth doing the Republic Makeb one, though, because canonically those did happen at the same time. Because obviously the class stories, they all happen in the same universe. They all actually happen and sometimes even acknowledge each other. Even though you never see any other characters, which, you know, makes sense. For the Hutt cartel, obviously, you know, they all do the same stories. That doesn't make a lot of sense, but at least the Hutt, the Imperial and the Republic ones are so vastly different.
So who should I then grab to actually do that with?
Let's see, do we have... That's actually kind of a difficult one.
I can still go back to Rylan.
Yeah.
I am making it a point. I'm going back to Drew as well. But like, you know, like, if a story has to be finished with one character, I will actually go back.
Yeah.
This is why the story of Drew Riddleton actually goes on way beyond Kiara's story. Because apparently the playlist for Drew was updated later than Kiara's.
Yeah, fair.
Meaning I've done the DLC things for Drew.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning I was still doing those, and I put Kiara's story on hold because of them, most likely. And just never came back to her.
Yeah, fair. Oh, I do like that, by the way. Drew says, you know, Drew Riddleton, bounty hunter, man, money. Ryan and Blackwell, smuggler, man, money. That's all they care about. Literally all they care about. Funny enough, if Drew were to be a fucking Republic character, he'd probably be a smuggler too. it's fucking money.
Yeah. You know, those two just wanted money.
Yeah.
Like, they were very easy to set up. Just focus on money. The rest, as you can see, needed a lot more explanation.
Yeah, I mean, and none of those class stories really make sense if they just go for money. You know, the underground classes, which are the bounty hunter and the smuggler, for them it would make sense. For the other ones, it's just weird.
Because you're smuggling, yet what does smuggling get you? Well, money.
Yeah, and same goes for bounty hunting.
Yeah, you're literally hunting a target because there's a price on his head.
Yeah. The one good thing about playing the bounty hunter, one of the good things anyway, is that they do actually fucking call you Hunter the entire time, which makes me feel acknowledged. Like I always pretend that they're saying my name and not what I am.
Fair.
Man, I'm just looking through my characters here, and goddamn.
And his name is Carter Williams.
I swear to God, I think I've got one of the richest fucking accounts in this game. If I just look at the shit my characters are wearing, it's just ridiculous. I got the most insane, expensive kit in the entire game, and they all have it. Even like the side characters that are still like level 4 that I like created on a whim and then never fucking used. I still kit them out with the most insanely expensive fucking shit things. I went way too deep into this game.
Oh fuck! I'm actually going to need to have a subscription then again as well.
Probably yeah.
Because you can only store a certain amount of gold on your character.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, luckily I don't think this subscription's too expensive.
Do you know how much it is?
I think like $12.
Oh yeah, that's nothing.
Yeah. I actually left mine running for about like a year and a half and I didn't play. And I logged back into like your fucking 9k cartel coins. I'm like, well, whoop-de-doo. Let's go on a buying spree. And I've gotten 0 left now.
Fair.
I basically bought a bunch of fucking useless items that I sold on the GTN. And then made about 400 million credits.
Damn.
Yeah. And I didn't even like spend all my cartel coins on things to sell. I did get some like armor sets and some black dyes. Because fucking dye packs are fucking expensive. Especially the black and black one, because that's the best and it's edgy.
Fair.
And on my favorite new armor set that I've pretty much thrown onto every one of my Sith characters, it only looks good if you put a black and black dye on it. Which, well, those are the most expensive ones in the game, sadly enough. You can buy one on the GTN for about 200 million credits.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's insane. On the flip side, now my Sith looks sexy as shit.
Fair enough.
Like, I do dread the day that they inevitably, you know, shut down the servers of this game. Because it's gonna happen at some point. The game is still slowly fizzing away.
You know, that's why when you started to talk about it, I was like, you know what, I really should continue it and, like, finish it before it's too late.
Yeah. Now, I hope, like, I really hope that when they do that, they'll launch it, you know, or at least give us the ability to launch it as a single-player game. Because the whole design of how this game works really lends itself to a single player game. Like, yeah, you'll miss out on a bit, but to be fair with you, you don't really need all that. This is probably the most solo player friendly MMO ever. Like the only reason that you're dealing with other players is if you want to deal with other players. You're never forced to. And you can easily play the entire story by yourself.
Yep.
Which is good, because that is the way I like it. Because in most cases, people tend to kind of suck.
Yeah, I need to wait until I have to drive until I'm going to do that, because that is a download that is very much for that drive.
Yeah, fair.
I am going to keep the old 1 terabyte one though.
Also fair.
I have a very specific role for that one in the future.
Uh-oh.
Well, currently I'm using a half a terabyte one for my Windows. But eventually, if I'm going to switch parts around, I'm going to need to have a backup drive, or I want to be able to put it on a bigger drive.
Yeah.
So having the 1 terabyte around to put it on also gives me more options when it gets to downloading different versions of Unity. Because projects don't like switching version. It can completely break them.
Yeah.
So that way I can just interact with old versions without, you know, too much of a hassle. It would just make my life a little easier.
Yeah, fair. I'm actually remembering something now. I didn't even realize this until right now, and I've been playing this game for a while now. My Sith Inquisitor character, I actually sneakily used as a character in one of the stories I was planning on writing. One of the main characters. She already made it into a fucking story. Now, obviously, me being me, that story never went anywhere.
Fair.
I mean, I can tell myself that, you know, maybe I'll be reinvigorated later, but that's not happening. As much as I wanted to.
I need to add the Old Republic to my Steam library, because I've never actually done that.
Yeah, I haven't. Go ahead and do it.
Yeah, because I've always played it via, like, in the time that I played, it was all via Origin.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you want some free Steam achievements, there you go. Because the first time I did this, I played the game prior to linking to doing it on Steam, and when I first logged into the game via Steam, it's you know, it basically read all my fucking profile data, and it's like, well, you unlocked all these things which give you achievements. So I got like fucking 90 achievements in 1 second.
I don't need any of the DLCs, right? Right?
I don't even know what the DLCs are.
Oh, the subscription actually is $13. I can see it on Steam.
Oh yeah, 13.
Would Steam be a good way to do it though? I don't think so.
I'm not. I think I just did it via like their own website, but I'm not sure if there's really a big difference.
No, because I think Steam always requires you to have money in your Steam account when it rebuilds. While the other thing just takes it straight from your account.
Yeah.
So you also can't miss the date because you know about it. But Steam is like, no. So for safety, I'll be doing it via the site.
Yeah, fair.
Because otherwise, I'm going to log in, notes that I don't have anything, and then have to go out of the game again to re-enable all of that.
Yeah.
I don't need to join the fight bundle. Fuck you.
Fuck are you?
Add to library. And then I'm going to need to install it soon enough. Like before the new drive. Just to get my account linked to Steam. Or to make sure that it all works.
Yeah.
And to just like look at what I have.
Oh god, I hope you're not wearing that fucking ugly ass goddamn armor on Drew still, but you probably are.
Check.
I'm going to have to fucking help you fucking fashion that fucking your characters up because goddamn.
I'd say check the last episode for Drew, and then you'll see what I'm wearing there. I'm probably still wearing that.
Yeah, no, it's as bad as I thought. It's that one fucking armor set. It's just fucking atrocious. But then again, to be fair with you, back in those days, there weren't really that many really great armor sets that didn't force you to fucking amputate an arm to pay for the goddamn thing. Right now, some of them can be easily swiped. Because I am Scrooge McDuck and I am made of credits.
Yeah, I think you're just going to literally buy the armor for me. That's what I'm expecting at this point, that you're doing that.
Yeah. Are you going to pick up where you left off with Drew, or are you going to run that again?
No, I'm going to pick up where I left off.
All right.
I'll watch back like the last, I say, 10 episodes for him. I'm saying 10 just to have a rounded number, but I'm probably a little bit more just to see what the hell is going on.
Trust me, I guarantee that even if you watch those 10 episodes, you're gonna be like, what the fuck is any of this? I think you've done like the fucking Eternal Throne thing, right? For the most part.
I should. You might want to check in the video like where I was.
Yeah, and you're going through the fucking Chiss flashpoint here, and I'm not sure where that is in the story. Pretty sure by now you've already defeated Archon, and now you're dealing with Valen and her craziness.
I don't know why I stopped playing the game, by the way. Do you know that? Can you see if at the end of the video there is like, if there is still something left for me to do? Because that could also be it. That the update was itchy at the end.
Yeah, no, I think that was the last thing you could have done. So you were waiting for updates, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that might be why I quit. And I was supposed to return back to the character, but I never did.
Yeah. Time to quickly order myself something to fucking shove into my mouth and play a relaxing game of TCS. Let's go.
Yeah, fair.
I'm still very much like on the fence on what module will actually end up flying when the time comes. We've got plenty of time to really come up with an idea. There might be some updates along the way. Hell, by then. By the time we actually get fucking started, the fucking like new reveal for the year video is around the corner, so that might set the tone as well. If they reveal like something really cool is coming, we might as well end up waiting for that. Or
yes,
like for that anyway.
Like the what is the thing called again? Dynamic campaign engine.
Yeah.
Yes.
If that thing comes, and then we're going to fucking no-life the shit out of training, because I want you to be ready when that thing drops, not it drops and we need to get ready.
Yeah, no, because you know that is something I do want to do.
Oh, dude, that's something I've been waiting for ages too. I was jumping right in there. But when that thing drops, I want us to be, mission capable for the most part. So we'll need to have run through a couple of practice scenarios quite a bit.
Yeah, but at that point, there's actually a goal to the game, so that, like, to me, at that point, it makes the game, like, it makes it enjoyable, because I need a goal.
Yeah.
If we're just going to fly around randomly, yeah, that makes it,
Yeah. Now, before the campaign engine comes up, obviously we'll be doing, scenario missions, and mostly, that I mostly use as like practice flights. This is how I usually do it for myself anyway. I just put like a little mission together where I force myself to use like XYZ weapon that I've not used before in order to, to learn how to fucking use the goddamn thing.
fair.
We'll probably use similar techniques to kind of keep it interesting and fun. And the whole goal, technically, is then obviously to survive the mission and to learn how the fucking thing works. So that by the time the campaign engine drops and we need to do an actual mission to, forward our objective, you're not dicking around not knowing what to do. Because that kind of, I guess if you want to achieve something and you can't because you don't know how to do it, that'll be even more frustrating. So we need to get you to a point that you can do things.
Oh yeah, no, and that, like,
hit the ground running there.
Yeah, but that's like we're training and getting me ready specifically for that, and like,
yeah,
that is a goal to begin with, like to be able to confidently at least go into it.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, how I end up on the other end of that confidence with getting into it, that doesn't matter at that point.
No.
Maybe I could shot the shit regardless.
Oh, we probably will. It's us, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, but it's like, well, like that also makes it fun. Like we've tried, we failed, and we're going to learn from it regardless.
Yeah. Now, we have to still kind of wait to see. The big module that I wanted to use, obviously being the Eagle, still kind of hangs in the air, like if development's even going to continue or not. Because if I get even like the slightest hint that development's going to continue, that's not going to be a question about what we'll use. It's always going to be the goddamn Eagle, unless. I mean, I know the F14D is coming, but that's might still be years away. So I'm not even really considering that. Unless they fucking announce like, hey, it's coming next year or whatever. And okay, I might reconsider. But even then, we'll probably still do something else in the meanwhile.
Yeah, fair.
And the Apache obviously is a big choice there. It's very different from anything else, considering the fact it's a fucking helicopter, and they just have their unique quirks and features. It's just that. Personally, for the long form type of content that I want to kind of make, where our missions are tend to be pretty long, where we have a bunch of fucking bullshitting on the way there, then we do the action and then we fly back and have a bunch of bullshitting. That's a lot more relaxing and easier to do in a fixed range jet, because they're just generally easy to fly. Like, yeah, I mean, taking off and landing is a little bit of a thing, but once you're in the air, you're pretty much good to go. You can't really fuck that one up.
Well.
And helicopters, even the ones with some altitude hold modes and autopilot things like the Apache does, it's still a lot more involved to fly, and it kind of does get tiring after a while. So I'm afraid, as much as I want to fucking use it, that after a while, I'll just get, annoyed with it.
Yeah,
because it's
fair.
not, you can put that thing into an actual autopilot like the Black Shark does, but the Black Shark doesn't have a co-pilot, so we can't use that fucking thing. The Apache will never fly itself. It'll kind of help you, but it won't really do the job for you. Which is something that the Eagle does do. And hell, the Tomcat to some extent still does do that. Yeah, and they're just, more relaxing to fly because they're fucking fixed wing and you don't need to worry about them falling out of the air every goddamn moment of every goddamn minute.
Yeah, fair.
Well, unless you're Riddle, I guess.
Unless you're Riddle, yes.
Now, the one module that could absolutely dwarf the fucking Eagle, which will take fucking forever to launch, because I'm waiting for the goddamn reveal trailer, which, well, they haven't even announced the fucking thing yet, so we're not even sure if that's coming. But if they end up doing a Super Hornet or the two-seater version of the regular Hornet, we are fucking flying that thing. End of story. Like until the fucking F14D comes out, which will take fucking forever, so plenty of time to wait. But until that thing comes out, it's a Super Hornet all the way, because fucking the sheer amount of different weapons that we have, different things we can do, the fact that it's a carrier jet, all the cool shit, does everything, love it. And in multi-crew, sounds amazing. Perfect.
Yeah, fair.
And I already know literally everything there is to know about this jet, because it happens to work the exact same way as the regular Hornet and has pretty much the exact same systems, with a few upgrades. So I won't really need to retrain myself how to use it. I can easily train you how to use it, and it's going to be a fun time. And also cool carrier jet, because, fucking carrier jet, badass. It's the one thing I miss when I fly the Eagle. Even though the Eagle is, funny enough, leagues and miles better. Like, performance-wise, it's absolutely leagues and miles better than any other goddamn jet in the game. It's just, it's a fucking Eagle. It's not even a contest. It just wins in everything. Well, maybe not a dogfight, because this is the Strike Eagle, and it will absolutely fucking get murdered. But in any other aspect, this thing fucking triumphs. If it got updated. Which, that's kind of the whole thing. We don't know. Because they're not fucking telling us shit.
As always.
Fucking assholes. So for now, really have no clue what it is we'll end up doing. It might be a while until I do know. So I'll just, continue playing DCS at my own pace, flying whatever the fuck I want to fly, not even really worried about what we're going to be doing together, or at least until we really kind of narrowed it down.
I mean, I can guarantee you one thing.
Well,
once the new drive is in, DCS will instantly be on the drive.
Nice.
And it will be updated.
Nice.
Because I have the updater locked into Steam itself, so I can just... I will just run the updater via Steam.
Yeah. Yeah, that does give me a little bit of a gives us the opportunity anyway. If I want to try something, a particular module, I can kind of get you to boot up the game. We can give it a shot, see if it even really works or is enjoyable enough.
Yeah, I want to at least have it, you know, on the correct drive for like safety.
Yeah.
And to make sure that once we start it, I don't have to move a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Because, like, sure, I'll be keeping at least, like, 1 terabyte free. Probably a tiny bit less than 1 terabyte. But, like, you never know what might have come up as a playthrough.
Yeah, exactly.
That made me suddenly use 600 more gigabytes. Or whatever. So for safety, I want to have it on the drive at all times.
Yeah, fair.
And with that drive, that's just possible, you know?
Yeah. I will probably have to kind of narrow down the map that we're going to use. Because I noticed something annoying when I was flying around Afghanistan with the Apache. Is that the map looks fucking amazing if you're high up in the air. Once you low down, you kind of really start to tell, okay, that this map is not done yet. And if you do want to do Afghanistan, which is kind of what the fucking Apache was made for, it doesn't really fit because it looks like fucking ass. Like, oh, great. So that kind of takes that one out because that basically means that one is only really applicable to the fucking Eagle. Which, well, the Eagle could do just as good in any other map, so that kind of ruins the point.
Yep.
So we might as well probably go to Egypt anyway.
Oh,
so, fly past the fucking pyramids.
I will, by the way, download literally every map that I have, like, that I can download. Nice. I want to have every module installed that I can, that I own.
Nice.
Because why not? At that point, I have the space for it. And if you want to try something on a different map that I own already, we can.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we're not limited.
Yeah.
No, that's cool. That's nice.
Like that's one of the issues with the drive I have right now. Why I'm not doing it is because I literally can't with this drive.
Yeah.
If I want to run Satisfactory, which is also quite a heavy game on size, yeah, it's just impossible.
Yeah.
And with Baldur's Gate 3 installed and Skyrim, for fuck's sake. Yeah, we're already at 500 gigabytes with just those. Add another 100 for that space game, which I totally didn't forget the name for. Star Citizen, there we go.
Yeah. Space game.
I haven't played it in a while, but...
No, me neither. Yeah.
We're both waiting on the updates because the server is dying.
The server is fucking like when the game works, it's amazing. When it doesn't work, which is most of the time, it's not that amazing.
Besides that, I don't nearly know enough to really be able to enjoy the game with the server issues.
Yeah.
If I start with I'd say like if the servers work properly, I can probably learn it a lot better.
Yeah. So it's a lot smoother of an experience.
Yeah, because now I'm not sure why something doesn't work. If it's the server or if it just doesn't work.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's a dumb idea.
Oh boy.
It's really just a vague idea. It's just that I did forget that there's one more module that isn't multi-crew, by the way. That's why I haven't really considered it. But I personally fucking love this thing to an insane level that I think if we're going down the route of helicopters, I could get you to fly with relative ease. That is the fucking Shark. Now, hear me out. Big ass, complicated, weird ass Russian helicopter. Okay, that doesn't really lend itself easy to the Riddle formula. I know. Shut up.
I didn't even say anything yet.
You were going to.
No, because I'm first going to let you talk.
But
which I know doesn't happen often.
For one, if we take into consideration that we can fucking skip the cold start, because fuck that. Especially in this helicopter, fuck that. If there's one thing The Russians have not learned is how to lay out a goddamn cockpit, because if you like switches, yeah, go fly the shark, because fuck me. You know the cool thing that the NATO jets do, where they have all the options kind of in this really neat little screen that you can just browse through, see all the things? Yeah, the Russians have no fucking idea what any of that meant, so they're just like, every single thing, every single goddamn option, every setting you can change,
no!
it's a switch. Now you do have a screen, which is for your map.
Is it not even a button? It's just a switch.
Let me demonstrate. Let me show you.
Oh, I want to shoot a rocket. Flicks the switch. It's not even a button. So you can't.
Luckily, that is a button.
How dare they?
This is the nightmare fuel. It's basically made out of switches and buttons. This thing.
Jesus fuck.
And if you want to start this thing up, I'm pretty sure I counted at some point there are 50 different switches and buttons you need to hit. Which means that cold start is now done with left Windows home, and that's it. That's your cold start procedure in this thing. Fuck everything else.
Fair.
Like even I can't be fucked to start this thing up. I mean, look at this fucking thing go. I just saw like 5 switches in a row. Boop 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 boop. Turn on. And you've not even turned on the fucking engine yet. Look at it go. Anyway, it's a consideration, because it kind of depends on how easy access or how easy to handle the rudders will be. Because this thing, what this thing doesn't have is a tail rotor, which also means that it's a lot easier to fucking fly. Now,
right, because if the tail rotor gets shot off, you're fucked. You're going to spin.
Yeah, I mean,
in other helicopters, but that one, I think, from what I can see, they spin against each other, I suppose.
Yeah, they spin in opposite directions. Yeah.
One goes clockwise, the other one goes counterclockwise.
Yeah, so they balance each other out. Now, this is a different thing. Like, you'll need to kind of experience this when we can maybe like trial one of the other helicopters at some point when you've got your rudder pedals. You'll see what I'm talking about. You'll feel what I'm talking about. In any helicopter grid or tail rotor, every time you change your altitude, your speed, your angle, you need to fuck around with your rudder to make sure you're still on course. Because, you know, if this rotor, if you only have like one of these two, and it's spinning, you know, clockwise, every time you adjust your speed, it's either spinning faster or slower. That means that the helicopter will want to, you know, turn left or right, which is not something that you want to happen. You just want it to go forward. That's why the tail rotor's fucking there, to prevent it from turning left and right. Now, this thing doesn't like automatically balance with your speed. You have to do that manually. So every goddamn time you adjust your speed, even slightly, you have to use your fucking rudder pedals to get the ass of the helicopter back in line. Now, once you get used to this for a while, it's not even that much of an issue. I barely struggle with this at all, but I do have a ridiculously high-tech fucking rudder system that allows you to make the tiniest little micro moves you need in order to keep the helicopter in line. Your pedals might be a little bit less gentle.
You know what that entire like back rotor reminds me of? The one that's lacking in that one?
Yeah.
Arma 3, Anti-Stasi, where I stole that helicopter which got his tail rotor shot up.
Yeah.
Where I just started spinning in the air. I did steal it, and then proceeded to crash with it.
Yeah. I think I might be able to show you, because I do have a mission ready that has an Apache. I'm just not sure if it's started up. Oh yeah, one thing I can show you is the difference in the button layout. Just, you know, wait for the game to maybe crash while I do this. DCS doesn't like loading. Alright, the guy made it. No, it's not turned on, sadly. But if you look throughout the cockpit, once it's done rendering in entirely, take a look at the lack of buttons.
No, the lack of switches.
Switches, yeah. I mean, there are plenty of buttons, but these are the easy buttons. These are like the logical buttons that actually tell you what they do. These buttons over here, you don't ever fucking use anyway. Fuck those things. In order to start this thing up, you need to turn this thing, flip open this thing, press the fucking button, you're pretty much done. It's the whole 3 buttons. Now you have to wait for this fucking thing to kind of spool up a little bit. So you can close your door while you're at it. You can close your own door, Riddle. There you go.
No, I don't want to close my own door. Fuck you. You close my door.
And then the only other thing you really need to do is once these fucking screens come on, which they do now, you hit these two for your both the left and right engine. You see them kind of torque up on the screen. Once they hit like a X percentage, I have to use my throttle to kind of jumpstart them, which is roughly when they hit like 26, I think. Now, I think in real life, you're supposed to do it one by one. DCS allows you to do them at the same time, so why the fuck would I not do that?
Fair.
Go into idle, watch the rotors go. Did you notice, by the way, that on the other helicopter, that was 3 minutes into its fucking startup procedure, the rotors weren't even spinning? They were still not fucking spinning?
Yeah, no, I noticed that. Even while you were switching, the rotors were still just stationary.
They were just fucking vibing. And then you fucking power up, pretty much done. That's it, that's the startup procedure. It's even simpler in the front here, because I think all you have to do is turn on that screen, turn on that screen, turn on the middle screen, and you're Gucci. So, easy as shit. But what I can say, show off, see, I'm not going to use my rudder pedal at all now. I'm just gonna let the tail rotor do whatever the fuck the tail rotor wants to do. Now, I am heavy as shit with like, I'm basically made out of missiles, so this takeoff might be a little bit janky, but just watch what the rotation of the helicopter does when I want to go up. See that?
Ah.
I have to push down the pedal, the left pedal now, and it stabilizes. Trim out, and now I can use the rotor to go left and right. But watch if I open up the throttle, speed up, it'll still kind of go to the right. It'll always go to the right because that's the way the fucking thing spins. So I again need to fucking use the rotor. I'm about to crash, dude. I don't care. I demonstrated my point. Every time you change your speed, do anything, you need to use your fucking rotor. Which also means you need to be very gentle and precise with your rudder pedals, because otherwise, you're going to overcorrect and it's going to be a nightmare. The Black Shark doesn't have that issue because the rotors basically counterbalance themselves out. If you change your speed, the Shark's not going to give a shit. It's just going to go straight. If one rotor goes quicker, the other one does too, so it balances each other out. The only reason as to why you're using your rudder is genuinely just to fucking turn the helicopter, not to keep going straight, because that's why you're using the rudder pedals in the fucking Apaches, to go straight, which is kind of counterintuitive to the goddamn point.
Yeah.
Now, I'm gonna go let this thing do its fucking startup again, so I'll see you in half an hour. Yeah, the Russians really didn't know what to do when it comes down to fucking avionics. Like the NATO guys got that locked down. The Russians don't really give a fuck, I don't think.
Fair.
Then again, funny enough, this is the most user-friendly helicopter ever made, which well, the cockpit kind of gives you a different vibe, I suppose. Because this is the only attack helicopter with one seat. Usually attack helicopters are so complex that, well, they need two guys, because you're not going to get shit done if you're focusing on flying and fucking using the goddamn thing. This thing has so many assists and autopilots in it for you that it basically flies for you and you just get to shoot the shit, literally. It also, the funnest weapon in this entire helicopter is the fucking gun, because just look at the size of this fucking thing.
Holy fuck.
This is a Gatling sniper cannon, I swear to fuck. Like, the Apache's gun is amazing, considering it can basically look around you, almost like a 270 degrees. But it does, it's a lot less accurate, and I think it's 20mm, where this thing is 30mm, so this thing shreds things when it hits. And it also hits a lot more often. and has a lot more range. Now, the downside is that this thing doesn't move around as amazingly as the Apache's does. This one is pretty much fixed, pointing forward. It can still move around, but you know, a lot more limited because you know it can't really go through the fucking helicopter, can it? As much as it wanted to. Also, this one, these rotors are spinning a lot quicker. I'm pretty sure the first one was just bug.
Yeah. I didn't notice the rotor suddenly started spinning.
Yeah. I like that the bottom rotor actually has a little light in the tip, which you can see.
Oh
It's
yeah.
it's a cute little detail. It looks really cool at night. The only downside is that you'll never, in your entire life, be flying this fucking thing at night. Or at least we won't if we actually do end up flying this fucking thing. Now, there's a good reason for that. That's the fact that this little camera thing that you use the missiles with, yeah, it doesn't work at night. So, useless.
Oh.
The only reason, I mean, we could technically use it at night, just if we have a different sort of mission, where we don't necessarily need the long-range anti-tank missiles. Maybe
Like a
just go
scouting
rocket
mission.
pod. Yeah, we could. I mean, we could go rocket pods too and just fuck shit up. This is the only helicopter that drops bombs, for fuck's sake. You don't need a camera for bombs. Yeah, also, yes, it actually uses fucking bombs. It's a helicopter, flies overhead, drops a goddamn bomb. Useless,
Oh.
They never use this, ever. In the DCS, you're just gonna get yourself fucking murdered, because you know, in order to drop a bomb accurately, you're flying slowly over a target. Now, you're a helicopter, you're already flying slowly. You're just gonna get fucking destroyed. But if you you know, wanna go hit a target that has no chance of shooting back at you, it's very, very fun to drop a bomb on it from a helicopter. So we'll definitely maybe use it
At night.
at night. You know, because it doesn't make that's basically just like a CCIP drop. You have like a little pepper in the HUD, points at where the bomb drops. Just do that. Now you do have to kind of fly like an asshole if you want to drop a bomb, because well, you're never going to fly. You know, the thing is that the HUD points forward, so the bomb needs to, you know, hit the ground roughly where that kind of like little red thing is over here. Now you're flying so slow that that bomb is not dropping there. That bomb is dropping somewhere down there, like where your balls are. Because in a jet, you're going that quickly that the bomb will kind of just glide and hit the target. This thing is flying.
Yeah,
so
it kind of
top like a goddamn brick.
It gets propelled because of your speed.
Yeah. Now helicopters don't work that way because they're slow. So you kind of have to fly like a cunt. And just, okay, you see this little tippy top of the helicopter, that's now going to become the front of your helicopter. You're flying fucking face down. You're flying at a ridiculous pitch downwards, which is really fun to pull off. You're also going to get killed, probably.
Me, definitely.
So, it has a bunch of cool features. For one, the actual, like, long-range TV guided missiles. Let me actually put them on. For one, I'm pretty sure they are a guaranteed kill on anything that you hit, like the most armored tank out there. I think there's like one or two that are on the Russian side, so they're on our side, technically, that you can't penetrate. If you hit them from the front, if you hit them from any other angle, you're fine.
Fair enough.
And
I can just hear your PC blowing in the background.
yeah, it does that. You know, I'm playing DCS, it does that.
Somehow your Discord settings are in such a way that that's hearable.
It shouldn't be, but
It could be because of you had it set up for the old mic. Because I think that those thresholds don't really switch between mics.
yeah, I could switch my audio sensitivity a little bit. And I see if I can cut that noise out.
Yeah, I don't hear your PC blowing anymore.
Alright, cool.
Because I was already like, am I hearing the rotors, or is that just your PC, you know, going into orbit?
I mean, DCS is so realistic that it actually makes your PC sound like a helicopter too. If I fuck up hard enough, it'll actually take off, probably.
Most likely, yes. I can't wait for the new drive and actually be able to do things.
Yeah.
And of course, the first thing I'll do is satisfactory.
Oh yeah. It is satisfactory after all.
Or this game that I'm playing right now. That also high on the list.
Now, for me, personally, one of the best features are these ridiculously awfully colored missiles, by the way. I do have a mod that fixes that, makes them black, that really fits the rest of the helicopter. I don't know why they did this, by the way. Because Black Shark 2, the previous iteration of this module, they were black. I guess this was more realistic that they weren't actually supposed to be black and they were this color instead, but it just looks dumb as shit. It like stands out like a sore thumb, but whatever. Using these things, however, is a fucking dream come true.
Oh.
Now, because that's ridiculously easy, trust me. Basically, you don't even need to bother lasing, because you just turn the laser on, like, boop, you're done. And then you use your fucking helmet thing, which is this really weird thing. Like, it's nowhere near as complicated as the one in the Apache. Pointed at what you want to kill. Camera goes to what you want to kill. And then you just kind of, you know, move it around with your little thingy. And you can't zoom. I'm not sure if I've got that bound correctly. Because I did notice that there was a little bit of an issue when it comes to my flight stick, where not every button is recognizable. But yeah, this one just came out, so maybe it needs to be updated a little bit. But practically, this thing doesn't have like a waypoint slew that you can use. So you can't like tell it to go look at waypoint 2 or whatever. But you can just, you know, fly towards the waypoint. By the time you get there, you can just use your fucking head to look at the target, press the button, the camera goes right there. You know, use the camera, lock up. It'll automatically pick up on whatever it is you've got in that little box over there that you can change in size as well, which is really cool. So it's ridiculously easy to lock things up. You fire your missile, lasers automatically for you, missile hits the target, boom, done. So and even if you like see a target out on the fringes or something over there, you just lock it up, and all you have to do is fucking turn the goddamn helicopter.
Fair.
Let me actually take off. If I can. I'm not even sure this thing's even done with the startup, but oh well. But look at how steady it is. I'm not even using the rudders though.
Damn.
Yeah. Coaxial rotors for the win. Let me see if I can lock up something a little bit further out. Actually, no, I need to fucking be a man and get my weapons on first. Because we don't want to fly an attack helicopter without weapons. I need to actually hear if this is fucking working or not. Turn this on before I forget. Over there. That sounds good. That little hill. So if you look on the little camera.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
Fucking pointing at like fucking, you know, random stretch of fucking nowhere. There's like a tree over there. It's 3 kilometers away at the moment. That's, you know, what the 3.0 stands for. If I go weapon arm, and then, oh, there we go. Look at how accurate those shots are.
Damn.
Pretty much right where I aim, at 3 kilometers away. Now you can probably pull this off at around 4 kilometers. Well, one thing this thing even does, which I've never gotten to work successfully because I think I'm missing a step, but you can tell, you can kind of go over this like little hill, lock up something behind it. The helicopter rule, remember where that is. You can go behind the hill and shoot the fucking cannon and still goddamn hit. You can curve your bullets over fucking geometry. Like even the gun, which is, you use this the exact same way. You use the missiles, by the way. You use the fucking camera, lock up what you want dead, and you know, hit the fucking trigger. It's that easy. And the benefit, or the side benefit, is that it sounds fucking amazing when you fire this gun. I mean, listen to this. That thing sounds fucking powerful. And if you really want something dead, you can set it to high mode and it goes... And then something's really dead. Oh, and you have the choice between armor piercing and high explosive ammo, because fuck you and your entire family.
Oh, damn.
And the good thing is, if you run out of high explosive ammo, hey, you've got a whole drum of armor piercing ready to go, and it kills things just as easily. Because turns out, if you as a infantry guy get shot in the face with like an armor piercing round, there's not going to be much left of your face.
True.
Doesn't really matter which one of the two you're going to get hit by. You're fucked either way.
Yeah, fair.
So it's a ridiculously easy helicopter to fly. It's a little bit limited in its tech. Like, this camera is easy to use, but doesn't zoom as far as you'd want it to. Doesn't work at night. You know, compare this thing to the Apache's camera, which can basically look into the goddamn future in comparison. Basically see different dimensions with that fucking thing. But it's not nearly as easy to fly as this thing. And maybe if I want to get Riddle into the helicopter world to prepare him for the fucking Chinook, which also has, you know, coaxial rotors. Not on top of each other, they're behind each other, but yeah, they're two rotors spinning opposite ways. So that should have a similar way of flying as this thing does.
Actually be flying Jenny.
And to be fair with you, this thing has the side benefit of just looking cool as shit. You're gonna get mad bitches with this thing.
Fair.
Unless you're looking at like from the rear. Okay, maybe not its best angle. From the front's definitely the way to go. But well, definitely.
I think most people will look at it from the bottom.
Well, I mean, if someone's looking at you like this, you still look cool as hell. So I'll take that. But if someone is looking at you like this, you've done something wrong. Unless that guy is your friend, then okay, then you've done something right.
Yeah, no, I'd probably just do it to blow their ears out.
Yeah. To be honest, in this thing, most people that you're fighting really shouldn't even see you. This thing is not a frontline helicopter that like is supposed to take hits, even though it is, funny enough, the most armored helicopter in the world. Like, I think this is still, to this day, the most armored helicopter in the world, even though it doesn't even exist anymore.
Damn.
No helicopter so far has even surpassed it. This thing is, despite being smaller than the Apache, it is heavier than the Apache. And more maneuverable. Because of the fucking rotor setup. Now, definitely, you know, less lethal than the Apache. Because of the fucking sheer amount of tech it has. And the more modern, sophisticated weapons. But I do believe if they had continued this thing into the modern age and hadn't abandoned it, this probably would be a very strong competitor. Because this thing was made when the Apache was still a baby. This thing could kick its ass back in the day.
I like, by the way, how the wheels are tucked in.
Yeah. This is one of the few helicopters that actually has movable wheels as well. Most helicopters actually just leave the wheels out permanently. This one, though... Okay, hold on, that's loud. There you go. And then the fucking thing is actually tucked back in as well. There we go.
I like that.
It's just a very sophisticated helicopter despite being Russian, which is funny.
Did you just shoot?
Yes.
I saw the casings fall out.
Yep. They modeled fucking everything in this thing. Like,
fucking hell.
I mean, they've even modeled the fucking bullets coming in.
Damn.
And the funniest thing that they've modeled, which I will always find hilarious. Let me just... Oh. I need to fucking... There you go. Need to reset because it doesn't allow me to open the panels when I'm flying for, you know, reasons that are kind of self-explanatory. Obviously, the entire fucking inside of this thing has been modeled, which is this. I think this was the first to do it. But even now, the Apache has something like this, though. Even though there's like 3 panels that open, and this literally opens the entire goddamn helicopter.
Damn.
Including the storage unit, in which they've actually modeled the fucking Adidas sneakers that the pilots probably would have taken, which is just fucking hilarious. They went out their way to model fucking shoes. and a whole bag and fucking personal belongings, and right next to that more ammo because fuck you and your family.
Ammo, I love it.
And the enemy doesn't. Well, they like their own ammo. They don't really like yours. I like sharing my ammo though. Fortunately.
Yeah, at a high speed in the enemy's face.
Yeah, exactly.
Or into their tanks.
So yeah. If we do night missions though, like there are shenanigans we can occur because there are we can still use like the shorter range missiles, and I do have because the night vision on this thing is not great. I mean, just look at this fucking thing for Christ's sake. You can't even. Now obviously it's bright as shit because, you know, day. But this whole like looking through a tube thing, not a fan.
Yeah, no.
I do have a mod that fixes this, makes it full screen, and also makes it so that because night vision usually obscures most of the screens and lights, that one doesn't. So it's like completely unrealistic and borderline cheating. But for the sake of, you know, looking good on videos and not making your own eyes bleed, let alone your viewers, yeah, we'll probably turn that on.
Yeah.
And that also happens to, because it's basically my mod pack that I still have. Also includes the skin for the missiles because those ingredients don't look good at all. I guess unless we go with the green skin, but yeah, this helicopter is made
Green
for
skin?
the black.
Goblins?
Yes. But if we do go short-range missiles, or rocket pods, shenanigans do occur because these rocket pods are not really anything you can compare to the American rocket pods for reasons that'll become so self-explanatory the moment you lay eyes on them. Look at these fucking things. These missiles are, you can probably like fit in like 3 fucking American Hydras into one of these, and you have quite a bunch of them if you go full blast, which we will. And yes, you can fire a missile from each pod at the same time to really fuck up someone's day.
Nice.
And to add insult to injury, there is an additional rocket pod you can take. Now there are a little bit less missiles in that. I think these ones have 20, the other ones have 5 each. But they do have basically the same size as some cruise missiles do. And you can spam them away. That's, well, if you really don't like someone, you send them one of these.
Holy fuck.
We have quite a few of them. And it just, I love how this makes this helicopter look fucking ridiculous if you have the entire load out of these. And somehow, this isn't even the most insane weapon. The most insane weapon are the autocannon pods. Basically, they once decided that this thing, with the most amazing helicopter gun ever put on a helicopter, doesn't have enough gun. So they basically turned these wing pylons into machine guns and decided, you know what? Let's give them double barrels too.
God damn.
So suddenly you've got 8 different machine gun barrels aiming at a target, in addition of your amazing sniper cannon. So if you really particularly don't like someone, you can turn them into fucking SpongeBob SquarePants. Unalive them at, you know, basically 6,000 rounds per minute.
Turn them into cheesecake.
I mean, honestly, I don't think there'll be anything left of you. You get hit by all these. Now the good thing is these, you can't really aim them very well. Whereas, you know, they aim straight forward, so if you kind of just stand right here, you're good. You'll be fine. But honestly, if you just get hit by one of these things, you're completely fucked. You're done. That's early retirement for you if you're lucky. And you're not gonna get that lucky, trust me.
Never.
Another thing that happens, which is a really fun side benefit of the gung-ho setup, is that if you pull the trigger, watch your FPS counter go down.
Fair.
If you really hate the server, grab a KA-50, go full gunpowder, and just unleash hell. And the entire
Upon
server, the entire server will hate you for it. But it is ridiculous fun. I'm pretty sure with the recent performance updates, they have made it more manageable. So you probably can't pull this off without making the server go nuclear. But
for now,
yeah. As far as helicopters go, this one has absolutely no right being my favorite, but I think it is. It shouldn't be, but every logical brain in my body should say it's the goddamn Apache, but it's just... I definitely respect that thing, but this thing is just fucking ridiculous. Not in like I'm the most amazing helicopter way, but in straight up I'm the most fucking retarded design ever that somehow works way. Which kind of summarizes the Russians quite nicely, actually, come to think of it. That kind of summarizes most things that they do. Now, the most Russian thing is that when they were looking for a new helicopter to replace the shitty Hind that they had, they came up with this one and some other design. And this one, because of the dual rotor system, was so ridiculously more powerful than they anticipated and just so good all around that of course they did not choose this one, they went for the other one. Because
what?
There were a bunch of rich guys that had invested in the other one. Fucking corrupt politicians. Thanks, guys. And you can bet, and the funny thing is that NATO, you know, America and everyone else, was watching that with great interest because they were terrified of this thing. They were like, we really don't want them to pick this one. So they also kind of manipulated the vote to going for the other one. And funny enough, the other helicopter, the fucking, I think the Mi-28 or whatever it's called, the Havoc. Yeah, it's used today. You know what's also used today? The Hind, the helicopter that was supposed to fucking replace, that it wasn't really good enough to replace.
Wow.
If only they had a perfect successor that was amazing at its job, just laying around. Yeah, well, sadly they didn't. Sadly they didn't. In fact, this thing was so good when they had 2 prototypes, which they sent off with like a whole squadron of Hinds, 1 each. And during that deployment, the KA-50s got 90% of all the kills during the deployment. And all of which were confirmed kills. Like, not just, you know, fucking near misses or fucking taking down a vehicle. No, absolute fucking destruction of said vehicle. Whereas the Hinds didn't barely kill anything, and when they did try to shoot something, they probably missed because they were kind of shit at their job. These things were so fucking good, and it still was just forgotten about. Completely surpassed. Good job, Russia. You fucking suck. This thing still does have a legacy. Technically, it actually is in service today. It's just very limited numbers, and it's a different version of it that has an actual co-pilot. So, it is still around. I think only like the Russian special forces really use it. But the single seat version, like we have in DCS, never really went anywhere, was never really used. I think that's the only reason as to why we have it in DCS, because the Russians didn't really care if we knew anything about this, because it's a fucking relic to them.
Fair.
But oh well.
A very good looking relic.
It's sexy as hell.
A very slow starting relic.
It's slow as hell. Unless you get it into the air, because if you get it into the air, it's one of the faster helicopters out there. Despite its weight. Now let's see if I can get those guns to fire without melting my PC. Hold on. Let me put the flight adapter on first. Memorize my fucking controls. I really should have turned track AR on. Let's see. Oh, no, that's 2. Let me just slide that back up. Alright, that's those 2. Oh yeah, that's all 4 of them. fucking felt as the helicopter jerked for a second there. Now hold on, because I'm gonna go into the external cam, so let's just turn that off. FPS is actually really stable. I'm actually surprised about that.
Must have done some improvements to the game already.
Yeah, but you can see in the HUD the little circle that's following it. Basically the little, aiming pipper.
Yeah.
Same goes, the rocket pods have the same thing, and even the bombs have the same thing. So this is relatively straightforward. And the good thing is that with this many gun pods, you don't even really need to be accurate, to be honest with you.
Just shoot around the target and it supposedly did.
Well, the thing is that if anyone on the ground, like holding like an AK, or God forbid he's like a fucking terrorist sitting on like a fucking minivan, and he sees this fucking thing coming at it, yeah, they usually just fucking surrender on the spot, and all you have to kind of do is shoot in the near vicinity of them, and they get the message for the most part. They're like, okay, yeah, I'm not fucking with you. Because the last thing you want to do is be shot at by this fucking thing.
Yeah, fair.
Now, I have noticed that the aiming reticle really isn't that accurate. Like, it doesn't, like, it's not like a millimeter perfect type deal where these guns don't aim exactly where that thing is. But it's close enough.
Close enough. It will do the job.
This is a very, very close range weapon, obviously. You're never actually really going to use these gun pods for other than shenanigans. And I do believe that it gets more accurate the further out you shoot. So let's try to go for like that cluster of trees there. Yeah, close enough. Also notice that they're already on out of ammo because they don't have a lot. So you use your rudder in helicopters an awful lot still, obviously, to fucking turn the thing around. Using your rudders really throws that aiming reticle off. So you really do want to be flying straight at a target for the most part, if you do this.
Fair. I
guess the rocket pods will be easier to use because they still have splash damage, where these things kind of need to be direct hits in order to disable anything. Whereas rockets obviously go boom. Quite spectacularly, actually. They're kind of famous for that.
Yep.
Now the one thing I think we kind of need to know is where the light switches are. At least the external ones. And maybe the internal ones too, if we actually do night missions. Because I have no idea at the moment. Because the auto start, turns them all on. But that's all well and good, but sometimes you don't actually want to be shot at in your helicopter, so you actually want to turn those lights off so you don't make yourself a readily available target.
Yeah, fair.
Something that you want to kind of avoid, you don't want to be shot at. Even though this thing definitely this is the helicopter I was flying that lost its entire cockpit plus me, and I was still flying it somehow. I was kind of just invisibly floating in the cockpit, or where the cockpit used to be. Or maybe I was in the cockpit on the ground flying it like a goddamn drone. I don't know. Let's see. I do like the night lighting though. Now where is... I think I remember the tip lights. There we go, now we see the rotor lights. That looks cool as hell.
There you go.
That's the most important one. And the floodlights, I need the floodlights. I do like that there's actually radiant lights coming off the screens. Not a lot of modules actually model that. Useless, but nice touch.
I like those three buttons there, right in the middle of your screen, how they light up.
What, these two? These three?
Yeah.
Yeah. These are your autopilot assists, by the way. So all these three, pretty much, you always turn them on. This is your altitude hold. Now, that doesn't mean it's automatic. It's automatically going to hold your altitude. It's just enabling the system. Then you have to press another button on your stick to do it. I usually turn this one on because how to explain that? the director control, basically, like it kind of numbs these three things, because if you just use these three, they're very overbearing. Like they kind of fight you a little bit. Now that's great if you actually want to go in a straight line, turn the autopilot on, and have the helicopter fly itself. But if you still want to be in control of the helicopter sometimes, which is kind of cool when you do a mission, sometimes they kind of struggle against you. So I turn this thing on, and it kind of dampens the effects where they're keeping it stable, but they're not actually forcing the helicopter into any maneuver. So you got full control of the thing, while still being very stable. Like I flying with this thing, I basically turn it on every time I start the helicopter, and I don't turn it off ever again, because it sounds like it's kind of making it more difficult for you, but it's actually making it less difficult for you, to be fair with you.
Yeah, because if the thing fights you, it's going to pull you into any weird maneuvering.
Yeah, it's
that you weren't accounting for.
Yeah, it's going to have unexpected shit occur, which is not usually something that you're interested in happening.
Yeah, no, fair.
Unless, you know, you've become so familiar with it that it's kind of become second nature to you. For the most part, I've always kind of figured that... There we go. Fucking flashlight, there we go. You really just need the thing on, to be fair. Like, anyone that flies this thing will kind of tell you that it's kind of like a personal preference thing, which I do believe. This is mine. Oh yeah, it does have flares, kind of thing of it. Don't know how they work, but... Oh yeah, there we go. Boop. Free flare.
Flare. Flare out.
If we're ever in a weird scenario where we need to signal each other.
Red flare for danger, green flare for...
Yeah. It's just most of the time I think you'll be kind of screaming at me. He's like, right, okay. That's something shooting at me. Which will kind of get the point across. Pretty sure I'll know where that's going.
Either that or I just drop a red flare. I'll be like, you'll see that.
And the next thing I'll see is a giant fucking ball of fire. Oh, that's where Riddle used to be. I dropped a flare. Okay, where are you? No, I am the flare. Oh. Not what I had in mind, Riddle, but good on you.
I dropped the flare. Like, where are you then? Well, I'm supposed to be right next to you, so where do you think I am?
Yeah, oopsie, mistakes made.
I'm the scouting party. I'm in the enemy territory. Where do you think I am? I dropped a flare on a target.
Mistakes were made.
Which is now trying to kill me. I'll die!
Oh, this is the fucking switch I wanted. In every other goddamn module, the night lighting is like green or red or whatever. This is the only one which is blue. Because this is more night vision friendly. Now, the night vision itself... Of course, during the day they give me the night vision. During the night they give me this fucking thing. Window open. Ground crew. Helmet device. Give me the goddamn goggles. Oh, yeah, I can also turn the heads-up display from day to night mode, which actually takes away a lot of the fucking light. This, boom. Now, you see, you can't really read fucking anything with this thing on.
Yeah, but I can't read regardless.
That is a fair point. Additionally, you can't really fucking make out your heads-up display unless you turn the brightness all the way down. Which does work. You can now see relatively clearly. Now, that doesn't mean that Riddle actually fucking see. You know, Riddle being able to see and Riddle actually seeing are two entirely different beasts.
What?
Riddle hearing and Riddle actually hearing are also two entirely different things.
I'm blind. What do you want?
There we go. Actually, I want a chicken McNuggets and chili chicken, Big Mac.
I don't sell those.
No, he's just fucking selling those.
I need to steal them first.
One thing I'm noticing right now is that flying in night vision does make your depth perception go fucking out the goddamn window, which, well, good luck, Riddle, because your depth perception is already kind of shite.
Yeah.
Your perception of most things, actually, are kind of shite.
Wow. I mean, fair, but wow.
How dare you say that? I mean, fair, but
I mean, it's a fucking truth, but wow.
let me see how this looks with the NVG mod on. I think I could slap that on. I still need to order fucking food. God damn, I forgot. Yes, I'll start.
I am actually quite hungry as well, but I've been here for like the past
Am I
9.5 hours.
that much of an asshole and order Domino's half an hour before they close? Am I going to be that cunt? Thing is, I hate it now when I work there, so I kind of don't want to be that cunt. What's their closing time now on Saturdays? Are they still closed like the regular time? And I know on some nights they stayed up longer. Right, yeah, I've got an hour. Okay, fuck them. If it's an hour, I'm ordering.
Yeah, no, fair. But at that point, they can't complain to you that there's like half an hour left.
Yeah.
Because like you're now just a customer that you know they have to do something for.
No, you'd be surprised. I ordered some fucking Greek food the other day from one of my favorite Greek restaurants, because I'm actually I do like Greek food. It's good. I like it. It's good shit. But I did it half an hour before they closed. Now that's fine. If you know, I don't really give too much of a shit. But that order fucking never showed up, ever.
Huh.
So I was like, oh, that's kind of lame, considering it cost me $30. What the fuck, guys? Where's my food? But I couldn't call them because, well, they were closed by the time I fucking got figured out that I was being fucked. Because yeah, I'm not gonna call them within the first half an hour. They never show up within the first half an hour. Kind of a dick move, you don't do that. So I waited, you know, expecting it to show up, because you know, when I was at Domino's, the same thing happens. You know, half an hour before the shop closes, they still have half an hour to make your pizza. So, or in this case, my Greek food, they still have half an hour to fucking make it. And if you know the shop actually, if the shop closes, that means that okay, we're not making any more new orders, but all the old ones still get to be delivered. The ones that are still laying around. That's just the way it works. So I expected that this shop would do the same thing. Now this is where the problems coming in, because I realized this way too late. They're closed. I can't call them anymore. Thuisbezorgd, I can't call them because, well, they're fucking not working anymore either. So I was like, great, fantastic. So then I wait till the next day, realize that they're closed the next day. Fuck, okay, can't call them. Call Thuisbezorgd again. They're like, yeah, you have to call them first. It's like, okay, but I can't. So well, then you have to wait. I'm like, okay, cool. So I wait 2 more days until they finally open up again. The employee tells me, yeah, we can't really do anything for you. Like, it sucks, I'm sorry, but if you want to like a reimbursement, you have to call fucking Thuisbezorgd. It's like, they told me to call you. God damn it. I call them, and they tell me it's been too long. Our policy doesn't allow us to give you your money back. It's like, you told me to fucking wait.
Yikes.
Oh, you cunts. And now, because I was actually kind of pissed off, I called the fucking Greek place again. It's like, hey guys, they're writing me off. You were closed. You must realize that there's nothing I could have really done. Can we kind of figure things out? And they're like, hey man, we don't really appreciate your tone here. You're being rude as hell. You're going on the blacklist, so I'm not allowed to order there anymore.
What?
I never even once raised my voice. I was never even angry. I was mostly just kind of disappointed. I wasn't even like demanding anything. It was like, hey, listen, can we just work something out? You know, it's not that big of a deal. And they just blacklisted me right there. I'm pretty sure the employee just didn't want to deal with this. That's why he made me call that other company before. He didn't want to deal with this because it was probably his fault. And he didn't want his boss to find out. So he just blacklisted me. Because I was rude. And to be honest, we did this in Domino's the entire time. Like, I didn't, but I heard some other people did. Like, if a customer is being an asshole, you know, you block them. You tell your boss, hey, they were fucking cursing me out, and the boss doesn't care. Because that happens so frequently that, like, okay, yeah, just blacklist them, it's fine. They don't even double check. They don't call to verify shit. So that the boss of the Greek food place probably just took it at face value. He's like, okay, well, fuck this guy then. So I guess no more Greek food for me, because that was the only place in the goddamn fucking town. So, woo.
Yikes.
Yeah, that quite pissed me off. And I still didn't get my $30 back. Don't expect to ever see that again.
No. Considering, well, you know, they blacklisted you. At that point, you know that you're never going to get it back.
Yeah. Speaking of something that's never happening again. So, did I tell you about my dumbass coworker that tried to quit his job in the dumbest way possible?
By going to the other company, or by pretending to be sick?
By pretending to be sick, yeah. By pretending to have a burnout. So, basically, he was already going to quit, right? Everyone knew. And because he wanted to get the Saturdays off, because he can, he can spend time with his girlfriend and her son, which obviously as a family man, okay, that's kind of important. Everyone understood that reasoning. Like, that's not out there at all. So he went to have a conversation with my company, and they basically told him, like, listen, man, we can't do that. You know, Saturdays are mandatory. After which he said, okay, but then I'm forced to go quit my job. And no one batted an eye. That was a completely legitimate reason. No one saw any weirdness in this. But yeah, I think even the company themselves kind of, you know, admitted it's like, hey, if you know, I'm sorry we can't help you if you want to quit, no hard feelings. Which he did. And of course, the next thing that happened is then he was told that, okay, we accept. That's fine. The only thing is that as per the contract, you still have to stay with us for 3 months. Now, every company has this where you have to stay a mandatory period before, so that they have ample time to find a replacement for you. It's not very common for that period to be as long as 3 months. I mean, in America, it's a goddamn 2 weeks. They call it a 2-week notice for a reason. 3 months is insane, by the way. Most companies have like 1 month.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 2 months is already pushing it. 3 months is borderline insane, but alright, fine. If those are the terms, those are the terms. This guy finds out those terms, and the very next day calls in sick, says, hey, I've got a burnout. I can't go to work. It's getting too much for me. He's not even like pretending to be actually sick. He's just like, I'm mentally tired. It's like, oh well, yeah, join the club, friend. We're all mentally fucking tired at this point.
Especially of that job.
But the timing of this, obviously, absolutely fucking no one believed this guy. Because you've been announcing to everyone that you're quitting the job for an amount of months straight. You quit your job, you hear this, you call in sick. No one's buying it. Absolutely no one's buying it. Even including the company. Now, they can't legally tell him to fuck off and come back over here to work. They have to do, you know, they have to send the fucking doctor mafia after him. Which initially they come into this neutral as hell. They take it seriously and they tell him, okay, listen, man, just take your time, you know, get some weeks off, relax, you know, whatever. Doesn't take them too long though to realize that he's full of shit. So yep. Whatever. This starts a fuck knows how long legal battle between these two. Now, they're not getting any lawyers involved, but they are threatening. Both sides are threatening of it. My company tells them, like, listen, man, you're gonna come into work, or else we are canceling your salary, which is not something they're legally allowed to do. So they're in the wrong here. He's in the wrong in the first place. So now they're kind of just fighting each other illegally almost. But they're both committing crimes at the same time. Then at some point he calls me because, you know, he is kind of my friend, sadly enough. He's a dumbass, but I do like him. Where he tells me about a conversation via text that he's had with, you know, one of the boss of bosses, where they wanted him to come in not just to have a talk, just come to the office. We'll sit down, we'll have a talk, we'll discuss terms. It's fine. We have to deal with this as adults, because prior to this, he was staying at home, not communicating, and they were kind of just, you know, shouting angrily. So they had to calm the situation down, just, you know, discuss things normally. Which went about as well as you expect, because he is so in the whole I've got a burnout, I can't do anything mood, that going to the company, being driven to the company by his girlfriend is too much effort. He can't physically, mentally do that. Which is just, what? Seriously, dude? You can't go in a goddamn car ride? Anyway, so he tells them, like, hey, listen. And he's reading this out to me as if he's absolutely in the right. And he's kind of telling me this as if, you know, look at this dude and how awfully they're treating me. So this is the fucking interaction that they had. Boss lets him know, hey, can you show up at the office, you know, the workplace, at this date, at this time. And this guy goes, no, I can't do that because that's way too much for me. It's dangerous for me to drive. And he's like, and the boss is like, is there anyone that can drive you? And I'm like, yes, my girlfriend can drive me, but it's just too much, man. Can you not come to a closer location? And my boss goes, we don't have a closer location. This is where we're at. And this guy goes, well, I know that there's a building in my town, not that far from my town, which is owned by VHC, so the company behind us. So that belongs to you. You can go there. My boss calmly explains, no, that technically, yes, it does have the VHC name, just like we do. But they are a completely different branch. We don't work there. We've got nothing to do with that place. We want you to meet us at this place, at this time, at this date. He goes, no, I don't agree to those terms. I want you to come over there on this day, on that time. And the boss goes, what the fuck? That is not our place. We can't just walk in there. We have nothing to do with that place.
Which is fair.
We're not asking, this is not a debate. We're telling you, come here. We're inviting you. You're not inviting us. Come here this day, this time. And he's like, can you say that more clearly? What that? This location, this address, this date, this time. It's like, do you agree with those terms? Yes or no? I do not agree with those terms. I want you to come. And I could just, I was hearing this, but I could just sense my boss's frustrations. Like, you're talking to a brick fucking wall. And meanwhile, this guy is telling me, like, do you see how ridiculous they're being? It's like, dude, you're the one being a fucking moron. They cannot be more concise, more clear. They're not even asking you something ridiculous. They're asking you to come talk to them, for fuck's sake.
In a spot, like in a spot that they are allowed to operate out of, not in a spot that they have nothing to do with.
The only spot they operate out of, by the way. It's not like they've got an alternative.
Yeah, so...
But he's just being a dumbass or being difficult for the fuck of it. They're getting tired. The last thing is like, hey, we're expecting you to show up here, this day, this time. If you don't show up, the consequences are yours. And then, he goes, I don't agree. And my boss didn't even fucking reply anymore. It's like, I'm done. But regardless, that is one of the many things that happened in between these group of people. At some point, this guy calls me up again while I was at work. And he's like, hey, dude. What's up? It's like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's it's all right. I've got your truck now. It's mine now. You're not getting that one back, you asshole. Thanks for your dumb stunt. It's like, well, you see, I'm not sure if I wanted to kind of call you to let you know, but I'm coming back to work tomorrow. And I'm like, what? You're kidding me? After all this, you're fucking coming back to work tomorrow? What? Are you retarded? Everyone pretty much hates you. The bosses absolutely despise you. You've basically burned every goddamn bridge you had, and now you're coming back? Why? Well, they canceled my money. It's like,
what did you expect? They told you that.
Yeah, they warned you like way in advance that would happen. It's like, well, yeah, I need the money. It's like, yeah, you had a second job, but I can't start there yet. And why did you quit? Well, I wanted to. And he basically just admitted that he was planning on, being at home for a couple of months, paid. It's like, you're not burnt out, are you? It's like, well, I'm burnt out now. It's like, yeah, I get that now. Jesus Christ. So he shows up to work the next day and fashionably shows up 1.5 hours late. And I'm just sitting there with my palm in my hand thinking, oh my fucking god, you're joking. This fucking guy. Because I was telling everyone, hey, listen, you're not going to believe this. He's going to show up again. They're like, what? So when he, of course, didn't show up again the next morning, I was kind of looking there like a candy ass, thinking, well, I got fucked. Until he showed up 1.5 hours late, and then instantly got escorted to the office. He walked by me, gave me a little nod. I was like, I gave him basically a soldier's salute, thinking, well, this is the last guy. I'm going to see this guy alive. He goes up, and they sit down and they talk. And you just know that it's very awkward in that office because they hate each other at this point. But now they have to kind of get along because we really need people, and they can't turn him away. They want to probably, but they can't because we're just that desperate for people. So they have to kind of find a way to work together, even though they despise each other at this point. What they established is that you're going to be a co-driver for the time being. You're not getting your truck back. Fuck you. That one's this dumbass now. And I'm like, yay, that's me. I get to keep my truck. You're gonna be a co-driver from now on. And today, just go with that one chick. Just fuck off. So he goes, and he basically, because it took a while for him to actually show up. It took a while for the conversation to end. So by the time he left, there was only one chick still loading up her truck, which funny enough is the laziest person I know, with the easiest routes I know, with like all 6 customers. They're all easy as hell, really close by, and still manages to like take forever doing it. Barely does any work. Manages to do the work she does do as slow as hell, and meanwhile I get the exact opposite, where I get a fuck ton of work and still do it quick as hell, show up earlier than most guys, and we all get paid the same fucking salary, by the way. What the fuck am I doing? Always pisses me off. So he goes with her, basically doesn't have to do a goddamn thing all day, and then of course I show up the same time as them, but by the time I'm done, even though I had like 3 times the amount of work and I didn't have a co-driver, show up at the same time. He walks up to me and he's like, dude, I'm gonna call in sick tomorrow, man. I'm absolutely destroyed. My burnout's still there. And I just wanted to fucking grab this guy by the throat and just smash his fucking brain onto the pavement. I'm like, you can't, if you do that, dude, you are insufferable right now. Like, I like you, but god fucking damn it. If I was my boss right now, I'd fucking blow up. You show up for one day, you show up late, you have the easiest time, and then the next day you're gonna call in sick. And he did call in sick. And he still hasn't shown back up. And I think at this point in time, if he shows back up again, he's gonna die. They're gonna murder him.
He's definitely not gonna get any money for that one day that he worked.
No. And he's never gonna get any money from us ever again. I like this guy as a friend, but as a colleague, he is insufferable, because every day that he is expected to show up and he doesn't show up, the rest of us dumbasses have to do his work, because those customers, you're not just gonna not give them what they fucking paid for. You have to solve this with the people you've got. So every goddamn day for months he's fucked us in the ass. He finally shows up, next day fucks us in the ass again. Well, I've just about had it. I don't want to work with this guy anymore.
Fair.
Like, if we want to go to another festival together, that's fine, you're fun, but Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, it doesn't help that this guy is the biggest moron on the planet. Which, I mean, doesn't surprise anyone, I don't think, but...
Wait, do I not have the title anymore?
No, trust me.
Fuck!
You at least know what a number is. Trust me, this guy fucking struggles with like basic maths, and not even maths, like basic calculus. Basically, he goes, he has to. At the end of every day, you have to, write down your hours. You start out, where you, when you came in, so you write down like 7 o'clock, and then you fucking write down when you left, so like 5 or 4 or 3, and then you have to, at the end of it, you have to write down the amount of hours that you've worked. This guy always needed help. This was a number that never went above 10. He needed help with that. And then at the end of that, you have to combine all the days. And then at the end of the week, you have to round up all your hours to, like, to get to at least 45 hours or something. Always needed help. Never figured it out. Like, this is basic calculus. I could do this without blinking. And I'm not even that... I sucked at numbers when I was at school. But this is like 1+1 type level shit. You can just figure it out.
Yikes.
But this is the same guy that, got his girlfriend through a dating app. She has a son and everything. He didn't really mind. He's just happy to have a small little family. And honestly, I was happy for him because he was really overjoyed. He really liked her. But she happened to be a Christian, which is something he never really gave a fuck about. And she was into a bunch of other things that, he never really talked about. And in like an instant, he entirely switched up his entire personality. He's now Christian. He doesn't eat meat anymore. And yada yada yada. Just instantly, whoop, just evolved into a different person.
Oh boy.
Like, yeah, it's just such a simple fucking soul. And I can't even like correct him on this, because every time I hear him talk about his little family life, he's like, talking with the biggest smile ever. So I'm just happy for him. I'm not going to give him any shit for it. Like, I don't agree. But as long as you're fucking happy, I don't give a shit. Because it's really not a healthy lifestyle, just adapting yourself to whichever partner you're with entirely. But
no, you're not supposed to completely change yourself. Like, sure, over time you can make changes, but from 1 second to the next, no.
yeah, and the thing is that
Your body and your mind are not going to agree with you, and you are just going to fuck yourself over.
yeah, and what I'm afraid of is that in this case, if he's adapted his entire personality to be, the perfect partner for her. If that relationship fails, I fear for this guy.
Yep.
He's not gonna have anything left. But whatever. It's just a really weird case. I guess this guy might genuinely be the weirdest guy I know. And I know you, so that says a lot.
Yeah, fair.
Like, I've got Riddle in my fucking Discord context, so I mean, that's saying something.
Yeah, for how many years has it already been?
Speaking of my other dumb friend, too many. Last count.
13?
Quite a bit. I think you are the longest running friend I've got, that's right. Which I never would have expected would have been you back in the day. Not as like an insult, but like I was so close to other people as well, I expected them to stick around. But they didn't, and you did.
Yeah, but it's like I find it unnecessary to just, if people that I actually like, to just suddenly never talk to them again.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm sure you've noticed that I'm really good at that.
Yeah, but
I'm really good at cutting people out, but I usually have a decent reason for it.
Yeah, I mean, you've tried to improve yourself twice.
Yeah, but that I don't really count that as really cutting people out. It's just taking a break from everything.
Yeah.
And I know myself. It's like I don't have the self-control to just stop talking to people. That's why I cut them out, so I literally can't talk to people. Because otherwise I'm always just going to fucking do it again anyway.
Yeah, and you know me and the way and how I sometimes contact you.
Yeah. But well, potato, I don't really care. It's maybe not the most healthy coping mechanism, but it works. Yeah. Anyway, let me show you my new black missiles, which look a lot nicer.
Ah, yes.
As if they were meant to be this way. But most importantly, night vision.
Good night vision, you mean?
Not better. Because now the screen is still legible. The lights aren't that bright. Just the heads-up display. Funnily enough, this is the most. I think it's straight up an oversight. If you go to night mode, it's like very bright. And if you put it to night mode, day mode very bright, night mode not so bright. Night mode on the NVGs, pretty bright, not easy to make out the numbers. Day mode, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's weird.
That's weird. Doesn't make a lot of sense. I just put it to night mode and then just turn down the brightness manually. So that when you turn it off, it looks like it makes sense. Now this screen, absolutely unusable. Because for one, you're not using the helmet mounted thing anymore, you're using the goggles, so you can't really just slave it to what you're looking at. And even then, it's just a TV camera, so you have to have whatever it is you're looking at be standing under a fucking spotlight for you to see what it is, so useless.
Yeah.
I found a way to... It'd be nice if I could, just turn that all the way off. And I love how the actual cockpit actually lights down. That's nice. Now you can kind of turn that off. And I'm pretty sure you can do that with most things. You can turn the brightness of most lights off, and actually it does work. But now at least when it's full screen like this, it's not as much of a fucking eyesore. Like, it's still going to be difficult to fly around. Then again, this is a almost moonless night. Like, look at that fucking light source we got up there. That's not that much.
I think I figured something out, by the way, about armor.
Well,
you know that the night vision goggles we sometimes had when we had Ace installed for Shite, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Ace literally does that to the night vision goggles.
Yeah, fair. I mean, night vision goggles, real life, are really shit.
No, but it's like the entire, like there's two circles, so two small circles that you had. Because I was watching, it's the same guy that did the anti-Stasi playthrough on his own a couple of times with Houdini the Floating Bunker.
Yeah, I know the guy. Don't know his name at the top of my head, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so he's now making a basic tutorial on that other mod that I was playing. I completely forgot what it was called, but I think you know which one I mean.
Overthrow or the other one?
Yeah, Overthrow. There we go.
Nice.
And he showed us which A settings he turns off, and then he actually goes over a setting that changes how the night vision works.
Oh, nice.
So I'm going to actually look into that and see if that is indeed why the night vision is so shite. Because every mission I've done that had Ace in it had a shite night vision like that.
Yeah, fair. It is nice how the fucking night vision in this thing is black and white. I think that's the only fucking black and white night vision I've ever seen. All the other ones are just green.
I like the green ones in comparison. No, I don't like the green ones. The green ones are fine, but the black and white does look better.
Yeah. It's definitely a different take. Which, I don't know, it's just definitely easy on the eyes. Do I have any other jets around I can use? Because I'm pretty sure I put them all the fucking way over here. Let's just have this be a flyover point, start in the air. Equip NVGs. What does the NVG in the fucking Eagle look like? Because in the Apache you don't really use your NVGs anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Also, Domino's is on his way. That's nice. Hope he doesn't want to murder me for ordering this goddamn light.
Oh, by the way, the Old Republic has been installed.
Nice.
Yeah, I was kind of downloading it during the stream.
Nice.
I do think I do need to update it though in the launcher itself, because I think you get that same launcher, I suppose.
Yeah. Thing is, I'm pretty sure that if you download it through Steam, it just downloads everything.
I hope so. It was like 50 gigabytes, I think.
Yeah, I've never had to update through the launcher after downloading it on Steam, because I downloaded it, relatively recently.
I can see that you've played 26 hours in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. Alright, so this is the green one. Which, to be fair, it doesn't even look that bad.
Well, it looks way better than Armas.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Anything is way better than Armas.
Considering, DCS base is just like one tiny fucking circle, this is leagues and bounds better.
Yeah.
It doesn't take a lot to be fair than the fucking circle, but... Oh man, fucking Eagle. Just please get updated.
I just got a card that is worth 1,000.
1,000.
I just can't sell it yet.
Nice.
Because it's new. And I need 2,500 different cards.
Alright. I still need to kind of figure out which story to do next on Old Republic. I'm gonna do somewhat relatively new. Thing is, I don't want to do Republic, and I've done all the Imperial ones relatively recently-ish.
Shall I just restart Kiara's?
Honestly, that one was so short. You could probably restart it, yeah.
Yeah, because if I'm just going to very quickly go into the Discord for this. Imperial Agent. Oh!
What's up?
If you look at the Imperial Agent, it goes up to 12 in Dutch and 13 says episode.
Huh.
I might... And I'm going to check this now as well in the Bounty Hunter, because I think that one was updated later down the line. Yeah, at 151 we switched to English.
Nice. I tried to share my fucking screen with the public and it just crashed my entire game. Thanks, Discord. Appreciate it.
Love you, Discord.
Honestly, like, Discord could treat me like a fucking bitch and I would still stay. But what's the alternative? Going back to Skype? Fuck that.
Or TeamSpeak? Ugh.
I still fucking hear the goddamn Skype ringtone in my head. Still have nightmares about it.
I don't think I remember Skype's ringtone anymore.
Once you eventually hear it again, trust me, you'll recognize it.
But that's the thing. I can't hear it on my PC at least.
Good.
And you know why?
Well,
I used Revo Uninstaller. I got rid of Skype entirely.
nice.
Programs that you can't install by default from Windows, with Revo you can just get rid of them.
Nice.
Shit like, because I think they put Spotify on every PC now by default as well. I don't use Spotify. I kicked it off. The news and weather apps, they're all gone.
Also nice.
OneDrive is gone.
I think my food's here, so I'm gonna have to... Duncan is gone.
Fair enough.
Maybe I'll talk to you later. I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough.
Will you still be like awake soon, or?
How soon is soon?
I don't know. Couple hours. I need to run.
I'll try to be awake for 2 more hours. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so what's going to happen, I'm going to pretty much open these up. No, I'm not going to just open these up. What I'm going to do is... I'm going to make sure that I've at least ordered everything that I need to order. Keep opening packs until they're all done with that, and then that's it. I've done a lot of days this stream. Tomorrow I will most likely either start at level 50 or just start at my current level and just go to level 50, at least. And then we'll see. Then I signed that lemons, okay. 2 purple and 2 water. I think it's Water Destiny. Yup. Those all look good. Those all look good. It is blue dice and the last plate. And then figurines. Bat, hawk. Monarch and a middle creature. Okay, 1 star. And then the tunes thing. Considering they're still bringing things in, I will most likely start on the next... Yeah, I will. Because they're still bringing things in. I've been in this game for like 10 hours today. I think it's about time that I end it for today. And also get some food and such for myself. Alright, and that's it. After like 24 days? So nice. Anyway, I'm going to go. I should have actually looked at the difference in my numbers, but oh well. I'll quickly go back in to do that. You know, at least update the information thing. $104. I was opening up Destiny. 772. That means I've gotten 9. We are 9 away from being in the final 100 of that. I'm very serious. This is... wow. Just 9 more and yeah, I'm at 800 of that. And then get these down. I'm amazed at how this is going. I am genuinely very happy. But for now though, that's it. Have a good one and until the very next time. Good day.